Egwene folded her arms, troubled. What can you tell me of the Seanchan military, its arms and strength, and of the plans of the Empress?
I know some things, Amerlin, Lylewyn said, but I was a ship's captain. What I do know is of the Seanchan navy, and that will be of little use to you.
Of course, Egwene thought. She glanced at Gawyn, who shrugged.
Please,
Lylewyn said softly,
allow me to prove myself to you somehow. I have little left to me. My name itself is no longer my own.
First, Egwene said, you will talk of the Seanchan. I don't care if you think it's irrelevant. Anything you tell me might be helpful. Or it might reveal Lylewyn as a liar, which would be equally useful. Gawyn, fetch me a chair. I'm going to listen to what she says. After that, we'll see.
Rand rifled through the pile of maps, notes, and reports. He stood with his arms folded behind his back, a single lamp burning on the desk. Sheathed in glass, the flame danced as breezes eddied through the tent where he stood alone. Was the flame alive? It ate. It moved on its own. You could smother it, so in a way it breathed. What was it to be alive? Could an idea live? A world without the Dark One. A world without evil. Rand turned back to the maps. What he saw impressed him. Elayne was preparing well. He had not attended the meetings planning each battle. His attention was directed to the north, toward Sheo Ghul, his destiny, his grave. He hated the way these battle maps, with notes for formations and groups, reduced men's lives to scribbles on a page, numbers and statistics. Oh, he admitted that the clarity, the distance, was essential for a battlefield commander. He hated it nonetheless. Here before him was a flame that lived, yet here were also men who were dead. Now that he could not lead the war himself, he hoped to stay away from maps such as this one. He knew seeing these preparations would make him grieve for the soldiers he could not save. A sudden chill ran across him, the hairs on his arms standing on end, a distant shiver halfway between excitement and terror. A woman was channeling. Rand raised his head and found Elayne frozen in the tent doorway.
"Light," she said. "Rand, what are you doing here? Are you trying to kill me with fright?"
He turned, settling his fingers on the battle maps, taking her in. Now here was life. Flushed cheeks, golden hair with a hint of honey and rose, eyes that burned like a bonfire. Her dress of crimson showed the swell of the children she bore. Light, she was beautiful.
"Rand al'Thor?" Elayne asked. "Are you going to talk to me, or do you wish to ogle me further?"
"If I can't ogle you, whom can I ogle?" Rand asked.
"Don't grin at me like that, farm boy," she said. "Sneaking into my tent? Really? What would people say?"
"They'd say that I wanted to see you. Besides, I didn't sneak in. The guards let me in." She folded her arms.
"They didn't tell me."
"I asked them not to."
"Then for all intents and purposes, you were sneaking."
Elayne brushed by him. She smelled wonderful.
"Honestly, as if Aviendha weren't enough."
"I didn't want the regular soldiers to see me," Rand said. "I worried it would disturb your camp. I asked the guards not to mention that I was here." He stepped up to her, resting his hand on her shoulder. "I had to see you again before."
"You saw me at Merrilor."
"Elayne."
"I'm sorry," she said, turning back to him. "I am happy to see you, and I am glad you came. I'm just trying to get into my head how you fit into all of this. How we fit into all of this."
"I don't know," Rand said. "I've never figured it out. I'm sorry." She sighed, sitting down in the chair beside her desk. "I suppose it is good to find there are some things you can't fix with a wave of your hand." "There is much I can't fix, Elaine." He glanced at the desk and the maps. "So much. Don't think about that." He knelt before her, getting a cocked eyebrow until he placed his hand on her belly, hesitantly at first. "I didn't know," he said. "Not until just recently, the night before the meeting. Twins, it is said?" "Yes." "So Tam will be a grandfather," Rand said. "And I will be..." How was a man supposed to react to this news? Was it supposed to shake him, upend him? Rand had been given his share of surprises in life. It seemed he could no longer take 2 steps without the world changing on him. But this wasn't a surprise. He found that deep down he'd hoped that someday he would be a father. It had happened. That gave him warmth. One thing was going right in the world, even if so many had gone wrong. Children. His children. He closed his eyes, breathing in, enjoying the thought. He would never know them. He would leave them fatherless before they were even born. But then Janduin had left Rand fatherless, and he had turned out all right. Just a few rough edges here and there. "What will you name them?" Rand asked. "If there is a boy, I've been thinking of naming him Rand." Rand let himself go still as he felt her womb. Was that motion? A kick? "No," Rand said softly. "Please do not name either child after me, Elaine. Let them live their own lives. My shadow will be long enough as it is." "Very well." He looked up to meet her eyes, and he found her smiling with fondness. She rested a smooth hand on his cheek. "You will be a fine father." "Elaine." "Not a word of it," she said, raising a finger. "No talk of death, of duty." "We cannot ignore what will happen." "We needn't dwell on it either," she said. "I taught you so much about being a monarch, Rand. I seem to have forgotten one lesson. It is all right to plan for the worst possibilities, but you must not bask in them. You must not fixate on them. A queen must have hope before all else." "I do hope," Rand said. "I hope for the world, for you, for everyone who must fight. That does not change the fact that I have accepted my own death." "Enough," she said. "No more talk of this. Tonight I will have a quiet dinner with the man I love." Rand sighed, but rose, seating himself in the chair beside hers as she called to the guards at the tent flap for their meal. "Can we at least discuss tactics?" Rand asked. "I'm truly impressed by what you've done here. I don't think I could have done a better job." "The great captains did most of it." "I saw your annotations," Rand said. "Bashir and the others are wonderful generals, geniuses even. But they think only of their specific battles. Someone needs to coordinate them, and you are doing that marvelously. You have a head for this." "No, I don't," Elaine said. "What I do have is a lifetime spent as the daughter heir of Andor, being trained for wars that might come. Thank General Bryn and my mother for what you see in me. Did you find anything in my notes that you would change?" "There is more than 150 miles between Caemlyn and Brame Wood, where you plan to ambush the Shadow," Rand noted. "That's risky. What if your forces get overrun before they reach the wood?" "Everything depends on them beating the Trollocs to the wood. Our harrying forces will be using the strongest, fastest mounts available. It will be a grueling race, there's no question, and the horses will be near death by the time they reach the wood. But we are hoping that the Trollocs will be the worse for wear by then as well, which should make our job easier." They talked tactics, and evening became night. Servants arrived with dinner, broth and wild boar. Rand had wished to keep his presence in the camp quiet, but there was nothing for that now that the servants knew. He settled himself to dine and let himself flow into the conversation with Elaine. Which battlefield was in the most danger? Which of the great captains should she champion when they disagreed? Which they often did. How would this all work with Rand's army, which still waited for the right time to attack Shale Ghul? The conversation reminded him of their time in Tyr, stealing hidden kisses in the stone between sessions of political training. Rand had fallen in love with her during those days. Real love. Not the admiration of a boy falling off a wall looking at a princess. Back then he hadn't understood love any more than a farm boy swinging a sword understood war. Their love was born of the things they shared. With Elaine he could speak of politics and the burden of rule. She understood. She truly did, better than anyone he knew. She knew what it was to make decisions that changed the lives of thousands. She understood what it was to be owned by the people of a nation. Rand found it remarkable that, though they had often been apart, their connection held. In fact, it felt even stronger, now that Elaine was queen, now that they shared the children growing within her.
"You wince,"
Elaine said. Rand looked up from his broth. Elaine's dinner was half finished. He had been making her speak a great deal. She seemed through anyway and held a warm cup of tea. "I what?" Rand asked.
"You wince. When I mentioned the contingents fighting for Andor, you flinched just a little."
It was not surprising, she had noticed. Elaine had been the one to teach him to watch for minor tells in the expressions of those with whom he spoke. "All of these people fight under my name," Rand said. "So many people I do not even know will die for me."
"That has ever been the burden of a ruler at war."
"I should be able to protect them," Rand said.
"If you think you can protect everyone, Rand al'Thor, you are far less wise than you pretend."
He looked at her, meeting her eyes. "I don't believe I can, but their deaths weigh on me. I feel as if I should be able to do more, now that I remember. He tried to break me, and he failed."
"Is that what happened that day atop Dragonmount?"
He hadn't spoken of it to anyone. He pulled his seat closer to hers. "Up there, I realized that I had been thinking too much on strength. I wanted to be hard, so hard. And driving myself so I risked losing the ability to care. That was wrong. For me to win, I must care. That unfortunately means I must allow myself pain at their deaths."
"And you remember Lews Therin now?" she whispered. "Everything he knew? That is not just an air you put on?"
"I am him. I always was. I remember it now." Elaine breathed out, eyes widening.
"What an advantage!"
Of all the people he had told that to, only she had responded in such a way. What a wonderful woman. "I have all this knowledge, yet it doesn't tell me what to do." He stood up, pacing. "I should be able to fix it, Elaine. No more should need to die for me. This is my fight. Why must everyone else go through such suffering?"
"You deny us the right to fight," she said, sitting up straight.
"No, of course not," Rand said. "I could deny you nothing. I just wished that somehow I could make this all stop. Shouldn't my sacrifice be enough?" She stood, taking his arm. He turned to her. Then she kissed him.
"I love you," she said. "You are a king. But if you would try to deny the good people of Andor the right to defend themselves, the right to stand in the last battle?"
Her eyes flared, her cheeks flushed. Light. His comments had truly made her angry. He never quite knew what she was going to say or do, and that excited him. Like the excitement of watching night flowers, knowing that what was to come would be beautiful, but never knowing the exact form that beauty would take. "I said I wouldn't deny you the right to fight," Rand said. It's about more than just me, Rand. It's about everyone. Can you understand that? I suppose that I can. Good. Elaine settled back down and took a sip of her tea, then grimaced. It's gone bad? Rand asked. Yes, but I'm used to it. Still, it's almost worse than drinking nothing at all with how spoiled everything is. Rand walked to her and took the cup from her fingers. He held it for a moment, but did not channel. I brought you something. I forgot to mention it. Tea? No. This is just an aside. He handed the cup back to her and she took a sip. Her eyes widened. It's wonderful. How do you do it? I don't, Rand said, sitting. The pattern does. But I'm ta'veren, Rand said. Things happen around me. Unpredictable things. For the longest time there was a balance. In one town, someone would discover a great treasure unexpectedly under the stairs. And the next I visited, people would discover that their coins were fakes, passed to them by a clever counterfeiter. People died in terrible ways. Others were saved by a miracle of chance. Deaths and births, marriages and divisions. I once saw a feather drift down from the sky and fall point first into the mud, so it stuck there. The next 10 that fell did the same thing. It was all random. 2 sides to a flipping coin. This tea is not random. Yes, it is, Rand said. But you see, I get only one side of the coin these days. Someone else is doing the bad. The Dark One injects horrors into the world, causing death, evil, madness. But the pattern is balance. So it works through me to provide the other side. The harder the Dark One works, the more powerful the effect around me becomes. The growing grass, Elaine said. The splitting clouds. The food unspoiled? Yes. Well, some other tricks helped on occasion, but he didn't mention them. He fished in his pocket for a small pouch. If what you say is true, Elaine replied, then there can never be good in the world. Of course there can. Will the pattern not balance it out? He hesitated. That line of reasoning cut too close to the way he had begun thinking before Dragonmount. That he had no options. That his life was planned for him. So long as we care, Rand said, there can be good. The pattern is not about emotions. It is not even about good or evil. The Dark One is a force from outside of it, influencing it by force. And Rand would end that, if he could. Here, Rand said. The gift I mentioned. He pushed the pouch toward her. She looked at him, curious. She untied the strings and took from it a small statue of a woman. She stood upright, with a shawl about her shoulders, though she did not look like an Aes Sedai. She had a mature face, aged and wise, with a wise look about her and a smile on her face. An Angreal? Elaine asked. No. A seed. A seed? You have the talent of creating tir'angreal, Rand said. Creating Angreal requires a different process. It begins with one of these, an object created to draw your power and instill it into something else. It takes time and will weaken you for several months, so you should not attempt it while we are at war. But when I found it, forgotten, I thought of you. I had wondered what I could give you. Oh, Rand, I have something for you as well. She hurried over to an ivory jewelry chest that rested on a camp table and took a small object from it. It was a dagger with a short, dull blade and a handle made of deer horn wrapped in gold wire. Rand glanced at the dagger quizzically. No offense, but that looks like a poor weapon, Elaine. It's a tir'angreal, something that may be of use when you go to Shale Ghul. With it, the shadow cannot see you. She reached up to touch his face. He placed a hand on hers. They stayed together long into the night. Chapter 10. The Use of Dragons. Perrin rode Stayer, light cavalry from Elaine's forces following behind him. White Cloaks, Mayenners, Gildanon, joined by some of the Band of the Red Hand. Only a fraction of their armies. That was the point. They swept along diagonally toward the Trollocs camped outside of Caemlyn. The city still smoldered. Elaine's plan with the oil had driven the creatures out, for the most part, but some still held the walls above.
"Archers!"
Arganda yelled.
"Loose!"
His voice would be lost to most in the roar of the charge, the snorting of horses, the gallop of hooves. Enough would hear to start shooting, and the rest knew what to do anyway. Perrin leaned low, hoping his hammer would not be needed on this sortie. They charged past the Trollocs, sweeping in front of them, launching arrows. Then they turned away from the city. Perrin glanced over his shoulder as he rode, and he was rewarded with the sight of Trollocs falling. The band followed after Perrin's cavalry, getting close enough to launch arrows. Trolloc arrows followed, thick and black, almost like spears, loosed from enormous bows. Some of Perrin's riders fell, but his attack had been swift. The Trollocs didn't break from their position outside the city walls. The riders slowed, Arganda coming up beside Perrin, watching over his shoulder.
"They still aren't charging,"
Arganda said.
"Then we'll hit them again and again," Perrin said, "until they break."
"Our attacks are continuing, Your Majesty," the messenger said, riding through a gateway made by a pair of kinswomen to where Elaine had her camp in the wood. "Lord Goldeneyes sends word. They'll continue through the day if need be." She nodded, and the messenger rode back the way he had come. Brame Wood slumbered, trees bare, as if in winter.
"It takes too much work to relay information back and forth to me," Elaine said with dissatisfaction. "I wish we could have made those ter'angreal work. Avienda said that one let you see over distance and another talk that way. But wish and want trip the feet, as Lini says. Still, if I could see the fighting with my own eyes—" Birgitta said nothing. Eyes forward, the golden-haired warder gave no sign at all that she'd heard the comment. "After all," Elaine said, "I can defend myself, as I have proven on a number of occasions." No response. The two horses walked softly beside one another, hooves on soft earth. The camp around them had been designed to be broken down and moved on the run. The soldiers' tents were canvas tarps set over ropes pulled tight between trees. The only travel furniture was that of her own pavilion and the battle pavilion. The kinswomen had one group ready with gateways to move Elaine and her commanders further into the woods. Most of her forces waited at the ready, like a taut bow with the arrow nocked. She would not engage the Trollocs on their terms, however. By report, some of their fists still topped the city walls, and attacking directly would be a disaster, with them raining death on her from above. She would draw them out. If that required patience, so be it. "I've decided," Elaine continued to Birgitta. "I'll just hop through a gateway to take a look at the Trolloc army myself, from a safe distance. I could—" Birgitta reached beneath her shirt and removed the fox head medallion she wore, one of the 3 imperfect copies Elaine had made. Matt had the original and a copy. Mellar had escaped with the other copy. "You try anything like that," Birgitta said, eyes still forward, "and I'll throw you over my bloody shoulder like a drunken man with a barmaid on a rowdy night and carry you back to camp. Light help me, I'll do it, Elaine." Elaine frowned. "Remind me why exactly I gave you one of those medallions?" "I'm not sure," Birgitta said. "It showed remarkable foresight and an actual sense of self-preservation. Completely unlike you. I hardly think that is fair, Birgitte. I know. It is extremely unfair for me to have to deal with you. I wasn't certain you'd noticed. Are all young Aes Sedai as reckless as you are? Or did I just end up with the pick of this particular litter? Stop whining, Elaine muttered, maintaining a smile and a nod for the men who saluted as she passed. I'm beginning to wish I had a tower-trained warder. Then at least I wouldn't hear so much sauce. Birgitte laughed. I don't think you understand warders half as well as you think you do, Elaine. Elaine let the matter die as they passed the traveling ground, where Sumeko and the other kinswomen were shuttling messengers back and forth from the battlefields. For now, Elaine's agreement with them held. In her dress pocket, Elaine carried Egwene's, the Amyrlin seat's, official reply regarding the kin and what Elaine had done. Elaine could almost sense heat radiating from the letter, but it was hidden behind official language and an agreement that now wasn't the time to worry about such things. Elaine would have to do more work there. Egwene would eventually see the logic of letting the kinswomen work in Andor, beneath Elaine's supervision. Just beyond the traveling ground, she noticed a tired-looking Shienaran accepting a water skin from one of the Two Rivers men. The top-knotted man had an eye patch and familiar features. "Uno?" Elaine asked with a shock, pulling Moonshadow to a halt. He started, nearly spilling water over himself as he drank. "Elaine?" he asked, wiping his brow with his sleeve. "I'd heard that you're the queen now. I guess that's what should have happened with you being the bloody daughter heir. Sorry, the daughter heir. Not bloody at all." The Shienaran man grimaced. "You can swear all you want, Uno," Elaine said dryly. "Nynaeve isn't around. What are you doing here?" "The Amyrlin," he said. "She flaming wanted a messenger and I was bloody chosen. Already gave Egwene's bloody report to your commanders for all the bloody good it will do. We've set up our flaming battle positions and started scouting out Kandor, and the place is a bloody mess. You want details?" Elaine smiled. "I'll hear the report from my commanders, Uno," she said. "Have a rest. And go have a flaming bath, you son of a shepherd's boil." Uno blew a mouthful of water out at the comment. Elaine smiled. She'd heard that last curse from a soldier just the day before, and still didn't know why it was considered to be so vile. It had the proper effect. No flaming bath for me," Uno said. Your Majesty, I've had my 5 minutes of rest. The Trollocs could attack soon up in bloody Kandor, and I won't have the others fighting without me." He saluted her, hand across chest, and bowed before hurrying back toward the traveling ground. "Pity," Birgitte said. "He was a good drinking companion. I'd have liked him to stay for a little while." Through the bond, Egwene felt a different reaction from her as she watched Uno's backside. Elaine blushed. "There's no time for that now. Either of those things." "Just looking," Birgitte said innocently. "I suppose we should go listen to the reports from the other battlefields." "We should," Elaine said firmly. Birgitte didn't voice her annoyance, but Elaine could feel it. Birgitte hated battle planning, something Elaine found odd in a woman who had fought in thousands of battles, a hero who had saved countless lives during some of the great moments in history. They came to the battle pavilion, one of the few full-sized tents the army carried. Inside, she found Bashir conferring with several of the commanders. Abel Cawthon, Galen, and Trom, second in command of the White Cloaks. Galad himself, like Perrin, was with the harrying forces at Caemlyn. Elaine found Trom surprisingly agreeable, much more so than Galad himself. "Well?" she asked. "Your Majesty, Trom said, bowing. He didn't like the fact that she was Aes Sedai, but he hid it well. The others in the room saluted, though Bashir gave merely a friendly wave, then pointed at their battle maps.
"Reports from all fronts are in," Bashir said. "Refugees from Kandor are flocking to the Amyrlin and her soldiers, and that includes a fair number of fighting men. House soldier or merchant guards, for the most part. Lord Ituralda's forces still await the Lord Dragon before moving on Shayol Ghul."
Bashir knuckled his mustache.
"Once they move into that valley, there won't be any retreat available."
"And the Borderlander army?" Elaine asked.
"Holding,"
Bashir said, pointing to another map showing Shinar. Elaine wondered idly if Uno wished he were fighting with the rest of his people at the Gap.
"Last messenger said they feared being overwhelmed, and were considering a controlled retreat."
Elaine frowned. "Are things so bad there? They were supposed to hold until I could finish the Trollocs in Andor and join them. That was the plan."
"It was,"
Bashir agreed. "You're going to tell me that a plan in warfare lasts only until the first sword is drawn?" Elaine said. "Or maybe until the first arrow falls?"
"First lance is raised,"
Bashir said under his breath. "I realize that," Elaine said, stabbing a finger at the map. "But I also know that Lord Agelmar is a good enough general to hold a pack of Trollocs, especially with the Borderlander armies there to back him up."
"They are holding for now," Bashir said, "but they're still being mightily pressed."
He held up a hand to her objection.
"I know you're worried about a retreat, but I counsel that you shouldn't try to overrule Agelmar. He deserves his reputation as a great captain, and he's there while we are far away. He will know what to do."
She took a deep breath. "Yes, you are right. Do see if Egwene can send him any troops. Meanwhile, we need to win our battle here quickly. Fighting on 4 fronts was going to drain resources quickly." Elaine had not only familiar terrain to fight on, but also the best odds. If the other armies could hold steady while she obliterated the Trollocs in Andor, she could join Lan and Agelmar and turn the Gap from a stalemate into a victory. From there, she could reinforce Egwene and reclaim Kandor. Elaine's army was the linchpin of the entire operation. If she didn't win in Andor, the other armies would have no eventual reinforcement. Lan and Ituralda would waste away, losing wars of attrition. Egwene might have a chance, depending on what the Shadow hurled her direction. Elaine didn't want to find out. "We need the Trollocs to charge us," she said. "Now." Bashir nodded. "Step up the harrying," Elaine said. "Hit them with constant waves of arrows. Make it clear that if they don't charge, we're going to wear them down to nothing."
"And if they just retreat back into the city?" Trom asked. "The fires are dying down."
"Then, like it or not, we'll bring those dragons in to start leveling Caemlyn. We cannot wait any longer."
Andral struggled to stay awake. The drink they had given him, it made him drowsy. What was the purpose of that? Something to do with channeling, Andral thought in a daze. The one power was lost to him, though there was no shield. What kind of drink could do that to a man? Poor Amarin lay weeping in his bonds. They had not managed to turn him yet, but as the hours wore on, he seemed closer and closer to breaking. Andral stretched, twisting his head. He could barely make out the 13 men Taim had been using for the process. They slumped as they sat around a table in the dim room. They were exhausted. Andral remembered Taim yelling the day before. He railed against the men, claiming their work went too slowly. They had expended much strength on the first men and women they'd turned, and now they were apparently having a more difficult time. Pevara slept. The tea had knocked her out. They'd given it to Andral after her, but almost as an afterthought. They seemed to forget about him much of the time. Taim had actually been angry when he'd found his minions had given the tea to Bavara. He'd wanted to turn her next, apparently, and the process required the victim to be able to channel.
"Release me!"
Andral twisted at the new voice. Eborz and Mishrael pulled someone in through the door, a short woman with coppery skin. Tovann was one of the Aes Sedai that Loghain had bonded. Nearby, Loghain, eyes closed, looking as if he'd been beaten by a mob of angry men, stirred.
"What are you doing?"
Tovann demanded.
"Light,
She cut off as Eborz gagged her. The thick-browed man was one of those who had gone to Taim willingly, during the days before turning had begun. Andral tried, thoughts still cloudy, to pull his hands free from the bonds. The ropes were bound more tightly. That was right. Evan had noticed the bonds and retied them. He felt so helpless, useless. He hated that feeling. If there was one thing Andral had dedicated his life to, it was to never being useless, always knowing something about the situation. "Turn her next," Taim's voice said. Andral twisted, craning his neck. Taim sat at the table. He liked to be there for the turnings, but he wasn't watching Tovann. He fondled something in his hands. Some kind of disc. He stood up suddenly, tucking the object into a pouch at his waist. "The others complain about exhaustion from so much turning. Well, if they turn this one, she can join their ranks and lend her strength. Mishrael, you come with me. It's time." Mishrael and several others joined Taim. They'd been standing where Andral couldn't see them. Taim stalked toward the door. "I want that woman turned by the time I get back," he said. Lan galloped across the rocky ground, riding toward the gap for what seemed like the 100th time, though he had been fighting here less than a week. Prince Kaisel and King Isar fell in beside him, riding hard. "What is it, Daishan?" Kaisel yelled. "Another attack? I did not see the emergency signal." Lan leaned down grimly in the dusk, bonfires made of carcasses and wood blazing to either side of him as he led the charge of several hundred Melchieri. Burning carcasses was difficult, but not only did they need the light, they wanted to deny the Trollocs some meals. Lan heard something ahead, something that horrified him, something he had been dreading. Explosions. The distant eruptions sounded like boulders crashing against one another. Each one made the air shake.
"Light!"
Queen Atheniella of Kandor joined them, galloping on her white gelding. She yelled to him, "Is that what I think it is?" Lan nodded. Enemy channelers. Atheniella called back to her retinue, yelling something he did not catch. She was a plump woman, somewhat matronly for a borderlander. Her retinue included Lord Baldere, her sword-bearer, and the grizzled Kallian Ramsin, her new husband. They approached the gap, where warriors fought to keep the beasts contained. A group of Kandori riders, near the bonfires at the front, were suddenly thrown into the air.
"Lord Mandragoran!"
A figure in a black coat waved to them. Narishma hurried up, his Aes Sedai accompanying him. Lan always had one channeler at the front lines, but had given them orders not to fight. He needed them fresh for emergencies. Like this one.
"Channeling?"
Lan asked, slowing Mandarb.
"Dreadlords, Daishan,"
Narishma said, panting.
"Maybe as many as 24. 20 or more channelers,"
Agilmar said.
"They'll cut through us like a sword through a spring lamb."
Lan looked across the bitter landscape, once his homeland. A homeland he'd never known. He would have to abandon Melchior. Admitting it felt like a knife twisting inside him, but he would do it.
"You have your retreat, Lord Agilmar,"
Lan said.
"Narishma, can you channelers do anything?"
"We can try to cut their weaves from the air if we ride up close enough," Narishma said. "But that will be hard, perhaps impossible, with them using just ribbons of fire and earth. Besides, with so many on their side, well, they'll target us. I fear we would be cut down." A nearby blast rocked the earth, and Mandar reared, nearly throwing Lan to the ground. Lan fought the horse, nearly blind from the flash of light.
Tashan!
Narishma's voice. Lan blinked tears from his eyes.
Go to Queen Elaine,
Lan bellowed.
Bring back channelers to cover our retreat. We'll be cut to ribbons without them. Go, man!
Agilmar was yelling the retreat, bringing forward archers to target the channelers and drive them beneath cover. Lan unsheathed his sword, galloping to bring the horsemen back.
Light protect us,
Lan thought, yelling himself ragged and salvaging what he could of his cavalry. The gap was lost.
Elaine waited nervously just inside Brame Wood. It was an old forest, the type that seemed to have a soul of its own. The ancient trees were its gnarled fingers, reaching out of the earth to feel the wind. It was difficult not to feel tiny in a wood like Brame. Though many of the trees were bare, Elaine could feel 1,000 eyes watching her from the depths of the forest. She found herself thinking of the stories told to her as a child, stories of the wood being full of brigands, some goodly, others with hearts as twisted as those of dark friends. In fact, Elaine thought, remembering one of the stories, she turned to Birgitta. Didn't you once lead a band of thieves out of this forest? Birgitta grimaced. I was hoping you hadn't heard that one. You robbed the Queen of Aldashar, Elaine said. I was very polite about it, Birgitta said. She wasn't a good queen. Many claimed she wasn't the rightful one. It's the principle. That's exactly why I did it. Birgitta frowned. At least, I think it was. Elaine didn't push the topic any farther. Birgitta always grew anxious when reminded that her memories of past lives were fading. At times, she had no recollection of her past lives at all. At other times, certain incidents would come flooding back to her, only to disappear the next moment. Elaine led the rear guard, which would in theory do the bulk of the damage to the enemy. Dry leaves crunched as a winded messenger arrived from the traveling ground. I've come from Caemlyn, Your Majesty, the woman said with a bobbing bow from her mount. Lord Ebara has successfully engaged the Trollocs. They are on their way. Light, they took the bait, Elaine said. Now we make our preparations. Go get some rest. You'll be needing all your strength soon enough. The messenger nodded, galloping away. Elaine relayed the latest news to Talmanes, the Aiel, and Tam al-Thor. As Elaine heard something in the forest, she raised a hand, stopping a guardswoman's report. Moonshadow danced forward, anxious, past the men who crouched in the underbrush around Elaine. No one spoke. The soldiers barely seemed to be drawing breath. Elaine embraced the source. Power flooded her, and with it the sweetness of a world expanded. The dying wood seemed more colorful within the embrace of Saidar. Yes, there was something climbing over the hills in the near distance. Her soldiers, thousands of them, whipping at horses past the point of exhaustion, were fast approaching the wood. Elaine raised her spyglass to make out the twisting mass of Trollocs, chasing behind like black waves flooding onto an already shadowed land. Finally, Elaine exclaimed, Archers, to the front! The Two Rivers men scrambled out of the woods before her, forming up just inside the tree line. They were one of the smallest forces in her army, but if reports on their prowess weren't exaggerations, they'd be as useful as an ordinary force of archers 3 times their size. A few of the younger men began knocking arrows to bows. Hold! Elaine yelled. Those are our men coming toward you. Tam and his leaders repeated the order. The men lowered their bows nervously. Your Majesty, Tam said, stepping up to her horse. The lads can hit them at this range. Our soldiers are still too close, Elaine said. We need to wait for them to break to the sides. Pardon, my lady, Tam said, but no Two Rivers man would miss a shot like this. Those riders are safe, and the Trollocs have bows of their own. He was right on that last count. Some of the Trollocs were pausing in their pursuit long enough to draw their massive blackwood bows. Perrin's men were riding with their backs exposed, and more than a few had dark-fletched arrows protruding from their limbs or their horses. "Loose!" Elaine said. "Archers! Loose!" Birgitte relayed the orders as she rode down the line. Tam barked orders to those nearby. Elaine lowered the spyglass as a breeze blew through the forest, crackling dried leaves, rattling skeletal branches. The Two Rivers men drew. Light. Could they really shoot that far and still be accurate? The Trollocs were hundreds of paces away. Arrows flew high, like hawks breaking from their roosts. She'd heard Rand brag about his bow, and she'd seen a Two Rivers longbow used on occasion. But this, so many arrows climbing into the air with incredible precision. The arrows arced and dropped, not a one falling too short. They rained onto the Trolloc ranks, especially on the Trolloc archers. A few straggling Trolloc arrows returned, but the Two Rivers men had handily broken up their lines. "That's some fine archery," Birgitte said, riding back up. "Fine indeed." The Two Rivers men loosed more volleys in quick succession as Perrin's riders entered the forest. "Crossbowmen," Elaine ordered, drawing her sword and raising it high. "Forward! The Legion of the Dragon!" The Two Rivers men fell back into the trees, and the crossbowmen came out. She had 2 full banners of them from the Legion of the Dragon, and Bashir had drilled them well. They formed 3 ranks, one standing at a time to loose, while the others reloaded while kneeling. The death they sent at the Trollocs hit like a crashing wave, driving a tremble through the advancing army, thousands falling dead. Elaine leveled her sword at the Trollocs. The Two Rivers men had climbed the branches of the first line of trees and were loosing arrows from them. The men weren't nearly as accurate from the precarious perches, but they didn't need to be. The Trollocs faced death from the front and from above, and the creatures began to stumble over their dead. "Come on," Elaine thought. The Trollocs advanced, forcing their way toward the archers. A large contingent of Trollocs broke off from the advance and headed to the east. The roadway that bordered Brame Wood was that way, and it would make sense for the Trollocs to seize it, then push along it to surround Elaine's forces. Or so the Fades would think. "Fall back into the wood," Elaine said, waving the sword. "Hurry!" The crossbowmen each loosed one more bolt, then melted into the forest, pushing through the underbrush. The Two Rivers men dropped to the ground, then moved carefully through the trees. Elaine turned and rode in at a cautious trot. A short distance into the forest, she reached a banner of Aliandra's Gildanin standing in ranks, with pikes and halberds. "Be sure to fall back as soon as they hit," Elaine yelled to them. "We want to draw them deeper." Deeper into the forest, where the Siswayaman awaited their arrival. The soldiers nodded. Elaine passed Aliandra herself, sitting her horse with a small guard surrounding her. The dark-haired queen did a horseback curtsy to Elaine. Her men had wanted their queen to join Berelain at Mayenne's hospital, but Aliandra had refused. Perhaps seeing Elaine lead her troops directly had spurred the woman's decision. Elaine left them behind as the first Trollocs hit the wood, grunting and yelling. They'd have a difficult time fighting in the forest. The humans could use the forest cover far more effectively, ambushing the huge Trollocs barreling through the woods, skewering and hamstringing them from behind. Mobile forces of bowmen and crossbowmen could shoot from cover. If they did it right,
The Trollocs wouldn't even know which direction the arrows were coming from. As Elaine led her Queen's Guard toward the roadway, she heard distant explosions and screams from Trollocs. The slingmen were tossing Eludra's explosive roar sticks at the Trollocs through the trees. Flashes of light reflected off dim tree trunks. Elaine reached the roadway just in time to see the Trollocs, led by several Myrddraal in deep black cloaks, come pouring onto it. They could quickly flank Elaine's force, but the band of the Red Hand had already set up the dragons on the road. Talmanes stood with hands clasped behind his back, atop a pile of boxes, overlooking his force. The banner of the Red Hand flapped behind him, a bloody palm stamped on a field of red-fringed white, with Eludra yelling out measurements, aiming instructions, and the occasional curse at dragoners making mistakes or moving too slowly. Arrayed in front of Talmanes were the dragons, nearly 100 of them, strung across the broad roadway in 4 ranks, spilling out into the fields around the roadway here. Elaine was too far away to hear him give the order to fire. That was perhaps a good thing, for the thunder that followed shook her as if Dragonmount itself had decided to erupt. Moonshadow bucked, neighing, and Elaine had to fight to keep the animal from tossing her on her backside. In the end, she plugged the horse's ears with a weave of air as the dragoners rolled their weapons to the side and let the second rank open fire. Elaine plugged her own ears as she calmed Moonshadow. Birgitte continued fighting her own terrified mount, eventually leaping free, but Elaine paid little attention. She peered through the smoke that choked the roadway. The third line of dragons was rolling up to fire. Despite having her ears plugged, she could feel the blast jolt the ground, shake the trees. The fourth round followed, rattling her to the bones. Elaine breathed in and out, stilling her heart, waiting for the smoke to clear. First, she made out Talmanes, standing tall. The first line of dragons had rolled back into place, reloaded. The other 3 ranks were hastily doing their own reloads, slipping powder and the large metal spheres into place. A strong breeze from the west cleared the smoke enough for her to see. Elaine gasped softly. Thousands of Trollocs lay in smoldering pieces, many blown off the road completely. Arms, legs, strands of coarse hair, pieces lay scattered amid holes in the ground fully 2 paces wide. Where there had once been many thousands of Trollocs, only blood, broken bones, and smoke remained. Many of the trees had been shattered into splintered trunks. Of the Myrddraal that had been at the front, there was no sign at all. The dragoners lowered their flame sticks, not firing their reloaded rounds. A few surviving Trollocs near the back scrambled away into the forest. Elaine looked at Birgitte and grinned. The warder looked on, solemn, while several guardswomen ran to chase down her horse. "Well?" Elaine asked, unstopping her ears. "I think," Birgitte said, "those things are messy and imprecise and bloody effective." "Yes," Elaine said proudly. Birgitte shook her head. Her horse was returned to her and she remounted. "I used to think that a man and his bow were the most dangerous combination this land would ever know, Elaine. Now, as if it weren't bad enough that men channel openly and the Seanchan use channelers in combat, we have those things. I don't like the way this is going. If any boy with a tube of metal can destroy an entire army—" "Don't you see?" Elaine said. "There won't be war anymore. We win this, and there will be peace, as Rand intends. Nobody but Trollocs would go into battle knowing they face weapons like these." "Perhaps," Birgitte said. She shook her head. "Maybe I have less faith in the wisdom of people than you do.
Elaine sniffed, raising her sword to Talmanes, who drew his and raised it back. The first step in destroying this Trolloc army had been taken. Chapter 11. Just another sellsword. I realize there have been disagreements between us in the past, Adalorna Bastine said, riding beside Egwene as they passed through camp. Adalorna was a slim, regal woman. Her tilted eyes and dark hair bespoke her Saldean heritage. I would not have you consider us enemies. I have not, Egwene said carefully, and do not. She did not ask what Adalorna meant by using the word us. She was green, and Egwene had suspected for a time that she was the Captain General, the name the Greens gave to the head of their Ajah. That is well, Adalorna said. Some within the Ajah have acted in foolishness. They have been informed of their mistakes. You will find no further resistance from those who should have loved you best, Mother. Whatever has passed, let it be buried. Let it be buried, Egwene agreed, amused. Now, she thought, after all of this, the Greens try to claim me? Well, she would use them. She'd been worried that her relationship with them was beyond repair. Choosing Silviana as her keeper had made many determined to treat her as an enemy. Egwene had heard whispers that many thought she would have chosen the Red as her Ajah, despite the fact that she not only had a warder but had married him. If I may ask, Egwene said, is there a particular incident which has brought about this bridge across our difficulties? Some are willfully ignorant of what you did during the Seanchan invasion, Mother, Adalorna said. You proved to have the spirit of a warrior, of a general. This is something the Green Ajah must not ignore. Indeed, we must embrace it as an example. So it has been decided, and so those who lead the Ajah have spoken. Adalorna met Egwene's eyes, then bowed her head. The implication was obvious. Adalorna was the head of the Green Ajah. To speak it outright would not be appropriate, but to give Egwene this knowledge was to give a measure of trust and respect. If you had truly been raised from us, the action said, you would have known who led us, you would have known our secrets. I give them to you. There was also gratitude to the motion. Egwene had saved Adalorna's life during the Seanchan assault of the White Tower. The Amyrlin was of no Ajah, and Egwene actually expressed this virtue more than any before her, for she never had belonged to an Ajah. Still, this gesture was moving. She rested her hand on Adalorna's arm in thanks, then gave her leave to depart. Gawain, Silviana, and Lylewyn rode off to the side, where Egwene had sent them after Adalorna asked for a private word. That Seanchan. Egwene vacillated between keeping her close to watch her and sending her far, far away. Lylewyn's information about the Seanchan had been useful. So far as she could determine, Lylewyn had told her the exact truth. For now, Egwene kept her close, if only because she frequently thought of more questions about the Seanchan. Lylewyn acted more like a bodyguard than a prisoner, as if Egwene would trust her safety to one of the Seanchan. She shook her head, riding among the gathered tents and campfires of the army. Most were empty, as Bryn had the men forming battle lines. He expected the Trolloc approach within the hour. Egwene found Bryn calmly organizing his maps and papers in a tent near the center of the camp. Yukiri was there, arms folded. Egwene dismounted and went in. Bryn looked up sharply. "Mother!" he exclaimed, causing her to freeze. She looked down. There was a hole in the floor of the tent,
and she had nearly stepped into it. It was a gateway. The other side appeared to open into the air itself, looking down on the Trolloc army, which was crossing the hills. The recent week had involved many skirmishes, with Egwene's archers and riders slaughtering Trollocs who marched in force toward the hills and the border into Arafel. Egwene peered through this gateway in the floor. It was high up, well outside of bow range, but looking down through it at the Trollocs made her dizzy. "I'm not sure if this is brilliant," she said to Bryn, "or incredibly foolhardy." Bryn smiled, turning back to his maps. "Winning wars is about information, Mother. If I can see exactly what they are doing, where they are trying to envelop us, and how they are bringing in reserves, I can prepare. This is better than a battle tower. I should have thought of it ages ago." "The Shadow has dreadlords who can channel, General," Egwene said. "Peeking through this gateway could get you burned to a crisp. That's not to mention Drakkar. If a flock of them tried to fly through this—" "Drakkar are shadow spawn," Bryn said. "I've been told that they die passing through the gateway." "I guess that's true," Egwene said. "But you'd have a flock of dead Drakkar in here. Regardless, channelers can still attack through it." "I will take that chance. The advantage offered is incredible." "I'd still rather you use scouts to look through the gateway," Egwene said. "Not your own eyes. You are a resource, one of our most valuable. Risks are unavoidable, but please take care to minimize them." "Yes, Mother," he said. She inspected the weaves, then eyed Yukiri. "I volunteered, Mother," Yukiri said before Egwene could ask how a sitter ended up doing simple gateway duty. "He sent to us, asking if forming a gateway like this, horizontal instead of vertical, was possible. I thought it an interesting puzzle." She was not surprised he had sent to the Greys. There was a growing sentiment among them that, just as the Yellows specialized in healing weaves, and the Greens specialized in battle weaves, the Greys should take particular interest in weaves for traveling. They seemed to consider travel part of their calling as mediators and ambassadors. "Can you show me our own lines?" Egwene asked. "Certainly, Mother," Yukiri said, closing the gateway. She opened another, letting Egwene look down on the battle lines of her army as they formed up in defensive positions on the hills. This was more efficient than maps. No map could completely convey the lay of the land, the way that troops moved. Egwene felt as if she were looking at an exact replica of the landscape in miniature. Vertigo hit her suddenly. She was standing at the edge of a drop of hundreds of feet. Her mind reeled, and she stepped back, taking a deep breath. "You need to put a rope up around this thing," Egwene said. "Someone could step right off. Or pitch head first while staring down." Bryn grunted. "I sent Siuan for something like that." He hesitated. "She didn't much like being sent, though, so she might come back with something completely useless." "I keep wondering," Yukiri said. "Shouldn't there be a way to create a gateway like this, but make it so it can only let light through? Like a window. You could stand on it and look down without fearing that you could slip through. With the right weaves, you might be able to make it invisible from the other side." "Stand on it? Light! You'd have to be mad." "Lord Bryn," Egwene said, "your battle lines seem very solid." "Thank you, Mother." "They're also lacking." Bryn raised his head. Other men might have risen to the challenge, but he did not. Perhaps it was all of that practice in dealing with Morghese. "How so?" "You form up the troops as usual," Egwene said. "Archers at the front and on the hills to slow the enemy advance. Heavy cavalry to charge and hit, then withdraw. Pikes to hold the line, light cavalry to protect our flanks and keep us from being surrounded. The soundest battle strategies are often those that are time-tested, Bryn said. We may have a large force, with all of those dragons sworn, but we're still outnumbered. We can't be more aggressive than I've been here. Yes, you can be, Egwene said calmly. She met his eyes. This is unlike any battle you've ever fought, and your army is not like any you've ever led, General. You have a major advantage that you are not taking into account. You mean the Aes Sedai? Bloody right I do, she thought. Light. She'd been spending too much time around Elaine. I did account for you, Mother, Bryn said. I had planned for the Aes Sedai to be a reserve force to aid companies in disengaging so we can rotate in fresh troops. Pardon, Lord Bryn, Egwene said. Your plans are wise, and certainly some of the Aes Sedai should be used that way. However, the White Tower did not prepare and train for thousands of years to sit out the last battle as a reserve force. Bryn nodded, slipping a new set of documents out from underneath his pile. I did consider other more dynamic possibilities, but I did not want to overstep my authority. He handed her the documents. Egwene scanned them, raising an eyebrow. Then she smiled.
Mat had not remembered so many tinkers around Ebu Dar. Brilliantly colored wagons grew like vibrant mushrooms on an otherwise dun field. There were enough of them to make a bloody city. A city of tinkers? That would be like a city of Aiel. It was just wrong. Mat trotted Pips along the roadway. Of course, there was an Aiel city. Maybe there would be a Tinker City someday, too. They would buy up all of the colored dye, and everyone else in the world would have to wear brown. There would be no fighting in the city, so it would be downright boring. But there also would not be a single bloody pot with a hole in the bottom for 30 leagues. Mat smiled, patting Pips. He had covered over his Ashandarai as best he could to make it look like a walking pole strapped to the side of the horse. His hat lay inside the pack he had hung from the saddlebags, along with all of his nice coats. He had ripped the lace off the one he wore. It was a shame, but he did not want to be recognized. He wore a crude bandage wrapped around the side of his head, covering his missing eye. As he approached the Dal Ira gate, he fell into line behind the others awaiting permission to enter. He should look just like another wounded sellsword riding into the city, seeking refuge or perhaps work. He made certain to slump in the saddle. Keep your head down. Good advice on the battlefield and when entering a city where people knew you. He could not be Matrim Cawthon here. Matrim Cawthon had left the queen of this city tied up to be murdered. Many would suspect him of the murder. Lighty would have suspected himself. Beslin would hate him now, and there was no telling how Tuon would feel about him, now that they had had some time apart. Yes, best to keep his head down and stay quiet. He would feel the place out. If, that was, he ever reached the front of this bloody line. Who ever heard of a line to enter a city? Eventually, he reached the gate. The bored soldier there had a face like an old shovel. It was half covered in dirt and would be better off locked in a shed somewhere. He looked Mat up and down. "You have sworn the oaths, traveler?" the guard asked in a lazy Seanchan drawl. On the other side of the gate, a different soldier waved over the next person in line. "Yes, I have indeed," Mat said. "The oaths to the great Seanchan Empire and the Empress herself, may she live forever. I'm just a poor traveling sellsword, once attendant to House Hawk, a noble family in Murundi. I lost my eye to some bandits in the Tween Forest 2 years back while protecting a young child I discovered in the woods. I raised her as my own, but—" The soldier waved him on. The fellow did not look as if he had been listening. Mat considered staying put out of principle. Why would the soldiers force people to wait in such a long line and give them time to think of a cover story only not to hear it out? That could offend a man. Not Matrim Cawthon, who was always light-hearted and never offended. But someone else, surely. He rode on, containing his annoyance. Now he just needed to make his way to the right tavern. Pity Satala's place was not an option any longer. That had... Matt stiffened in the saddle, though Pips continued his leisurely pace forward. Matt had just taken a moment to look at the other guard at the gate. It was Petra, the strong man from Balanluka's menagerie. Matt looked the other way and slumped again in his saddle, then shot another glance over his shoulder. That was Petra, all right. There was no mistaking those log arms and that tree-stump neck. Petra was not a tall man, but he was so wide an entire army could have taken shade in his shadow. What was he doing back in Ebou Dar? Why was he wearing a Seanchan uniform? Matt almost went over to talk to him, as they had always been amiable, but that Seanchan uniform made him reconsider. Well, at least his luck was with him. If he had been sent to Petra instead of the guard he had ended up talking to, he would have been recognized for sure. Matt breathed out, then climbed down to lead Pips. The city was crowded, and he did not want the horse pushing someone over. Besides, Pips was laden down enough to look like a pack horse, if the looker knew nothing of horses, and walking might make Matt less memorable. Perhaps he should have started his search for a tavern in the Rahad. Rumors were always easy to find in the Rahad, as was a game of dice. It was also the easiest place to find a knife in your gut, and that was saying something in Ebou Dar. In the Rahad, people were as likely to take out their knives and begin killing as they were to say hello in the morning. He did not go into the Rahad. The place looked different now. There were soldiers camped outside it. Generations of successive rulers in Ebou Dar had allowed the Rahad to fester unchecked, but the Seanchan were not so inclined. Matt wished them luck. The Rahad had fought off every invasion so far. Light. Rand should have just hidden there, instead of going up to fight the last battle. The Trollocs and Dark Friends would have come for him, and the Rahad would have left them all unconscious in an alley, their pockets turned inside out and their shoes sold for soup money. Matt caught a glimpse of Rand shaving, but he squashed the image. Matt shouldered his way over a crowded canal bridge, keeping a close eye on his saddlebags. But so far, not a single cutpurse had tried for them. With a Seanchan patrol on every other corner, he could see why. As he passed a man yelling out the day's news with hints that he had good gossip for a little coin, Matt found himself smiling. He was surprised at how familiar, even comfortable, this city felt. He had liked it here. Though he could vaguely remember grumbling about wanting to be away, probably just after the wall fell on him, as Matrim Cawthon was not often one for grumbling. He now realized that his time in Ebou Dar had been among the best of his life. Plenty of cards and dice in the city. Tylin. Bloody ashes, but that had been a fun game. She had had the better of him time and again. Light sent him plenty of women who could do that, though not in rapid succession, and always when he knew how to find the back door. Tuon was one. Come to think of it, he would probably never need another. She was enough of a handful for any man. Matt smiled, patting Pips on the neck. The horse blew down Matt's neck in return. Strangely, this place felt more like home to him than the Two Rivers did. Yes, the Ebou Dari were prickly, but all peoples had their quirks. In fact, as Matt thought about it, he had never met a people who were not prickly about one thing or another. The Borderlanders were baffling, and so were the Aiel. That went without saying. The Cairhienin and their strange games, the Tyrans and their ridiculous hierarchies, the Seanchan and their Seanchan-ness. That was the truth of it. Everyone outside the Two Rivers, and to a lesser extent Andor, was bloody insane. A man just had to be ready for that. He strolled along, careful to be polite lest he find a knife in his gut. The air smelled of 100 sweetmeats, the chattering crowd a low roar in his ears. The Ebou Dari still wore their colorful outfits. Maybe that was why the Tinkers had come here, drawn to the bright colors like soldiers drawn to dinner. Anyway, The Abudari women wore dresses with tight-laced tops that showed plenty of bosom. Not that Matt looked. Their skirts had colorful petticoats underneath, and they pinned up the side or front to show them off. That never had made sense to him. Why put the colorful parts underneath? And if you did, why take such pains to cover them over, then go around with the outside pinned up? The men wore long vests that were equally colorful, perhaps to hide the bloodstains when they were stabbed. No point in throwing away a good vest just because the fellow wearing it was murdered for inquiring after the weather. Though, as Matt walked along, he found fewer duels than he had expected. They never had been as common in this part of the city as in the Rahad, but some days he had hardly been able to take 2 steps without passing a pair of men with knives out. This day he saw not a single one. Some of the Abudari, you could often tell them by their olive skin, were parading around in Shonchan dress. Everyone was very polite. As polite as a 6-year-old boy who had just heard that you had a fresh apple pie back in the kitchen. The city was the same, but different. The feel was off a shade or two. And it was not just that there were no seafolk ships in the harbor any longer. It was the Shonchan, obviously. They'd made rules since he'd left. What kind? Matt took Pips to a stable that seemed reputable enough. A quick glance at their stock told him that. They were caring well for the animals, and many were very fine. It was best to trust a stable with fine horses, though it cost you a little more. He left Pips, took his bundle, and used the still-wrapped Ashandarai as a walking staff. Choosing the right tavern was as tough as choosing a good wine. You wanted one that was old, but not broken down. Clean, but not too clean. A spotless tavern was one that never saw any real use. Matt could not stand the types of places where people sat around quietly and drank tea, coming there primarily to be seen. No, a good tavern was worn and used, like good boots. It was also sturdy, again like good boots. So long as the ale did not taste like good boots, you would have a winner. The best places for information were over in the Rahad, but his clothing was too nice to visit, and he did not want to run into whatever the Shonchan were doing there. He stuck his head into an inn named the Winter Blossom and immediately turned around and stalked away. Death Watch guards in uniform. He did not want to take any slight chance of running into Furik Farid. The next inn was too well lit, and the next too dark. After about an hour of hunting, and not a duel to be seen, he began to despair of ever finding the right place. Then he heard dice tumbling in a cup. At first he jumped, thinking it was those blasted dice in his head. Fortunately, it was just ordinary dice. Blessed, wonderful dice. The sound was gone in a moment, carried on the wind through the throng of people in the streets. Hand on his coin purse, pack over his shoulder, he pushed through the crowd, muttering a few apologies. In a nearby alleyway, he saw a sign hanging from a wall. He stepped up to it, reading the words, "The Yearly Brawl," in copper on its face. It had a picture of clapping people and the sounds of dice mixed with the smells of wine and ale. Matt stepped inside. A round-faced Shonchan stood just inside the door, leaning casually against the wall, a sword on his belt. He gave Matt a distrustful stare. Well, Matt had never met a shoulder-thumper who did not give that look to every man who entered. Matt reached up to tip his hat to the man, but of course he was not wearing it. Bloody ashes. He felt naked without it sometimes. "Jame," a woman called from beside the bar, "you aren't glaring at customers again, are you?" "Only the ones that deserve it, Kathana," the man called back with a Shonchan slur. "I'm sure this one does." "I'm just a humble traveler," Matt said, "looking for some dicing and some wine. Nothing more. Certainly not trouble." "And that's why you're carrying a pole arm?" Jame asked. "Wrapped up like that?" "Oh, stop it," the woman Kathana said. She had crossed the common room and took Matt by the sleeve of his coat, dragging him toward the bar. She was a short thing, dark-haired and fair-skinned. She was not that much older than he was, but she had an unmistakable motherly air. "Don't mind him. Just don't make trouble and he won't be forced to stab you, kill you, or anything in between." She plunked Matt down on a bar stool and started busying herself behind the bar. The common room was dim, but in a friendly way. People diced at one side, the good kind of dicing, the kind that had people laughing or clapping their friends on the back at a good-natured toss. No haunted eyes of men gambling their last coin here. "You need food," Kathana declared. "You have the look of a man who hasn't eaten anything hearty in a week. How'd you lose that eye?" "I was a Lord's Guard in Murundi," Matt said. "Lost it in an ambush." "That's a great lie," Kathana said, slapping a plate down in front of him, full of slices of pork and gravy. "Better than most. You said it really straight, too. I almost believe you. Jaime, you want food?" "I have to guard the door," he called back. "Light man, you expect someone to walk off with it? Get over here." Jaime grumbled, but made his way over to the bar beside Matt, settling down on a stool. Kathana put a mug of ale down, and he took it up to his lips, staring straight ahead. "I'm watching you," he muttered to Matt. Matt was not certain this was the right inn for him, but he also was not certain he would be able to escape with his head unless he ate the woman's food as instructed. He took a taste. It was pretty good. She had moved over and was wagging a finger while lecturing a man at one of the tables. She seemed the type who would lecture a tree for growing in the wrong spot. This woman, Matt thought, must never be allowed to enter the same room as Nynaeve, at least not when I'm within shouting distance. Kathana came bustling back. She wore a marriage knife at her neck, though Matt did not stare for more than a few seconds on account of him being a married man. She had her skirt pinned up on the side after the fashion of Abu Dari commoners. As she came back to the bar and readied a plate of food for Jaime, Matt noticed him watching her fondly and made a guess. "You two been married long?" Matt asked. Jaime eyed him. "No," he finally said. "Haven't been on this side of the ocean for long." "I suppose that would make sense," Matt said, taking a drink of the ale she set before him. It was not bad, considering how awful most things tasted these days. This was only a little awful. Kathana walked over to the dicing men and demanded they eat more food, as they were looking pale. It was a wonder this Jaime fellow did not weigh as much as 2 horses. She did talk some, though, so perhaps he could wiggle the information he needed out of her. "There don't seem to be as many jewels as there used to be," Matt said to her as she passed. "That's because of a Seanchan rule," Kathana said. "From the new Empress, may she live forever. She didn't forbid jewels entirely, and a bloody good thing she didn't. The Abu Dari won't riot at something as unimportant as being conquered, but take away our jewels, then you'll see something. Anyway, duels now have to be witnessed by an official of the government. You can't duel without answering 100 different questions and paying a fee. It's drained the whole life out of it all." "It has saved lives," Jaime said. "Men can still die by each other's knives if they are determined. They simply have to give themselves time to cool down and think." "Duels aren't about thinking," Kathana said. "But I suppose it does mean that I don't have to worry about your pretty face being cut up on the street?" Jaime snorted, resting his hand on his sword. The hilt, Matt noticed for the first time, was marked with herons, though he could not see if the blade was or not. Before Matt could ask another question, Kathana marched away and began squawking at some men who had spilled ale on their table. She did not seem the type to stand in one place for very long. "How's the weather to the north?" Jaime asked, eyes still straight ahead. "Dreary," Matt replied honestly. "As everywhere." "Men say it's the last battle," Jaime said. "It is." Jaime grunted. "If it is, it would be a bad time for interfering with politics, wouldn't you think?" "Bloody right it would be," Matt said. "People need to stop playing games and have a look at the sky." Jaime eyed him. "That's the truth. You should listen to what you are saying." Light, Matt thought. He must think I'm a spy of some sort. "That's not my choice," Matt said. Sometimes people will only listen to what they want to hear. He took another bite of his meat, which tasted as good as could be expected. Eating a meal these days was like going to a dance where there were only ugly girls. This, however, was among the better of the bad that he had had the misfortune of eating lately. "A wise man might just learn the truth," James said. "You have to find the truth first," Matt said. "It's harder than most men think." From behind, Cathana snorted, bustling past. "The truth is something men debate in bars when they're too drunk to remember their names. That means it's not in good company. I wouldn't put too much stock in it, traveler." "The name's Mandevwin," Matt said. "I'm sure it is," Cathana said. She looked him over then. "Has anyone ever told you that you should wear a hat? It would fit the missing eye quite well." "Is that so?" Matt said dryly. "You give fashion advice as well as force-feeding men?" She swatted him on the back of the head with her cleaning rag. "Eat your food." "Look, friend," James said, turning toward him. "I know what you are and why you are here. The fake eye bandage is not fooling me. You have throwing knives tucked into your sleeves and 6 more on your belt that I can count. I've never met a man with one eye who can throw worth a dried bean. She's not as easy a target as you foreigners think. You'll never make it into the palace, let alone through her bodyguards. Go find some honest work instead." Matt gaped at the man. He thought Matt was an assassin? Matt reached up and took off the bandage, exposing the hole where his eye had been. James stared at that. "There are assassins," Matt said calmly, "after Tuon." "Don't use her name like that," Cathana said, beginning to snap her cleaning rag at him again. Matt reached up beside his head without looking, catching the tip of the rag. He held James' eyes with his single one, not flinching. "There are assassins," Matt repeated calmly. "After Tuon?" James nodded. "Mostly foreigners who don't know the right way of things. Several have moved through the inn. Only one admitted the reason he was here. I saw that his blood fed the dusty earth of the dueling grounds." "Then I count you a friend," Matt said, standing. He reached into his bundle and took out his hat and put it upon his head. "Who is behind it? Who has brought them in? Put the bounty on her head." Nearby, Cathana inspected his hat and nodded in satisfaction. Then she hesitated and squinted at his face. "This isn't what you think," James said. "He isn't hiring the best assassins. They're foreigners, so they aren't meant to succeed." "I don't care how bloody likely their chances are," Matt said. "Who is hiring them?" "He's too important for you to—" "Who?" Matt said softly. "General Lunar Galgan," James said. "Head of the Shonshan armies. I can't make you out, friend. Are you an assassin, or are you here hunting assassins?" "I'm no bloody assassin," Matt said, pulling the brim of his hat down and picking up his bundle. "I never kill a man unless he demands it. Demands it with screams and thunder so loudly I figure it would be impolite not to agree to the request. If I stab you, friend, you'll know that it is coming, and you will know why. I promise you that." "James," Cathana hissed. "It's him." "What now?" James asked as Matt brushed past, raising his covered Ashendari to his shoulder. "The one the guards have been looking for," Cathana said. She looked to Matt. "Light, every soldier in Abu Dar has been told to watch for your face. How did you make it through the city gates?" "By luck," Matt said, then stepped out into the alleyway. "What are you waiting for?" Moraine asked. Rand turned toward her. They stood in Lan's command tent in Shinar. He could smell the smoke of burning fields set aflame by Lan and Lord Agilmar's troops as they withdrew from the gap. They were burning the lands they would rather defend. A desperate tactic, but a good one. It was the sort of all-in tactic that Lews Therin and his people in the Age of Legends had been hesitant to try, at least at first. It had cost them dearly then. The Borderlanders showed no such timidity. "Why are we here?" Moraine pressed, stepping up to him. His maidens guarded the tent from the inside. Better to not let the enemy know Rand was here. "You should be at Shale Ghul right now. That is your destiny, Rand al'Thor. Not these lesser fights. My friends die here. I thought you were beyond such weaknesses." "Compassion is not a weakness." "Is it not?" she said. "And if, in sparing your enemy because of compassion, you allow them to kill you, what then, Rand al'Thor?" He had no answer. "You cannot risk yourself," Moraine said. "And regardless of whether or not you agree that compassion itself can be a weakness, acting foolishly because of it certainly is." He had often thought about the moment when he had lost Moraine. He had agonized over her death, and he still reveled in her return. At times, however, he had forgotten how insistent she could be. "I will move against the Dark One when the time is right," Rand said, "but not before. He must think I am with the armies, that I am waiting to seize more ground before striking at him. We must coax his commanders to commit their forces southward, lest we be overwhelmed at Shale Ghul once I enter." "It will not matter," Moraine said. "You will face him, and that will be the time of determination. All spins on that moment, Dragon Reborn. All threads in the pattern are woven around your meeting, and the turning of the wheel pulls you toward it. Do not deny that you feel it." "I feel it." "Then go." "Not yet." She took a deep breath. "Stubborn as ever." "And a good thing," Rand said. "Stubbornness is what brought me this far." Rand hesitated, then fished in his pocket. He came out with something bright and silvery, a Tarvalin mark. "Here," he said, holding it out to her. "I've been saving this." She pursed her lips. "It cannot be." "The same one? No. That is long lost, I fear. I've been carrying this one around as a token, almost without realizing what I'd been doing." She took the coin, turning it over in her fingers. She was still inspecting it when the maidens looked with alertness toward the tent flap. A second later, Lan lifted the flap and strode in, flanked by 2 Malkieri men. The 3 could have been brothers, with those grim expressions and hard faces. Rand stepped up, resting his hand on Lan's shoulder. The man did not look tired. A stone could not look tired. But he did look worn. Rand understood that feeling. Lan nodded to him, then looked at Moraine. "Have you two been arguing?" Moraine tucked the mark away, face becoming impassive. Rand didn't know what to make of the interaction between the two of them since Moraine's return. They were civil, but there was a distance between them that he had not expected. "You should listen to Moraine," Lan said, turning back to Rand. "She has prepared for these days longer than you have been alive. Let her guide you." "She wants me to leave this battlefield," Rand said, "and strike immediately for Shale Ghul instead of trying to fight those channelers for you so you can retake the gap." Lan hesitated. "Then perhaps you should do as she—" "No," Rand said. "Your position here is dire, old friend. I can do something, and so I will. If we can't stop those Dreadlords, they'll have you retreating all the way back to Tarvalin." "I have heard what you did at Maradan," Lan said. "I will not turn away a miracle here if one is determined to find us." "Maradan was a mistake," Moraine said tersely. "You cannot afford to expose yourself, Rand." "I cannot afford not to, either. I won't just sit back and let people die. Not when I can protect them." "The Borderlanders do not need to be sheltered," Lan said. "No," Rand replied. but I've never known one who would refuse a sword when one was offered in a time of need." Lan met his eyes, then nodded. "Do what you can." Rand nodded to the two maidens, who nodded back. "Sheepherder," Lan said. Rand raised an eyebrow. Lan saluted him, arm across his chest, bowing his head. Rand nodded back. "There is something for you on the floor over there, Daishan." Lan frowned, then walked to a pile of blankets. There were no tables in this tent. Lan knelt, then raised a bright, silvery crown, thin yet strong. "The crown of Malkir," he whispered. "This was lost." "My smiths did what they could with old drawings," Rand said. "The other is for Nynaeve. I think it will suit her. You have ever been a king, my friend. Elaine taught me to rule, but you taught me how to stand. Thank you." He turned to Moiraine. "Keep a space clear for my return." Rand seized the one power and opened a gateway. He left Lan kneeling, holding the crown, and followed his maidens out onto a black field. Burned stalks crunched beneath his boots, and smoke wreathed the air. The maidens immediately sought shelter in a small depression in the field, huddling against the blackened earth, prepared to weather the storm. Because one was certainly brewing. Trollocs milled in a large mass before Rand, prodding at the soil and at the remains of farmhouses. The River Mora rushed nearby. This was the first cultivated land south of Tarwin's Gap. Lan's forces had burned it before preparing to retreat downriver ahead of the Trolloc advance. There were tens of thousands of the beasts here, perhaps more. Rand raised his arms, forming a fist, drawing in a deep breath. In the pouch at his belt he carried a familiar object, the small fat man with the sword, the Angreal he had recently found at Dumai's Wells. He had returned there for one last look and found it buried in the mud. It had been useful at Maradan. Nobody knew he had it. That was important. But there was more to what he would do here than tricks. Trollocs shouted as the winds whipped up around Rand. This was not the result of channeling. Not yet. It was Rand, being here, confronting him. Seas grew choppy when different streams of water crashed into one another. Winds grew powerful when hot air and cool mixed. And where light confronted shadow, storms grew. Rand shouted, letting his nature stir the tempest. The Dark One pressed upon the land, seeking to smother it. The pattern needed equalization. It needed balance. It needed the dragon. The winds grew more powerful, lightning breaking the air, black dust and burned stalks flipping up, twisting about in the maelstrom. Rand finally channeled as Myrddraal forced the Trollocs to attack him. The beasts charged against the wind, and Rand directed the lightning. It was so much easier to direct than control. With a storm already in place, he didn't need to force the lightning. He needed only to cajole it. Strikes destroyed the front groups of Trollocs, 100 bolts of lightning in succession. The pungent scent of burnt flesh swirled in the storm, joining the charred stalks of grain. Rand roared as the Trollocs kept coming. Death gates sprang up around him, gateways that zipped across the ground like water striders, sweeping Trollocs into death. Shadowspawn could not survive traveling. The storm winds rose around Rand as he struck down those Trollocs who tried to reach him. The Dark One thought to rule here. He would see this land already had a king. He would see that the fight would not. A shield tried to sever Rand from the source. He laughed, spinning, trying to pinpoint the shield's origin. "Taim!" he yelled, though the storm captured his voice and overwhelmed it. "I had hoped you would come." This was the fight that Lews Therin had constantly demanded of him, a fight Rand hadn't dared begin. Not until now. Not until he had control. He summoned his strength, but then another shield struck at him, and another. Rand drew in more of the one power, tapping nearly all that he could through the fat man Ongrial. Shields continued to snap at him like biting flies. None were strong enough to sever him from the source, but there were dozens of them. Rand calmed himself. He sought peace, the peace of destruction. He was life, but he was also death. He was the manifestation of the land itself. He struck, destroying an unseen dreadlord hiding in the rubble of a burned building nearby. He summoned fire and directed it at a second, burning him to nothingness. He could not see the weaves of the women out there. He could only feel their shields. Too weak. Each shield was too weak, and yet their attacks had him worried. They had come quickly, at least 36 dreadlords, each trying to cut him off from the source. This was dangerous, that they had anticipated him. That was why they had hit land so hard with channelers, to draw Rand out. Rand fought off the attacks, but none of them were in danger of truly shielding him. A single person could not cut off someone holding as much Sayadine as he was. They should have... He saw it right before it happened. The other attacks were cover, feints. One that was coming would be created by a circle of men and women. A man would be leading. There! A shield slammed against him, but Rand had had just enough time to prepare. He channeled spirit in the Tempest, weaving by instinct from Luz Theron's memories, and rebuffed the shield. He shoved it away, but could not destroy it. Light. That had to be a full circle. Rand grunted as the shield slipped closer to him. It made a vibrant pattern in the sky, motionless despite the tempest. Rand resisted it with his own surge of spirit and air, holding it back as if it were a knife hanging above his throat. He lost control of the tempest. Lightning crashed around him. The other channelers wove to enhance the storm. They didn't try to control it, but they didn't need to. It being out of control served them, as at any moment it could strike Rand. He roared again, louder this time, more determined. I will beat you, Taim. I will finally do what I should have done months ago. But he did not let the anger, the wildness, force him into conflict. He couldn't afford to. He had learned better than that. This was not the place. He could not fight here. If he did, he would lose. Rand pushed with a surge of strength, throwing back Taim's shield, then used the moment of respite to weave a gateway. His maidens went through immediately, and Rand, ducking his head against the wind, reluctantly followed. He leaped into Lan's tent, where Moiraine had done as he requested and kept space open for him. He closed his gateway, and the winds stilled, the noise dampened. Rand formed a fist, panting, sweat running down the sides of his face. Here, back with Lan's army, the tempest was distant, although Rand could hear it rumbling, and faint winds stirred the tent. Rand had to fight to keep from sinking to his knees. He sucked in large breaths. With difficulty, he slowed his racing heart and brought calmness to his face. He wanted to fight, not run. He could have beaten Taim, and in so doing would have weakened himself so far that the Dark One would have taken him with ease. He forced his fist to open and wrestled control of his emotions. He looked up at Moiraine's calm, knowing face. It was a trap? She asked. Not so much a trap, Rand said, as a battlefield well prepared with sentinels. They know what I did at Maraudon. They must have teams of dreadlords waiting to travel to wherever I'm spotted and attack me. You have seen the error in this line of attack? She asked. Error? No. Inevitability? Yes. He couldn't fight this war personally. Not this time. He would have to find another way to protect his people.
Chapter 12. A Shard of a Moment. Birgitte dashed through the forest, accompanied by a group of 30 Aiel, all with bows out.
They made sound. They couldn't help but make sound. But the Aiel made less than they should. They would leap up onto fallen logs and run deftly along them, or would find stones to step upon. They would writhe out of the way of hanging branches, ducking, twisting, moving. "Here," she said in a hushed tone, rounding the side of a broken hill. Fortunately, the cave was still there, overgrown with vines, a small creek running past it. The Aiel ducked in, the water removing any scent of their passage. Two of the men continued down the game trail, now moving much more loudly, scraping against every branch they passed. Birgitte joined the ones hiding in the cavern. It was dark inside and smelled of mold and earth. Had she hidden in this cave? Centuries ago when she'd lived in these woods as a bandit? She didn't know. She rarely remembered any of her past lives. Sometimes only fleeting memories of the in-between years during her life in the world of dreams before being brought into this world unnaturally by Mogadin. She considered that with sickness. It was all right to be reborn, fresh and new, but to have her memories, her very sense of self, ripped away? If she lost her memories of her time in the world of dreams, would she forget Gaidal completely? Would she forget herself? She clenched her teeth. "It's the last battle, fool woman," she thought. "Who cares about that?" But she did. A question had begun to haunt her. What if, in being cast out of the world of dreams, Birgitte had been broken from the horn? She didn't know if it was possible. She no longer remembered enough to tell. But if she had, she'd lose Gaidal forever. Outside, leaves crunched, twigs cracking. The clatter was so loud, she would have sworn that 1,000 soldiers were marching past, though she knew the Fist of Trollocs was only 50 strong. Still, 50 had her band outnumbered. She didn't worry. Though she complained to Elaine that she didn't know much about warfare, this hiding in a forest with a team of well-trained companions, this she'd done before, dozens of times, perhaps hundreds, though her memories were so fuzzy she couldn't say for certain. When the Trollocs were nearly all the way past, she and her Aiel burst from cover. The brutes had started down the false trail made by the two Aiel men earlier, and Birgitte attacked them from behind, downing a number of Trollocs with arrows before the rest were able to react. Trollocs did not die easily. They could often take 2 or 3 arrows before slowing. Well, that only happened when you missed the eyes or the throat. She never did. Monster after monster dropped to her bow. The Trollocs had begun downslope of the cave, which meant every one she or the Aiel killed was another corpse the others had to try to climb over to reach her. 50 became 30 in mere seconds. As that 30 rushed upward, half of the Aiel pulled out spears and engaged them, while Birgitte and the others took a few steps downslope and flanked the Trollocs. 20 became 10, who tried to flee. Despite the wooded landscape, they were easy to pick off, though it meant hitting them in the legs or back of the neck, taking them down so that spears could finish them off. 10 of the Aiel saw to the Trollocs, sticking a spear in each one to make certain it was dead. Others gathered arrows. Birgitte pointed to Nichil and Ludin, 2 of the Aiel, and they joined her to scout the area. Her steps felt familiar. These woods felt familiar. Not just because of past lives she could no longer remember. During her centuries spent living in the world of dreams, she and Gaidal had spent many a year in these forests. She remembered his caress upon her cheek, her neck. "I can't lose this," she thought, fighting down panic. "Light, I can't. Please." She didn't know what was happening to her. She could remember something, a faint discussion about what? She had lost it. People couldn't be unbound from the horn, could they? Hawkwing might know. She'd have to ask him. Unless she had already? Burn me.
Movement in the forest stopped her cold. She crouched down next to a rock, bow out in front of her. Underbrush crackled close at hand. Nichil and Ludin had vanished at the first sound. Light, but they were good. It took her a moment to pick them out, hiding nearby. She raised a finger, pointed at herself, then pointed before her. She would scout. They would cover her. Birgitta moved silently. She'd show these Aiel that they weren't the only ones who knew how to avoid detection. Besides, these were her woods. She wouldn't be shown up by a bunch of desert folk. She moved stealthily, avoiding thickets of withered thorn bushes. Were there more of those around of late? They seemed to be one of the only plants that hadn't died off completely. The ground smelled stale in a way that no forest should, though that was overpowered by the stench of death and rot. She passed another group of fallen Trollocs. The blood on them was dry. They were several days dead. Elaine ordered her forces to bring back their dead. Thousands upon thousands of Trollocs moved through these woods like crawling beetles. Elaine wanted them to find only their own dead, hoping it would give them reason to fear. Birgitta moved toward the sounds. She saw large shadows approaching in the dim light. Trollocs, sniffing at the air. The creatures continued to press through the woods. They were forced to avoid the roads where an ambush of dragons could prove deadly. Elaine's plan called for teams like the one Birgitta led to hack away at the Trollocs, leading groups of them off into the woods, whittling down their numbers. This group was far too big for her team to take, unfortunately. Birgitta withdrew, waving for the Aiel to follow, and slipped quietly back toward camp.
That night, following his failure with Lan's army, Rand fled to his dreams. He sought out his Valley of Peace, appearing amid a grove of wild cherry trees in full bloom, their perfume lacing the air. With those beautiful pink-throated white blossoms, the trees almost looked aflame. Rand wore simple Two Rivers clothing. After months in a king's garments of brilliant colors and soft textures, the loose wool trousers and linen felt very comfortable. He placed sturdy boots on his feet, like those he'd worn growing up. They fit him in a way that no new boot, no matter how well made, ever would. He wasn't allowed old boots any longer. If his boots showed a hint of wear, one servant or another made them vanish. Rand stood up in the Dream Hills and made himself a walking staff. He then began to walk upward through the mountains. This wasn't a real place, not any longer. He'd crafted it from memory and desire, somehow mixing both familiarity and a sense of exploration. It smelled fresh, of overturned leaves and sap. Animals moved in the underbrush. A hawk cried somewhere distant. Lews Therin had known how to create dream shards like this. Though he had not been a dreamer, most Aes Sedai of that era had made use of Tel'aran'rhiod in one way or another. One thing they learned was how to slice out a dream for themselves, a haven within their own mind, more controlled than regular dreams. They learned how to enter a fragment like this while meditating, somehow giving the body rest as real as sleep. Lews Therin had known these things, and more. How to reach into someone's mind if they entered his dream shard. How to tell if someone else had invaded his dreams. How to expose his dreams to others. Lews Therin had liked to know things, like a traveler who wanted to have one of everything useful in his rucksack. Lews Therin had rarely used these tools. He'd left them stored on a back shelf in his mind, gathering dust. Would things have gone differently if he'd taken time each night to wander a peaceful valley such as this? Rand didn't know. And, truth be told, this valley was no longer safe. He passed a deep cavern to his left. He had not put it there. Another attempt by Moradin to draw him? Rand passed it by without looking. The forest didn't seem as alive as it had moments ago. Rand kept walking, trying to enforce his will upon the land. He had not practiced that enough, however, so as he walked, the forest grayed, looking washed out. The cavern came again. Rand stopped at its mouth. Cold, humid air blew out over him, chilling his skin, smelling of fungus. Rand cast aside his walking staff, then strode into the cavern. As he passed into darkness, he wove a globe of white-blue light and hung it beside his head. The glow reflected from the wet stone, shining on smooth knobs and clefts. Panting echoed from deep within the cavern. It was followed by gasps and splashes. Rand walked forward, though by now he had guessed what this was. He had begun to wonder if she would try again. He came to a small chamber, perhaps 10 paces wide at the end of the tunnel, where the stone sank down into a clear pool of water, perfectly circular. The blue depths seemed to extend downward forever. A woman in a white dress struggled to stay afloat in the center of it. The fabric of her dress rippled in the water, forming a circle. Her face and hair were wet. As Rand watched, she gasped and sank, flailing in the crystalline water. She came up a moment later, gasping. "Hello, Mierin," Rand said softly. His hand formed into a fist. He would not jump into that water to rescue her. This was a dream shard. That pool could actually be water, but more likely it represented something else. His arrival seemed to buoy her, and her vigorous thrashings became more effective.
"Lews Therin,"
she said, wiping her face with one hand, panting. Light. Where was his peace? He felt like a child again, a boy who thought Baerlon the grandest city ever built. Yes, her face was different, but faces were no longer of much matter to him. She was still the same person. Of all the Forsaken, only Lanfear had chosen her new name. She had always wanted one of those. He remembered. He remembered. Walking into grand parties with her on his arm, her laughter over the music, their nights alone. He had not wanted to remember making love to another woman, particularly not to one of the Forsaken, but he could not pick and choose what was in his mind. Those memories mixed with his own, when he had desired her as the Lady Selene. A foolish, youthful lust. He no longer felt these things, but the memories of them remained.
"You can free me, Lews Therin,"
Lanfear said.
"He has claimed me. Must I beg? He has claimed me."
"You pledged yourself to the Shadow, Mierin," Rand said. "This is your reward. You expect pity from me?" A dark something reached up and wrapped around her legs, yanking her down into the abyss again. Despite his words, Rand found himself stepping forward, as if to leap into the pool. He held himself back. He finally felt like a whole person again after a long fight. That gave him strength. But in his peace was a weakness, the weakness he had always feared, the weakness that Moiraine had rightfully spotted in him, the weakness of compassion. He needed it, like a helmet needed a hole through which to see. Both could be exploited. He admitted to himself that it was true. Lanfear surfaced, sputtering, looking helpless.
"Must I beg?"
she said again. "I don't think you're capable of it." She lowered her eyes.
"Please,"
she whispered. Rand's insides twisted. He had fought through darkness himself in seeking the light. He had given himself a second chance, should he not give one to another? Light. He wavered, remembering what it had felt like in that moment seizing the true power. That agony and that thrill, that power and that horror. Lanfear had given herself to the Dark One, but in a way Rand had as well. He looked into her eyes, searching them, knowing them. Finally, Rand shook his head. You've grown better at this kind of deception, Mierin, but not good enough. Her expression darkened. In a moment, the pool was gone, replaced by a stone floor. Lanfear sat there, cross-legged, in her silver-white dress, wearing her new face, but still the same. So you are back, she said, sounding not entirely pleased. Well, I am no longer forced to deal with a simple farm boy. That is some small blessing. Rand snorted, entering the chamber. She was still imprisoned. He could sense a darkening around her, like a dome of shadow, and he stayed outside of it. The pool, however, the act of drowning, had been mere theatrics. She was prideful, but was not above maintaining a weak front when the situation required it. If he'd been able to embrace Lews Therin's memories earlier, Rand would never have been fooled so easily by her in the waste. Then I shall address you not as a damsel in need of a hero, Lanfear said, eyeing him as he walked around her prison, but as an equal, seeking asylum. An equal, Rand said, laughing. Since when have you ever considered anyone your equal, Mierin? You care nothing for my captivity? It pains me, Rand said, but no more than it pained me when you swore yourself to the Shadow. Did you know I was there when you revealed it? You did not see me, as I did not want to be seen. But I was watching. Light Mierin. You swore to kill me. Did I mean it? She asked, turning to look him in the eyes. Had she? No, she had not meant it. Not then. Lanfear did not kill people that she thought would be useful, and she had always considered him useful. We shared something special once, she said. You were my... I was an ornament to you, Rand snapped. He breathed deeply, trying to calm himself. Light, but it was hard around her. The past is done. I care nothing for it, and would gladly give you a second chance at the light. Unfortunately, I know you. You're just doing it again, playing us all, including the Dark One himself. You care nothing for the light. You care only for power, Mierin. You honestly want me to believe that you've changed? You do not know me so well as you think that you do, she said, watching him as he rounded the perimeter of her prison. You never did. Then prove it to me, Rand said, stopping. Show me your mind, Mierin. Open it to me completely. Give me control over you here in this place of mastered dreams. If your intentions are pure, I will free you. What you ask is forbidden. Rand laughed. When has that ever stopped you? She seemed to consider it. She must actually have been worried about her imprisonment. Once she would have laughed at a suggestion such as this. Since this was ostensibly a place where he had complete control, if she gave him leave, he could strip her down, delve within her mind. Lanfear said. He stepped forward, right to the lip of the prison. That tremble in her voice, that felt real. The first genuine emotion from her. Light, he thought, searching her eyes. Is she actually going to do it? I cannot, she said. I cannot. She said it the second time, more softly. Rand exhaled. He found his hand shaking. So close to the light, like a feral cat in the night, stalking back and forth before the fire-lit barn. He found himself angry, angrier than before. Always she did this, flirting with what was right, but always choosing her own path. I am done with you, Mierin, Rand said, turning away and walking from the chamber. Forever. You mistake me, she called out. You have always mistaken me. Would you show yourself to someone in that way? I cannot do it. I have been slapped too many times by those I should have trusted, betrayed by those who should have loved me. You blame this on me? Rand asked, spinning on his heel. She did not look away. She sat imperious, as if her prison were a throne. You really remember it that way, don't you? Rand said. You think I betrayed you for her? You said that you loved me. I never said that. Never. I could not. I did not know what love was. Centuries of life, and I never discovered it until I met her. He hesitated, then continued, speaking so softly his voice did not echo in the small cavern. You have never really felt it, have you? But of course, who could you love? Your heart is claimed already by the power you so strongly desire. There is no room left. Rand let go. He let go as Lews Therin never had been able to. Even after discovering Ilyena, even after realizing how Lanfear had used him, he had held on to hatred and scorn. You expect me to pity you? Rand had asked her. He now felt just that. Pity for a woman who had never known love, a woman who would not let herself know it. Pity for a woman who could not choose a side other than her own. She said softly. Rand raised his hand, and then he opened himself to her. His intentions, his mind, his self appeared as a swirl of color, emotions and power around him. Her eyes opened wide as the swirl played before her, like pictures on a wall. He could hold nothing back. She saw his motives, his desires, his wishes for mankind. She saw his intentions, to go to Shayol Ghul, to kill the Dark One, to leave a better world than he had the last time. He did not fear revealing these things. He had touched the true power, and so the Dark One knew his heart. There were no surprises here, at least nothing that should have been a surprise. Lanfear was surprised anyway. Her jaw dropped as she saw the truth. The truth that, deep down, it was not Lews Therin who made up Rand's core. It was the sheep herder, raised by Tam. His lives played out in moments, his memories and feelings exposed. Last, he showed her his love for Ilyena, like a glowing crystal set upon a shelf and admired. Then his love for Min, Aviendha, Elayne, like a burning bonfire, warming, comforting, passionate. There was no love for Lanfear in what he exposed. Not a sliver. He had squelched Lews Therin's loathing of her as well. And so to him she really was nothing. She gasped. The glow around Rand faded. I'm sorry, he said. I really did mean it. I am finished with you, Mierin. Keep your head down during the storm to come. If I win this fight, you will no longer have reason to fear for your soul. There will be no one left to torment you. He turned from her again and walked from the cave, leaving her silent. Evening in the Brame Wood was accompanied by the scent of fires smoldering in their pits and the sounds of men groaning softly as they settled into uneasy sleep, swords ready at hand. An unnatural chill to the summer air. Perrin walked through the camp, among the men under his command. The fighting had been hard in these woods. His people were hurting the Trollocs, but light, there always seemed to be more shadow spawn to replace those that fell. After seeing that his people were properly fed, that the watch had been set, and the men knew what to do if awakened in the night by an assault of shadow spawn, he went seeking the Aiel, the wise ones in particular. Nearly all of them had gathered to go with Rand when he marched on Shale Ghul. For now, they waited his order. But a few had remained with Perrin, including Adara. She and the other wise ones did not march at his command, and yet, like Gaul, they stayed with him when their fellows went elsewhere. Perrin had not asked them why. He didn't really care why. Having them with him was useful, and he was grateful. The Aiel let him pass their perimeter. He found Adara sitting beside a fire, well rimmed with stones to prevent the chance of a stray spark escaping. These woods, dry as they were, could go up easier than a barn full of last harvest's hay. She glanced at Perrin as he settled down near her. The Aiel looked young, but smelled of patience, inquisitiveness, and control. Wisdom. She did not ask why Perrin had come to her. She waited for him to speak. "Are you a dream walker?" Perrin asked. She studied him in the night. He had the distinct impression this was not a question a man, or an outsider, was supposed to ask. He was surprised then when she answered. "No." "Do you know much of it?" Perrin asked. "Some." "I need to know of a way to enter the world of dreams physically. Not just in my dreams, but in my real body. Have you heard of such a thing?" She inhaled sharply. "Do not think of that, Perrin Aybara. It is evil." Perrin frowned. Strength in the wolf dream, in Tel'aran'rhiod, was a delicate thing. The more strongly Perrin put himself into the dream, the more solidly there he was, the easier he found it to change things there, manipulate that world. That came at a risk, however. Going into the dream too strongly, he risked cutting himself off from his sleeping body in the real world. That apparently didn't bother Slayer. Slayer was strong there, so very strong. The man was in the dream physically. Perrin was increasingly sure of it. "Our contest will not end," Perrin thought, "until you are the prey, Slayer. Hunter of wolves. I will end you." "In many ways," Adara muttered, looking at him. "You are still a child, for all the honor you have found." Perrin had grown accustomed to, though not fond of, women who looked not a year or two older than he was addressing him so. "None of the Dreamwalkers will teach you this thing. It is evil." "Why is it evil?" Perrin said. "To enter into the world of dreams in the flesh costs you part of what makes you human. What's more, if you die while in that place, and you are in the flesh, it can make you die forever. No more rebirth, Perrin Aybara. Your thread in the pattern could end forever. You yourself destroyed. This is not a thing you should contemplate." "The servants of the Shadow do this, Adara," Perrin said. "They take these risks to dominate. We need to take the same risks in order to stop them." Adara hissed softly, shaking her head. "Do not cut off your foot for fear that a snake will bite it, Perrin Aybara. Do not make a terrible mistake because you fear something that seems worse. This is all I will say on the topic." She stood, and left him sitting by the fire.
Chapter 13. What Must Be Done. The army split before Egwene as she rode forward toward the hills in southeastern Kandor, where they would shortly engage the advancing enemy. She led over 100 Aes Sedai, many of them from the Green Aja. Bryn's tactical revisions had been quick and efficient. He had something better than archers for breaking a charge, something more destructive than heavy cavalry for causing sheer damage. It was time to use it. 2 other smaller forces of Aes Sedai made their way to the flanks of the army. These hills might once have been lush and green. Now they were yellow and brown as if burned by sunlight. She tried to see the advantages. At least they would have sure footing. And though the sky broke with periodic lightning, rain seemed unlikely. The approaching Trollocs seemed to extend forever in either direction. Though Egwene's army was enormous, it suddenly felt tiny. Fortunately, Egwene had a single advantage. The Trolloc army was driven by a need to continue moving forward. Trolloc armies fell apart if they were not constantly advancing. They'd start bickering. They'd run out of food. Egwene's army was a barrier in their way, and bait. The Shadow Spawn couldn't afford to leave such a force as theirs at large, and so Egwene would draw them along a course she determined. Her Aes Sedai reached the battlefront. Bryn had split his army into large, highly mobile strike units to hit the Trollocs wherever and whenever they showed vulnerability. The offensive structure of Bryn's forces seemed to confuse the Trollocs. At least, that was how Egwene read the shuffling in their ranks, the churning movement, the increase of noise. Trollocs rarely had to worry about being on the defensive. Trollocs attacked, humans defended. Humans worried, humans were food. Egwene reached the top of a low hill, looking out at the plain in Kandor where the Trollocs amassed, her Aes Sedai arraying in a long line to either side of her. Behind them, the men of the army seemed uncertain. They knew Egwene and the others were Aes Sedai, and no man was comfortable around Aes Sedai. Egwene reached to her side and slipped something long, white, and slender from the leather case tied to her belt. A fluted rod, Vora's sa'angreal. It felt comfortable in her hand, familiar. Though she had only used this sa'angreal once, she felt as if it had claimed her and she it. During the fight against the Seanchan, this had been her weapon. For the first time, she understood why a soldier might feel a bond with his sword. The glow of the power winked on around the women in the line, like a row of lanterns being lit. Egwene embraced the source and felt the one power flow into her like a waterfall, filling her and opening her eyes. The world became sweeter, the sense of oil from armor and of beaten grass growing stronger. Within the embrace of saidar, she could see the signs of color that the shadow wanted them to ignore. The grass wasn't all dead. There were tiny hints of green, slivers where the grass clung to life. There were voles beneath it. She could now easily make out the ripples in the earth. They ate at the dying roots and clung to life. Smiling widely, she pulled the one power through the fluted rod. Within that torrent she was atop a sea of strength and energy, riding a lone vessel and embracing the wind. The Trollocs finally surged into motion. They roared, a huge rush of weapons, teeth, stink, and eyes that were too human. Perhaps the Myrddraal had seen Aes Sedai up front and thought to attack and destroy the human channelers. The other women waited for Egwene's sign. They were not in a circle. A circle was best for one focused, precise stream of the one power. That wasn't the goal today. The goal today was simply to destroy. Once the Trollocs were halfway to the hills, Egwene began her offensive. She'd always been unusually strong in earth, so she led with the most simple and destructive of weaves. She sent threads of earth into the ground beneath the Trollocs in a long line, then heaved it up.
With the aid of Vora's Sa'angreal, it felt as easy as tossing a handful of pebbles into the air. At this sign, the entire line of women formed weaves. The air rippled with glowing threads, pure streams of fire, of earth to heave, of gusts of wind to blow the Trollocs into one another and make them trip and tumble. The Trollocs that Egwene had thrown into the air toppled back to the ground, many of them missing legs or feet. Bones broke, and Trollocs screamed in agony as their fellows fell upon them. Egwene let the second rank stumble across the fallen, then struck again. This time she didn't focus on the earth, but on metal. Metal in armor, in weapons, and on wrists. She shattered axes and swords, mail and the occasional breastplate. This released fragments of metal with deadly speed. The air grew red with spraying blood. The next ranks tried to stop to avoid the shrapnel, but the Trollocs behind them had too much momentum. They shoved their fellows forward into the zone of death and trampled them. Egwene also killed the next wave with exploding metal. It was harder than casting up the earth, but it also didn't give as much sign to the back ranks, so she was able to continue killing without them realizing what they were doing by shoving their fellows forward. Then Egwene returned to rupturing the earth. There was something energizing about using raw power, sending weaves in their most basic forms. In that moment, maiming, destroying, bringing death upon the enemy, she felt as if she were one with the land itself, that she was doing the work it had longed for someone to do for so long. The blight and the shadow spawn it grew were a disease, an infection. Egwene, a fire with the one power, a blazing beacon of death and judgment, was the cauterizing flame that would bring healing to the land. The Trollocs tried hard to push through the Aes Sedai weaves, but that only put more and more of them into the White Tower's reach. The Greens lived up to their Ajah's reputation, releasing wave after wave of destruction at the Trollocs, but the other Ajahs did well also. The ground trembled, and the air clogged with the howls of the dying. Bodies ripped, flesh burned. Not a few of the soldiers in the front lines emptied their stomachs at the sight. And still the Aes Sedai pounded the Trolloc lines. Specific sisters sought out Myrddraal, as they had been ordered. Egwene struck one herself, ripping its eyeless head from its neck with a weave of fire and air. Each Fade they killed dropped fists of Trollocs linked to them. Egwene doubled her attack. She hit a rank with a wave of exploding earth, then slammed a wave of air into the bodies as they fell, pushing them back so they dropped onto the ranks behind. She ripped holes in the earth and made the stones and the ground explode. She butchered Trollocs for what seemed like hours. Finally, the shadow spawn broke, the Trollocs pulling back despite the whips of the Myrddraal. Egwene took a deep breath. She was starting to feel limp, and struck down more Fades. Finally, they too broke and fled back away from the hills. Egwene sagged in her saddle, lowering her Sa'angreal. She wasn't sure exactly how much time had passed. The soldiers nearby stared, wide-eyed. Their blood had not been required this day.
"That was impressive," Gawyn said, pulling his horse up beside hers. "It was as if they were assaulting city walls, trying to run ladders to a siege, only without the walls or the ladders."
"They'll return," Egwene said tiredly. "We killed just a small percentage of them. On the morrow, or the day after at the latest, they would try again. New tactics, perhaps. They might spread out waves of attackers to make it more difficult for the Aes Sedai to kill large batches of them at once." "We surprised them," Egwene said. "They will come stronger next time. For now, for this night, we've held."
"You didn't just hold, Egwene," Gawyn said with a smile. "You sent them running. I don't know that I've ever seen an army so thoroughly trounced."
The rest of the army seemed to agree with Gawain's assessment, for they began to cheer, raising weapons. Egwene forced back her fatigue and tucked away the fluted rod. Nearby, other Aes Sedai lowered small statues, bracelets, brooches, rings, and rods. They had emptied the White Tower's storehouse of every angreal and sa'angreal, the few of those they had, and distributed them among the sisters on the battlefront. At the end of each day, they would be collected and delivered to the women, providing healing. The Aes Sedai turned and rode back through the cheering army. The time for sorrows would unfortunately come. The Aes Sedai could not fight each battle. For now, however, Egwene was content to let the soldiers enjoy their victory, for it was the very best kind, the kind that left no holes in their ranks.
The Lord Dragon and his scouts have begun to reconnoiter Sheol Ghul.
Bashir pointed to one of the shaded maps.
Our resistance in Kandor and Shinar is forcing the Shadow to commit more and more troops to those fights. Soon the blasted lands will be mostly empty, save for a skeleton force of defenders. He will be able to strike more easily then.
Elaine nodded. She could feel Rand somewhere in the back of her mind. He was worried about something, though he was too distant for her to feel more than that. He occasionally visited her at her camp in the Brame Wood, but for now he was on one of the other battlefronts. Bashir continued.
The Amyrlin should be able to hold in Kandor, considering the number of channelers she has. I'm not worried about her.
But you are about the Borderlanders, Elaine said.
Yes, they've been pushed out of Tarwin's Gap.
I wish they had been able to hold where they were, but they've been overwhelmed. There is nothing to be done for it, save siphon to them what aid we can. Bashir nodded.
Perhaps Lord Mandragoran could reverse his retreat if he had more Aes Sedai or Ashaman.
Of which there were none to spare. She had sent him some Aes Sedai from Egwene's army to help him with his initial retreat, and that had helped. But if Rand himself couldn't fight off the Dreadlords there... Lord Agelmar will know what to do, Elaine said. The Light willing, he'll be able to pull the Trollocs away from more populated areas.
Bashir grunted. A retreat like this, almost a rout, usually affords no chance for directing the course of battle.
Bashir pointed toward the map of Shinar. Elaine studied it. The path of the Trollocs would not avoid inhabited land. Faldara, Mos Shirare, Fal Moran. And with Dreadlords, city walls would be useless. Send word to Lan and the lords of Shinar, she said quietly. Order Faldara and Angkor Dyle burned, along with Fal Moran and villages like Mado. They're already burning what farmland they can, emptying the cities as well. Evacuate the civilians to Tar Valon.
I'm sorry,
Bashir said softly. It is what must be done, isn't it?
Yes,
Bashir said. Light, what a mess. Well, what did you expect? Neatness and simplicity? Footsteps on the leaves announced Talmanis approaching with one of his commanders. The Cairhienin looked tired. Everyone did. A week of battle was only the beginning, but the thrill of the fight was dying. Now came the real work of the war. Days fighting or waiting to fight, nights spent sleeping with sword in hand. Elaine's current location in the wood, she'd begun the morning 1,000 paces further south, but their constant retreat through the forest kept her moving, was ideal. 3 small streams with easy access, room for plenty of troops to camp, trees atop the hill that worked as well as watchtowers. A pity they'd have to leave this site behind in the morning.
The Trollocs control the entire southern section of the forest,
Bashir said, knuckling his mustaches.
They are avoiding the clearings. That means our cavalry won't be able to operate efficiently. The dragons are practically useless in here, Your Majesty,
Talmanis said, entering the tent.
Now that the Trollocs are keeping off the roadways, we have trouble doing any damage. It's nearly impossible to maneuver the dragon carts in the forest, and when we do get a shot, we kill more trees than we do shadow spawn.
What if that... whatever it was that Aludra was talking about?
Her dragon teeth? Talmanis said. It's better. The dragon shoots out a bunch of bits of metal rather than one ball. It has a big spread to it, and works reasonably well inside the forest. But I maintain that the dragons are doing less damage than it is worth risking them to achieve. I think that the forest has done us the good it can, Bashir said, moving some Trolloc tokens on their maps. We have whittled down their numbers, but they're getting smart, keeping to the thick woods and trying to surround us.
Suggestions?
Pull back, Bashir said. Head out to the east of here. Make for the Arinin? There's no bridge this far north, Talmanis said.
Bashir nodded.
So you know what I'm going to ask. You have a company of men who can build bridges. Send them with some of your dragons for protection and have them build raft bridges directly east of us. The rest of us won't be far behind. The open terrain there will give our cavalry and the dragons the chance to do more damage. We can rely on the Arinin to slow the Trollocs, especially once we torch the bridges. A few dragons placed there should slow their progress. We'll continue east to the Alguenya and repeat the process. Then we'll be on the road to Cairhien. We'll head north, and when we find a suitable place to make a stand, I think I know just the spot. We'll turn and face the shadow with Cairhien at our backs.
Surely you don't think we'll need to go all that way? Elaine said. Bashir stared at the map, squinting, as if seeing through the parchment itself to the land it depicted.
We're stirring this battle, he said softly, but we don't control it. We're riding it, as a man might ride a stampeding horse. I can't say where the gallop will stop. I'll divert it. I'll send it through patches of thorns, but I can't stop it. Not so long as the Trollocs keep coming.
Elaine frowned. She couldn't afford an endless retreat. She needed to defeat these shadow spawn as soon and as thoroughly as possible, so she could join the remainder of her forces to Lan's and Egwene's armies to beat back the invasions from the north. That was the only way they'd win. Otherwise, it wouldn't matter what Rand was able to do against the Dark One. Light. What a mess. Do it.
Perrin rested his hammer on his shoulder, listening as the sweating young messenger relayed Elaine's orders. A gentle breeze blew through the branches of the forest behind. The Ogier fought in there. He'd worried they would refuse to endanger the trees. But their fighting? Light. Perrin had never seen savagery to rival it.
These tactics aren't bad, Tam said, reading the orders. The Queen has a good head for warfare.
Perrin waved away the messenger boy. He passed Galad and several of his White Cloak commanders, conferring nearby.
She listens well to those who know their tactics, Perrin said, and she doesn't interfere. That's what I meant, lad, Tam said with a smile. Being in charge isn't always about telling people what to do. Sometimes it's about knowing when to step out of the way of people who know what they're doing. Wise words, Tam, Perrin said, turning northward. I suggest you adopt them, as you have command now.
Perrin could see Rand. The colors swam. Rand speaking with Moiraine on a bleak rocky ridge he did not recognize. They were almost ready for the invasion of Shale Ghul. Perrin felt a tug from Rand, growing stronger. Soon, Rand would need him.
Perrin? Tam asked. What's this nonsense about command?
You have our forces, Tam, Perrin said. The men are working together now. Let Arganda, Galen, and Galad assist you. Nearby, Grady held an open gateway through which the wounded from the most recent skirmish were being sent for healing. Berylane ran the hospital on the other side, which the Yellow Ajah had placed in Mayenne. The air coming from the other side was warm.
"I don't know if they'll listen to me, Perrin," Tam said. "I'm just a common farmer." "They listened to you well enough before." "That was when we were traveling the wilderness," Tam said. "You were always nearby. They answered to me on your authority." He rubbed his chin. "I have a feeling, from the way you keep looking north, that you don't intend to be here much longer." "Rand needs me," Perrin said softly. "Burn me, Tam, I hate it. But I can't fight along with you here in Andor. Someone needs to watch Rand's back, and it's going to be me. I know it somehow." Tam nodded. "We'll just go to Arganda or Galen and tell them they're in charge of our men. Queen Elaine is giving most of the orders anyway, and—" "Men!" Perrin yelled, looking toward the assembled soldiers. Arganda was consulting with Galen. They turned to Perrin, as did the nearby members of the Wolf Guard, along with Galad and his White Cloaks. Young Bornhold regarded Perrin through dark eyes. That one grew more and more unpredictable lately. The lights and Galad had been able to keep him from the brandy. "You all accept my authority, as granted by the Crown of Andor?" Perrin asked. "Of course, Lord Golden Eyes," Arganda called. "I thought that was established." "I'm hereby making Tam al'Thor a lord," Perrin called. "I'm making him steward over the 2 rivers in the name of his son, the Dragon Reborn. He carries all of my authority, which is the dragon's own authority. If I do not survive this battle, Tam succeeds me." The camp grew still, then the men nodded, several saluting Tam. Tam groaned so softly Perrin doubted anyone else could hear. "Is it too late to turn you over to the women's circle for a good talking to?" Tam asked. "Maybe a sound swat in the behind, and a week spent carrying water for Widow Althorn?" "Sorry, Tam," Perrin said. "Niald, try making a gateway to the Black Tower." The young Ashaman adopted a look of concentration. "It still doesn't work, Lord Golden Eyes." Perrin shook his head. He'd heard the reports from Land's battlefront that members of the Black Tower were fighting for the Shadow. Something had happened there. Something terrible. "All right. Back to Maralor, then," Perrin said. Niald nodded, concentrating. As he worked, Perrin turned to the men. "I hate to leave you, but I have these hooks in me, pulling me north. I have to go to Rand, and there's just no arguing with it. I'll try to come back. If I can't, well, I want you all to know that I'm proud of you, all of you. You're welcome in my home when this is over. We'll open a cask or 2 of Master Elvir's best brandy. We'll remember those who fell, and we'll tell our children how we stood when the clouds turned black and the world seemed to die. We'll tell them we stood shoulder to shoulder, and there was just no space for the Shadow to squeeze through." He raised Mahalainir toward them, and he bore their cheering. Not because he deserved it, but because they certainly did. Niald opened the gateway. Perrin started toward it, then hesitated as his name was called. He frowned, looking at Dane Bornhold, as the man hurried over. Perrin rested his hand on his hammer, wary. This man had saved his life against the Trollocs and against a fellow Whitecloak. But Perrin saw the dislike the man had for him. He might not blame Perrin for the death of his father, but that didn't mean he liked or even accepted Perrin. "A word, Ebara," Bornhold said, looking toward Gaul standing nearby. "In private?" Perrin waved Gaul away, and the Aiel reluctantly retreated. He stepped with Bornhold away from the open gateway. "What is this about? If it's because of your father—" "Light, just be quiet,"
Bornhold said, glancing away. "I don't want to say this. I hate saying this. But you need to know. Light burn me, you need to know." "Know what?" "Aybara," Bornhold said, taking a deep breath. "It wasn't Trollocs who killed your family." A shock went through Perrin's body. "I'm sorry," Bornhold said, looking away. "It was Ordeath. Your father insulted him. He tore apart the family, and we blamed the Trollocs. I didn't kill them, but I didn't say anything. So much blood." "What?" Perrin grabbed the white cloak by the shoulder. "But they said... I mean..." "Light, he'd dealt with this already." The look in Bornhold's eyes when his met Perrin's dredged it all up again. The pain, the horror, the loss, the fury. Bornhold reached up and took Perrin's wrist, then yanked it free of his shoulder. "This is an awful time to tell you this, I know," Bornhold said. "But I couldn't keep it in. We may fall. Light, it might all fall. I had to speak, say it." He pulled away, moving back toward the other white cloaks with eyes downcast. Perrin stood alone, his entire world shaking. Then he pulled it back together. He had dealt with this. He had mourned his family. It was over. Through. He could and would go on. Light, the old hurts returned, but he shoved them down and turned his eyes toward the gateway. Toward Rand and his duty. He had work to do. But Ordeath, Padan Fain, this only added to that man's terrible crimes. Perrin would see that he paid, one way or another. He approached the gateway to travel to find Rand, where he was joined by Gaul. "I'm going to a place you cannot, my friend," Perrin said softly, his pain subsiding. "I'm sorry." "You'll go to the dream within a dream," Gaul said, then yawned. "Turns out I'm tired." "But I'm coming, Perrin Aybara. Kill me if you wish me to remain behind." Perrin didn't dare push him on it. He nodded. Perrin glanced behind him, raising his hammer once more. As he did so, he caught a glimpse through the other gateway, the one to Mayenne that Grady still held open. Inside, two white-robed forms watched Gaul. He raised a spear to them. How must it feel for a pair of warriors to wait out this, the last battle? Perhaps Rand should have tried to have the Gaishain released from their vows for a few weeks. Well, that probably would have turned every single Aiel against him. Like protect the wetlander who dared tamper with Giotto. Perrin ducked through the gateway, stepping onto the ground of Marilor. From there, he and Gaul packed as if for a long trip. Foodstuffs and water aplenty, as much as they dared carry. It took Perrin the better part of a half-hour to convince Rand Zashaman to tell him where their leader had gone. Finally, a grudging Naif opened a gateway for Perrin. He left Marilor and stepped out into what seemed to be the Blight. Only the rocks were cold. The air smelled of death, of desolation. The fetor took Perrin aback, and it was minutes before he could sort out normal scents from the stench. Rand stood just ahead, at the edge of a ridge, arms folded behind his back. A group of his advisors, commanders, and guards stood behind, including Moiraine, Avienda, and Cadsuane. At this moment, though, Rand stood alone at the edge of the ridge. Distant, in front of them, rose the peak of Shale Ghul. Perrin felt a shiver. It was distant, but Perrin could not mistake the intense determination in Rand's expression as he regarded the peak. "Light," Perrin said. "Is it time?" "No," Rand said softly. "This is a test, to see if he senses me." "Perrin?" Nynaeve asked from the hillside behind. She had been speaking with Moiraine, and for once she didn't smell a twinge hateful. Something had happened between those two women.
I only need him for a moment, Perrin said, walking up to join Rand at the end of the outcropping of rock. There were some Aiel back there, and Perrin didn't want them, particularly any wise ones, to hear what he was going to ask Rand. You have this moment and many, Perrin, Rand said. I owe you dearly. What is it you want? Well, Perrin looked over his shoulder. Would Moiraine or Nynaeve know enough to try to stop him? Probably. Women were always trying to keep a man from doing what he must, as if worried he'd break his neck. Never mind that it was the last battle. Perrin? Rand asked. Rand, I need to enter the wolf dream. Tel'aran'rhiod? Rand said. Perrin, I don't know what you do there. You've told me little. I figured that you would know how to... I know how to enter it one way, Perrin said, whispering so that the wise ones and the others behind couldn't hear. The easy way. I need something else. You know things. You remember things. Is there anything in that ancient brain of yours that remembers how to enter into the world of dreams in the flesh? Rand grew solemn. It's a dangerous thing, you ask. As dangerous as going to do what you're about to do? Perhaps. Rand frowned. If I'd known back when I... Well, let's just say that some would call your request very, very evil. It's not evil, Rand, Perrin said. I know something evil when I smell it. This isn't evil. It's just incredibly stupid. Rand smiled. And still you ask? The good options are gone, Rand. Better to do something desperate than do nothing at all. Rand didn't reply. Look, Perrin said. We've spoken of the Black Tower. I know you're worried about it. I need to go there, Rand said, expression darkening. And yet it's obviously a trap. I think I know part of what is to blame, Perrin said. There's someone I need to face, and I can't beat him without being able to face him on equal terms. There, in the dream. Rand nodded slowly. The wheel weaves as the wheel wills. We will have to leave the blasted lands. You cannot enter the dream from... He trailed off, then did something, crafting a weave. A gateway opened beside him. Something about it was different from ordinary ones. I see, Rand said. The worlds are drawing together, compressing. What was once separate is no longer so. This gateway will take you into the dream. Take care, Perrin. If you die in that place while in the flesh, it can have ramifications. What you face could be worse than death itself, particularly now, at this time. I know, Perrin said. I will need a way out. Can you have one of your Ashaman make one of these gateways once a day at dawn? Say, at the traveling grounds of Merrilor? Dangerous, Rand whispered, but I will do it. Perrin nodded in thanks. The light willing, we will see one another again, Rand said. He held out his hand to Perrin. Watch out for Mat. I'm honestly not sure what he's going to do, but I have a feeling it will be highly dangerous for all involved. Not like us, Perrin said, clasping Rand's forearm. You and I, we're much better at keeping to the safe paths. Rand smiled. May the light shelter you, Perrin Aybara. And you, Rand al'Thor. Perrin hesitated and realized what was happening. They were saying goodbye. He took Rand in an embrace. You take care of him, you two, Perrin said, looking toward Nynaeve and Moiraine as he pulled back from the embrace. You hear me? Oh, now you want me to watch over Rand? Nynaeve said, hands on her hips. I don't believe I ever stopped, Perrin Aybara. Don't think I didn't hear you two whispering over there.
You're doing something foolish, aren't you?
Always,
Perrin said, raising a hand in farewell to Tom.
Gall, you certain you want to do this?
I am, the Aielman said, loosening his spears and looking through Rand's gateway. Without another word, the two hefted their heavy packs and stepped into the world of dreams. Chapter 14. Doses of Forkroot.
Light,
Perrin whispered to Gall, looking across the landscape.
It's dying.
The boiling, thrashing, churning black sky of the Wolf Dream was nothing new, but the storm that the sky had been foreshadowing for months had finally arrived. Wind blew in enormous gusts, moving this way, then that, in unnatural patterns. Perrin closed his cloak, then strengthened it with a thought, imagining the ties holding it to be fixed strongly in place. A little bubble of calmness extended out from him, deflecting the worst of the winds. It was easier than he anticipated, as if he'd reached for a heavy piece of oak and found it as light as pine. The landscape seemed less real than it usually did. The raging winds actually smoothed out hills, like erosion at high speed. In other places, the land swelled up, forming ripples of rock and new hillsides. Chunks of earth sprayed into the air, shattering. The land itself was coming apart. He grabbed Gall's shoulder and shifted the two of them away from the place. It was too close to Rand, Perrin suspected. Indeed, as they appeared on the familiar plain to the south, the place where he'd hunted with Hopper, they found the storm less powerful. They stowed their heavy packs, laden with food and water, in a thicket of bushes. Perrin didn't know if they could survive on food or water found in the dream, but he didn't want to have to find out. They should have enough here for a week or so, and as long as they had a gateway waiting for them, he felt comfortable, or at least satisfied, with the risks he was taking here. The landscape here wasn't coming apart in the same way as it had been near Shale Ghul. However, if he watched a section long enough, he could catch bits of, well, everything being pulled up in the winds. Stalks of dead grain, fragments of tree trunks, gobs of mud, and slivers of rock. All were slowly being pulled toward those gluttonous black clouds. After the way of the Wolf Dream, when he looked back, things that had been broken apart would often be whole again. He understood. This place was being consumed slowly, as was the waking world. Here it was simply easier to see. The winds whipped at them, but weren't so strong that he had to keep them at bay. They felt like the winds at the beginning of a storm, right before the rain and lightning, the heralds of oncoming destruction. Gall had pulled the shufa over his face and looked about suspiciously. His clothing had changed in shade to match the grasses.
You have to be very careful here, Gall, Perrin said. Your idle thoughts can become reality.
Gall nodded, then hesitantly unveiled his face.
I will listen and do as instructed.
It was encouraging that Gall's clothing didn't change too much as they walked through the field.
Just try to keep your mind clear, Perrin said. Free of thought. Act by instinct and follow my lead.
I will hunt like the Gara, Gall said, nodding. My spear is yours, Perrin Ebara. Perrin walked through the field, worried that Gall would accidentally send himself somewhere by thinking of it. The man barely suffered any effects of the wolf dream, however. His clothing would change a little if he was startled, his veil snapping into place without him reaching for it, but that seemed to be the extent of it.
All right, Perrin said. I'm going to take us to the Black Tower. We hunt a dangerous prey, a man named Slayer. You remember Lord Luke?
The lupin guinea, Gall said. Perrin frowned. It is a type of bird, Gall said, from the Threefold Land. I did not see this man often, but he seemed to be the type who talked big but was inwardly a coward.
Well, that was a front, Perrin said. And either way, he is a very different person in the dream. Here, he is a predator named Slayer, who hunts wolves and men. He's powerful. If he decides to kill you, he can appear behind you in an eye blink and imagine you captured by vines and unable to move. You'll be trapped as he slits your throat." Gall laughed. "That's funny?" Perrin asked. "You act as if this is something new," Gall explained. "Yet in the first dream, wherever I go, I am surrounded by women and men who could tie me in air with a thought and kill me at any time. I am accustomed to being powerless around some, Perrin Aybara. It is the way of the world in all things." "Still," Perrin said sternly, "if we find Slayer, he's a square-faced fellow with eyes that don't seem totally alive, and he dresses in dark leather. I want you to stay away from him. Let me fight him." "But you said you'd obey, Gall," Perrin said. "This is important. He took Hopper. I won't have him taking you as well. You don't fight Slayer." "Very well," Gall said. "I give my oath on it. I will not dance the spears with this man unless you order it." Perrin sighed, imagining Gall standing with his spears put away, letting Slayer kill him because of this oath. Light but Aiel could be prickly. "You can fight him if he attacks you," Perrin said, "but only as a means of escape. Don't hunt him. And if I'm fighting him, stay out of the way, understand?" Gall nodded. Perrin put a hand on the Aiel's shoulder, then shifted them in the direction of the Black Tower. Perrin had never been there before, so he had to guess and try to find it. The first shift was off, taking them to a section of Andor where grass-covered hills seemed to dance in the churning winds. Perrin would have preferred to just leap from hilltop to hilltop, but he didn't think Gall was ready for that. He used shifting instead. After 4 or 5 tries, Perrin took them to a place where he spotted a translucent, faintly purple dome rising in the distance. "What is it?" Gall asked. "Our goal," Perrin said. "That is the thing keeping Grady and Niald from creating gateways to the Black Tower. Just as we were afflicted in Gildan." "Yes." Seeing that dome brought back memories, vivid ones, of wolves dying. Perrin suppressed them. Memories like that could lead to idle thoughts here. He allowed himself a burning anger deep within, like the warmth of his hammer. But that was all. "Let's go," Perrin said, shifting them down in front of the dome. It looked like glass. "Pull me free if I collapse," he said to Gall, then stepped into the barrier. It felt as if he'd hit something incredibly cold. It sucked away his strength. He stumbled, but he kept his mind on his goal. Slayer, killer of wolves, Hopper's murderer. Perrin straightened as his strength returned. This was easier than it had been last time. Being in the wolf dream in the flesh did make him stronger. He didn't have to worry about pulling himself into the dream too strongly and leaving his body to die in the real world. He moved slowly through the barrier, as if through water, and stepped out onto the other side. Behind, Gall reached out with a curious expression on his face, then tapped the dome with his index finger. Gall immediately dropped to the ground, going limp like a doll. His spears and arrows tumbled away from his body, and he lay perfectly still, his chest not rising. Perrin reached through, his arms slow, and seized Gall by the leg to pull him through. Once on the other side, Gall gasped, then rolled over, groaning. He sat up, holding his head. Perrin quietly fetched the man's arrows and spears for him. "This is going to be a good experience for building our G," Gall said. He stood up and rubbed his arm where he'd hit the ground. "The wise ones call coming to this place as we do evil. It seems to me they would enjoy bringing men here to teach them." Perrin eyed Gall. He hadn't realized that the man had heard him speaking to Adara of the wolf dream. "What did I do to deserve your loyalty, Gall?" Perrin said,
mostly to himself. Gall laughed. "It is not anything you did." "What do you mean? I cut you down from that cage. That's why you follow me." "That's why I began following you," Gall said. "It is not why I remained. Come, is there not a danger that we hunt?" Perrin nodded, and Gall veiled his face. Together they walked beneath the dome, approaching the structure within. It was a goodly distance from the edge of one of these domes to the center, but Perrin didn't want to jump and be surprised, so they continued on foot, crossing a landscape of open grasslands patched with groves of trees. They walked for about an hour before they spotted the walls. Tall and imposing, they looked like those around a large city. Perrin and Gall walked up to them, Gall scouting with great care, as if he expected to be fired upon at any moment. However, in the wolf dream, these walls wouldn't be guarded. If Slayer were in here, he would lurk at the heart of the dome, at the center, and he'd probably have laid a trap. Perrin rested his hand on Gall's shoulder and brought them to the top of the wall in an instant. Gall prowled to one side, crouching low and peeking into one of the covered guard posts. Perrin went to the inner edge of the wall, looking in. The Black Tower wasn't as imposing as the outside implied. A distant village of huts and small houses, and beyond that, a large building project. "They're arrogant, wouldn't you say?" a feminine voice asked. Perrin jumped, spinning, summoning his hammer to his hands and readying a brick wall around himself for protection. A short young woman with silver hair stood next to him, standing straight as if to try to appear taller than she was. She wore white clothing, tied at the waist with a silver belt. He didn't recognize the face, but he did know her scent. "Moon Hunter," Perrin said, almost a growl. "Lanfear." "I'm not supposed to use that name any longer," she said, tapping one finger on the wall. "He's so strict with names." Perrin backed away, glancing from side to side. Was she working with Slayer? Gall appeared out of the guard post and froze, seeing her. Perrin held out a hand to stop him. Could he jump to Gall and be away before she attacked? "Moon Hunter?" Lanfear asked. "Is that what the wolves call me?" "That's not right. Not at all. I don't hunt the moon. The moon is mine already." She leaned down, resting her arms on the chest-high battlement. "What do you want?" Perrin demanded. "Vengeance," she whispered. Then she looked at him. "The same as you, Perrin." "I'm to believe you want Slayer dead too?" "Slayer? That orphan errand boy of Moradin's? He doesn't interest me. My vengeance will be against another." "Who?" "The one who caused my imprisonment," she said softly, passionately. Suddenly she looked toward the skies. Her eyes widened in alarm, and she vanished. Perrin passed his hammer from one hand to the other as Gall crept forward, trying to watch all directions at once. "What was that?" he whispered. "Aes Sedai?" "Worse," Perrin said with a grimace. "Do the Aiel have a name for Lanfear?" Gall drew in a sharp breath. "I don't know what she wants," Perrin said. "She's never made any sense to me. With any luck, we merely crossed paths, and she will go on with what she was about." He didn't believe that, not after what the wolves had told him earlier. Moonhunter wanted him. Light as if I didn't have enough trouble. He shifted them down to the bottom of the wall, and they continued. Tovann knelt beside Loghain. Andral was forced to watch as she caressed his chin, his wearied eyes open and watching her with horror. "It's all right," she said sweetly. "You can stop resisting. Relax, Loghain. Give in." She had been turned easily. Apparently, linked with 13 Halfmen, it was easier for male channelers to turn female channelers, and vice versa. That was why they were having so much trouble with Loghain.
Take him, Tobane said, pointing at Loghain. Let's see this done, once and for all. He deserves the peace of the Great Lord's bounty. Taim's minions dragged Loghain away. Andral watched with despair. Taim obviously considered Loghain a prize. Turn him and the rest of the Black Tower would go easily. Many of the boys up above would come willingly to their fate if Loghain ordered them to it. How can he keep fighting? Andral thought. Stately Amaran had been reduced to a whimpering wreck after only 2 sessions, though he hadn't yet been turned. Loghain had suffered nearly a dozen, and still he resisted. That would change, for Taim now had women. Soon after Tovane's turning, others had arrived, sisters of the Black Ajah, led by a horridly ugly woman who spoke with authority. The other Reds who had come with Pavara had joined them. Drowsy concern flowed through Pavara's bond to Andral. She was awake, but full of that drink that stopped her from channeling. Andral's own mind felt relatively clear. How long had it been since they'd forced him to drink the dregs out of the cup they'd first given to Amaran? Loghain will not last much longer. Pavara's sending was laced with fatigue and growing resignation. What are... She cut off, thoughts growing muddled. Burn me. What are we going to do? Loghain screamed in pain. He hadn't done that before. It seemed a very bad sign. By the doorway, Evan stood and watched. He looked over his shoulder suddenly, jumping at something. Light, Andral thought. Could it be his madness caused by the taint? Is it still there? Andral noticed for the first time that he was shielded, which they never did to captives unless letting their dose of forkroot wane so they could be turned. That sent a spike of panic through him. Were they coming for him next? Andral? Pavara sent. I have an idea. What? Andral started coughing through his gag. Evan jumped, then came over, bringing out his water flask and pouring water on the gag. Eborz, one of Taim's flunkies, lounged against the wall. He was holding the shield. He glanced at Andral, but something at the other side of the room drew his attention. Andral coughed worse, so Evan untied the gag and rolled him to the side, letting him spit out the water. Quiet now, Evan said, glancing back at Eborz, who was too far away to hear. Don't make them angry at you, Andral. The turning of a man to the shadow was not perfect. While it changed their allegiance, it did not change everything about them. The thing in Evan's head had his memories, his personality, and, the lights send, his failings. Have you convinced them? Andral whispered. Not to kill me. I have, Evan said, leaning low, eyes frenzied. They keep saying you're useless since you can't channel very well, but none of them like making gateways to shuffle people about. I told them you'd do it for them. You will, won't you? Of course, Andral said. It's better than dying. Evan nodded. They stopped your dose of forkroot. They'll take you next after Loghain. Mihail was finally sent new women from the Great Lord. Women who aren't tired from channeling all the time. Them and Tovane and the Reds mean it should go quickly now. Mihail should have Loghain by the end of the day. I'll serve them, Andral said. I'll swear to the Great Lord. That's good, Andral, Evan said. But we can't let you go until you've been turned. Mihail won't accept just an oath. It will be all right. I told them that you'd turn easily. You will, won't you? Not resisting? I won't resist. Thank the Great Lord, Evan said, relaxing. Oh, Evan, you were never terribly bright. Evan, Andral said softly, you need to watch out for Eborz. You know that, right? I'm one of them now, Andral, Evan said. I don't have to worry about them. That's good, Andral whispered. What I heard him say about you must have been nothing. Evan fidgeted. That look in his eyes.
It was fright. The taint had been cleansed. Joneth, Imaran, and the other new Ashaman would never have to suffer the madness. It manifested differently in different Ashaman, and at different rates. However, the fear was the most common. It came in waves. It had been consuming Evan when the cleansing happened. Andral had seen Ashaman need to be put down as the taint overwhelmed them. He knew that look in Evan's eyes well. Though the lad had been turned, he still carried the madness with him. He would do so forever.
"What did he say?"
Evan said.
"He didn't like it that you had been turned,"
Andral said.
"He thinks you'll take his place."
"Oh."
"Evan, he might be planning to kill you. Take care."
Evan stood up. "Thank you, Andral." He walked away, leaving Andral ungagged.
"That can't possibly work,"
Pevara said drowsily. She hadn't lived among them long enough. She hadn't seen what the madness could do, and didn't know to recognize it in the eyes of the Ashaman. Normally, when one of them became like this, they would take him and confine him until he rode it out. If that didn't work, Taim added something to their wine, and they didn't wake up. If they weren't stopped, they would descend to destruction. They would kill those closest to them, lashing out first at people they should have loved. Andral knew that madness. He knew it was inside of him, too.
"This is a mistake, Taim," he thought. "You use our own friends against us, but we know them better than you do."
Evan struck at Ebor's. It came in a burst of the one power. A second later, Andral's shield dropped. Andral embraced the source. He was not very strong, but he had enough power to burn away a few ropes. He rolled free of his bindings, hands bloodied, and took stock of the room. He hadn't been able to see it before. Not entirely. The room was bigger than he'd assumed, the size of a small throne room. A wide circular dais dominated the far end, topped by a double ring of Myrddraal and women. He shivered as he saw the fades. Light, but that eyeless gaze was awful. Taim's exhausted men stood by the far wall, the Ashaman who had failed to turn Loghain. He sat on the dais, slouching and tied to a chair in the center of the double ring. Like a throne. Loghain's head rolled to the side, his eyes closed. He appeared to be whispering something. Taim had spun, furious, toward Evan, who fought with Mishrael beside Ebor's smoking corpse. Evan and Mishrael each held the one power, wrestling on the floor, a knife in Evan's hands. Andral scrambled toward Imaran, then nearly fell on his face as his legs gave out. Light. He was weak, but he did manage to burn away Imaran's bonds, then Pevara's. She shook her head, trying to clear it. Imaran nodded in gratitude.
"Can you weave?"
Andral whispered. Taim's attention was on Evan's fight. Imaran shook his head. "The drink they gave us." Andral clung to the one power. Shadows began to lengthen around him. No, he thought. No, not now. A gateway. He needed a gateway. Andral sucked in the one power, forming the weave for traveling. And yet, as before, he hit some kind of barrier, like a wall preventing him from opening the gateway. Frustrated, he tried to make one to a closer destination. Perhaps distance mattered. Could he make a gateway to Candler's store above them? He struggled against that wall, fighting with everything he had. He strained, inching closer. He could almost do it. He felt as if something was happening.
"Please," he whispered. "Please open. We need to get out of here."
Evan fell to Taim's weave.
"What was that?"
Taim bellowed.
"I don't know,"
Mishrael said.
"Evan attacked us. He had been talking to the page boy and—"
Both spun toward Andral. Andral stopped trying to make the gateway, instead flinging a weave of fire in desperation toward Taim. Taim smiled. By the time Andral's tongue of fire reached him, it vanished into a weave of air and water that dissipated it.
"You are a persistent one,"
Taim said, slamming Andral against the wall with a weave of air. Andral gasped in pain. Imoran stumbled dizzily to his feet, but a second wave of air knocked him down. Dazed, Androl felt himself hoisted up and pulled across the room. The ugly woman wearing black stepped out of the circle of Aes Sedai and walked up beside Taim. "So, Mahail," she said, "you are not nearly as in control of this place as you indicated."
"I have inferior tools," Taim said. "I should have been given more women earlier."
"You ran your Ashaman to exhaustion," the woman replied. "You squandered their strength. I will take charge here." Taim stood on the dais beside Logain's slumped form, the women, and the Fades. He seemed to consider this woman, perhaps one of the Forsaken, a greater threat than anyone else in the room.
"You think that will work, do you?"
Taim asked.
"When the Nameless hears of how you are bungling—" "The Nameless? I care not for Moradin. I have already provided a gift to the Great Lord himself. Beware, I am in his favor. I hold the keys in my hands, Hessalon."
"You mean you actually did it? You stole them?" Taim smiled. He turned back to Androl, who hung in the air, struggling without success. He wasn't shielded. He flung another weave at Taim, but the man blocked it indifferently. Androl wasn't even worth shielding. Taim dropped him from the weaves of air. Androl hit the ground hard. He grunted.
"How long have you trained here, Androl?" Taim asked. "You shame me. That is the best you can do when trying to kill?"
Androl struggled to his knees. He felt pain and worry from Pavara behind, her mind clouded with Forkroot. In front of him, Logain sat on his throne, locked in place, surrounded by the enemy. The man's eyes were closed. He was barely conscious.
"We are done here," Taim said. "Mishrael, kill these captives. We will take those above and carry them to Shale Ghul. The Great Lord has promised me more resources for my work there."
Taim's lackeys approached. Androl looked up from his knees. The darkness grew all around, shapes moving in the shadows. The darkness. It terrified him. He had to let go of Sayadin. He had to. And yet, he could not. He had to begin weaving. Taim glanced at him, then smiled and wove balefire. Shadows all around. Androl clung to the power.
"The dead. They come for me."
He wove by instinct, the best weave he knew. A gateway. He hit that wall. That blasted wall.
So tired. Shadows. Shadows will take me.
A white-hot bar of light sprang from Taim's fingers, pointed right at Androl. Androl shouted, straining, thrusting his hands forward and snapping his weave into place. He hit that wall and heaved. A gateway, the width of a coin, opened in front of him. He caught the stream of balefire in it. Taim frowned, and the room grew still, stunned Ashaman pausing their weaves. At that moment, the door to the room exploded inward. Candler, holding the one power, roared in. He was followed by the 20 or so Two Rivers boys who had come to train in the Black Tower. Taim yelled, embracing the source.
"We are attacked!"
The dome seemed to be centered on the building project he'd noted. That was bad. With those foundations and pits, Slayer would have plenty of places to hide and ambush him. Once they reached the village, Perrin pointed to a particularly large building. 2 stories, built like an inn with a solid wooden roof.
"I'm going to take you up there," Perrin whispered. "Ready your bow. Yell if you spot anyone trying to sneak up on me, all right?"
Gaul nodded. Perrin shifted them up onto the top of the building, and Gaul took position by the chimney. His clothing blended to match the color of the clay bricks, and he stayed low, bow out. It wouldn't have the range of a longbow, but from here he'd be deadly. Perrin dropped to the ground, floating softly the last inch or so in order to keep from making noise. He crouched and shifted to the side of the building just ahead. He shifted again, to the edge of the last building in the row before the excavation, then looked over his shoulder. Gaul, hidden quite well above, raised his fingers. He had tracked Perrin. From here, Perrin crept forward on his belly, not wanting to shift to a place he couldn't see directly. He reached the lip of the first cavernous foundation hole and looked down on a dirt floor. The wind still blew, and dust swirled down below, obscuring any tracks that might have been left. Perrin rose to a crouch and began to make his way around the perimeter of the large foundation. Where would the exact center of the dome be? He couldn't tell. It was too large. He kept his eyes open. His attention was so focused on the foundation holes that he nearly walked right into the guards. A quiet chuckle from one of them alerted him, and he shifted immediately, jumping to the other side of the foundation and dropping to his knees, Two Rivers' longbow appearing in his hands. He scanned the area he'd left, now distant. Fool, he thought, finally spotting them. The two men lounged in a shack built beside the foundations. The shack was the type of structure you'd expect workers to take meals in. Perrin looked about anxiously, but Slayer did not rise out of hiding to attack him, and the two guards failed to spot him. He couldn't make out many details, so he cautiously shifted back to near where he'd been. He dropped down into the foundation and created an earthen ledge on its side to stand on while peering over the lip of the hole into the shack. Yes, there were two of them, men in black coats. Asha'man. He thought he recognized them from the aftermath of Dumai's Wells, where they had rescued Rand. They were loyal to him, weren't they? Had Rand sent help for Perrin? Light burn that man, Perrin thought. Couldn't he just be up front with everyone for once? Of course, even Asha'man could be dark friends. Perrin debated climbing out of the pit and confronting them. Broken tools, Lanfear said idly. Perrin jumped, cursing to find her standing on the ledge beside him, peeking up at the two men. They've been turned, she said. I've always found that to be a wasteful business. You lose something in the transformation. They will never serve as well as if they'd come willingly. Oh, they'll be loyal, but the light is gone. The self-motivation, the spark of ingenuity that makes people into people. Be quiet, Perrin said. Turned? What do you mean? Is that 13 Myrddraal and 13 Dreadlords, Lanfear sneered. Such crudeness. Such a waste. I don't understand. Lanfear sighed, speaking as if she were explaining to a child. Those who can channel can be turned to the shadow by force, in the right circumstances. Mihail has been having trouble here making the process work as easily as he should. He needs women if he's going to turn men easily. Light, Perrin thought. Did Rand know this could happen to people? Were they planning to do the same thing to him? I'd be careful around those two, Lanfear said. They're powerful. Then you should be speaking more softly, Perrin whispered. Bah. It's easy to bend sound in this place. I could shout for all I'm worth and they wouldn't hear. They're drinking, you see? They brought the wine through with them. They're here in the flesh, of course. I doubt their leader warned them of the dangers of that. Perrin looked up at the guards. The two men sipped at their wine, chuckling to one another. As Perrin watched, the first slumped to the side, then the other did as well. They slipped out of their seats and hit the ground. What did you do? Fork root in the wine, Lanfear said. Why are you helping me? Perrin demanded. I'm fond of you, Perrin. You're one of the Forsaken. I was, Lanfear said. That privilege has been removed from me. The Dark One discovered I was planning to help Lews Therin win. Now She froze, looking toward the sky again. What did she see in those clouds? Something that made her grow pale. She vanished a moment later. Perrin tried to decide what to do. He couldn't trust her, of course. However, she was good with the wolf dream. She managed to appear next to him without making any sound at all. That was tougher than it seemed. She had to still the air as it moved out of the way when she arrived. She had to land just precisely so that she didn't make noise, and had to mute her clothing's rustle. With a start, Perrin realized that this time she'd also been masking her scent. He'd only been able to smell her. Her scent was that of soft night lily, after she'd begun speaking to him. Uncertainly, he crawled out of the pit and approached the shack. Both men were asleep. What happened to men who slept in the dream? Normally, this would have sent them back to the waking world, but they were here in the flesh. He shivered, thinking of what had been done to them. Turned? Was that the word she'd used? Light. It seemed unfair. Not that the pattern is ever fair, Perrin acknowledged, quickly searching through the hut. He found the dream spike driven into the ground under the table. The silvery piece of metal looked like a long tent spike, carved with designs down its length. It was similar to the other one he'd seen, but not exactly the same. He pulled it free, then waited, hand on his hammer, expecting Slayer to come for him.
"He's not here,"
Lanfear said.
"Light!"
Perrin jumped, hammer raised. He turned.
"Why do you keep appearing like that, woman?"
"He searches for me," she said, glancing skyward. "I'm not supposed to be able to do this, and he grows suspicious. If he finds me, he'll know for certain, and I will be destroyed, captured and burned for an eternity."
"You expect me to feel sorry for you? One of the Forsaken?"
Perrin snapped.
"I chose my master," she said, studying him. "This is my price, unless I can find a way free of it."
"What?"
"I think you have the best chance," she said. "I need you to win, Perrin, and I need to be at your side when you do."
He snorted. "You haven't learned any new tricks, have you? Take your offers elsewhere. I'm not interested."
He turned the dream spike over in his fingers. He had never been able to figure out how the other one worked.
"You have to twist it at the top."
Lanfear held out a hand. Perrin eyed her.
"You don't think I could have taken it out on my own if I'd wanted?"
she asked, amused.
"Who was it who put Mahail's little pets down for you?"
He hesitated, then handed it over. She ran her thumb from tip to mid-length, and something clicked inside it. She reached up and twisted the head about. Outside, the faint wall of violet shrank and vanished. She handed it back.
"Twist it again to set up the field. The longer you twist, the larger it will grow. Then slide your finger in the reverse of what I did to lock it. Be careful. Wherever you set it will have ramifications in the waking world as well as this world, and it will stop even your allies from moving in or out. You can get through with the key, but I do not know it for this spike."
"Thank you,"
Perrin said grudgingly. At his feet, one of the slumbering men grunted, then rolled to his side.
Is there really no way to resist being turned? Nothing they can do?"
"A person can resist for a short time," she said. "A short time only. The strongest will fail eventually. If you are a man facing women, they will beat you quickly."
"It shouldn't be possible," Perrin said, kneeling. "Nobody should be able to force a man to turn to the shadow. When all else is taken from us, this choice should remain."
"Oh, they have the choice,"
Lanfear said, idly nudging one with her foot.
"They could have chosen to be gentled. That would have removed the weakness from them, and they could never have been turned."
"That's not much of a choice."
"This is the weave of the pattern, Perrin Ibarra. Not all options will be good ones. Sometimes you have to make the best of a bad lot and ride the storm."
He looked at her sharply.
"And you imply that's what you did? You joined the shadow because it was the best option? I don't buy it for a moment." You joined for power. Everyone knows it.
Think what you will, wolf pup, she said, eyes growing hard. I've suffered for my decisions. I've borne pain, agony, excruciating sorrow because of what I've done in my life. My suffering goes beyond what you could conceive.
And of all of the Forsaken, Perrin said, you chose your place and accepted it most readily.
She sniffed. You think you can believe stories 3,000 years old?
Better to trust them than the words of one such as yourself.
As you wish, she said, then looked down again at the sleeping men. If it helps you to understand, wolf pup, you should know that many think men like these are killed when the turning happens, and then something else invades the body. Some think that, at least. She vanished. Perrin sighed, then tucked the dream spike away and shifted back to the rooftop. As soon as he appeared, Gol spun about, drawing an arrow. Is it you, Perrin Barra?
It's me.
I wonder if I should ask for proof, Gol said, arrow still drawn. It seems to me that in this place one could easily change one's appearance. Perrin smiled.
Appearance isn't all. I know that you have two Gaishain. One you want, one you do not. Neither seems content to act as proper Gaishain. If we live through this, one might marry you.
One might, Gol agreed, lowering his bow. It's looking like I'll have to take both or neither. Perhaps it is punishment for making them put away their spears, though it is not my choice that makes them do so, but their own. He shook his head. The dome is gone. Perrin held up the dream spike.
It is.
What is our next task?
To wait,
Perrin said, settling down on the rooftop.
And see if removing the dome draws Slayer's attention.
What if it does not?
Then we go to the next likely place to find him,
Perrin said, rubbing his chin.
And that is wherever there are wolves to kill.
We heard you,
Candler yelled to Androl amid the firefight.
Burn me if it isn't true. We were in my shop above and we heard you speak, begging. We decided we had to attack. Now or never.
Weaves exploded through the room. Earth erupted and fire shot from Taim's people at the dais toward the Two Rivers men. Fades slunk across the room with cloaks that did not move, unsheathing swords. Androl scrambled away from Candler, head low, making for Pavara, Jonath, and Amaran at the side of the room. Candler had heard him? The gateway he'd made, just before Taim heaved him in the air. It must have opened, so small he hadn't been able to see it. He could make gateways again, but only very small ones. What good was that? Enough to stop Taim's balefire, he thought, reaching Pavara and the others. None of the three were in a state to fight. He wove a gateway, hitting the wall, pushing to... Something changed. The wall vanished. Androl sat, stunned for a moment. Blasts and explosions in the room assaulted his ears. Candler and the others fought well, but the Two Rivers lads faced fully trained Aes Sedai and maybe one of the Forsaken. They were dropping one by one. The wall was gone. Androl stood up slowly, then walked back toward the center of the room. Taim and his people fought on the dais. The weaves coming from Candler and his lads were flagging. Androl looked to Taim and felt a powerful, overwhelming surge of anger. The Black Tower belonged to the Ashaman, not this man. It was time for the Ashaman to reclaim it. Androl roared, raising his hands beside him and wove a gateway. The power rushed through him. As always, his gateways snapped into place faster than any others, growing larger than a man of his strength should be able to make. He built this one the size of a large wagon. He opened it facing Taim's channelers, snapping it into place right as they released their next round of deadly weaves. The gateway only covered the distance of a few paces and opened behind them. Weaves crafted by Taim's women and men hit the open gateway, which hung before Androl like a haze in the air, then exploded out behind them. Weaves killed their own masters, burning away Aes Sedai, killing Ashaman and the few remaining Myrddraal. Straining at the exertion, Andral bellowed louder and opened small gateways on Loghain's bonds, snapping them. He opened another one directly in the floor beneath Loghain's chair, dropping it from the room to a place far away from the Black Tower, one that was, the lights said, safe. The woman called Hessalam fled. As she darted through a gateway of her own, Taim followed with a couple of others. The rest were not so wise. For a moment later, Andral opened a gateway as wide as the floor, dropping the other women in Ashaman through it to plummet hundreds of feet. Chapter 15. Your Neck in a Cord. The Terrasen Palace of Ebu Dar was far from the most difficult place that Mat had broken into. He told himself that over and over again as he dangled outside a balcony 3 stories above the gardens. He clung to a marble ledge with one hand while holding his hat on his head with the other, his Ashandarai strapped to his back. He'd stowed his bundle in the gardens below. The night air was cool against the sweat running down the sides of his face. Above, a pair of Deathwatch guards clanked as they moved on the balcony. Blood and bloody ashes. Did those fellows never take off their armor? They looked like beetles. He could barely make them out. The balcony was surrounded by an ironwork screen to keep people from looking in at the occupants from below, but Mat was close enough to see the guards moving inside through it. Like they were spending a long time in there. Mat's arms started to ache. The 2 men murmured to one another. Perhaps they were going to sit down and have some tea, pull out a book, start reading into the night. Tuon really needed to dismiss these 2. Why were they having a leisurely conversation on a balcony? There could be assassins out here. Eventually, thank the light, the 2 moved on. Mat tried to count to 10 before swinging up, but only lasted to 7. He pushed open one of the unlatched screens and scrambled over the balcony railing. Mat exhaled softly, arms aching. This palace, those 2 guards notwithstanding, was nowhere near as impregnable as the stone had been, and Mat had gotten in there. He had another advantage here, of course. He had lived in this palace, free to come and go. For the most part. He scratched at his neck and the scarf he wore there. For a moment it felt like a ribbon that felt like a chain. Mat's father had an adage, always know which way you are going to ride. There never was a man as honest as Abel Cawthon, and everyone knew it. But some folk, like those up in Terran Ferry, could not be trusted farther than they could spit. In trading horses, Abel had always said you needed to be ready to ride, and you always had to know which way you were going to go. In his 2 months living in this palace, Mat had learned every way out, every crack and passage, every loose window, which balcony screens were easy to open, which were usually locked tight. If you could sneak out, you could sneak in. He rested a moment on the balcony, but did not enter the room it was attached to. He was on the 3rd floor, where guests stayed. He might have been able to sneak in this way, but the guts of a building were always better guarded than the skin. Best to go up the outside. Doing so involved a lot of not looking down. Fortunately, the side of the building was not difficult to scale. Stonework and wood with plenty of handholds. He remembered chastising Tylin about that once. Sweat crept down Mat's brow like ants down a hill as he crawled out onto the screen, pulled himself upward and started toward the 4th level. The Ashandarai occasionally banged his legs from behind. He could smell the sea on the breeze. Things always smelled better when one was up high. Perhaps that was because heads smelled better than feet did. Stupid thought that, Mat told himself. Anything to keep from thinking about the height. He pulled himself up onto a piece of stonework, slipping with 1 foot below and lurching. He breathed in and out, panting, then continued on. There. Above, he could see Tylin's balcony. Her quarters had several, of course. He went for the one at her bedroom, not the one attached to her sitting room. That one was on the Mulhara Square, and climbing there he would be as obvious as a fly in a white pudding. He looked up again at the arabesque-covered iron balcony. He had always wondered if he could climb to it. He had certainly considered climbing out of it. Well, he would not be a fool and try this sort of thing again, that was for certain. Just this once, and grudgingly. Matrim Cawthon knew to look out for his own neck. He had not survived this long by taking fool chances, luck or no luck. If Tuon wanted to live in a city where the head of her armies was trying to have her assassinated, that was her choice. He nodded to himself. He would climb up, explain to her in very rational tones that she needed to leave the city and that this General Golgon was betraying her. Then he could saunter on his way and find himself some games of dice. That was why he had come to the city, after all. If Rand was up north, where all the Trollocs were, then Mat wanted to be as far from the man as possible. He felt bad for Rand, but any sane person would see that Mat's choice was the only one. The swirl of colors started to form, but Mat suppressed it. Rational. He would be very rational. Sweating, cursing, his hands aching, Mat pulled himself up to the balcony on the 4th floor. One of the screen latches was loose here, as it had been when he lived in the palace. Quick work with a small wire hook was all he needed to get in. He entered the enclosed balcony, took off the Ashandarai, then lay down on his back, panting as if he had just run all the way from Andor to Tyr. After a few minutes of that, he hauled himself to his feet, then looked out the unlatched screen down 4 stories. Mat felt pretty good about that climb. He picked up the Ashandarai and went to the balcony doors. Tuon would undoubtedly have moved in here to Tylan's rooms. They were the finest in the palace. Mat cracked the doors open. He would just peek and... something shot from the shadows before him and slammed into the door just above his head. Mat dropped, rolling, pulling out a knife with one hand and holding the Ashandarai with the other. The door creaked open from the force of the crossbow bolt lodged in its wood. Selucia looked out a moment later. She had the right side of her head shaven clean, the other side covered in cloth. Her skin was the color of cream, but any man who thought her soft would soon learn otherwise. Selucia could teach sandpaper a thing or two about being tough. She leveled a small crossbow at him, and Mat found himself smiling. "I knew it!" he exclaimed. "You're a bodyguard. You always were." Selucia scowled. "What are you doing here, you fool?" "Oh, just going for a stroll," Mat said, picking himself up and sheathing his knife. "The night air is said to be good for a fellow. The sea breeze, that sort of thing." "Did you climb up here?" Selucia asked, glancing over the side of the balcony as if looking for a rope or ladder. "What? You don't climb up normally? It's very good for the arms. Improves grip." She gave him a suffering look, and Mat found himself grinning. If Selucia was on the lookout for assassins, then Tuon was probably all right. He nodded toward the crossbow, which was still leveled toward him. "Are you going to, She paused, then sighed and lowered it. "Many thanks," Mat said. "You could put a man's eye out with that thing, and normally I wouldn't mind, but I'm running short on eyes these days." "What did you do?" Selucia asked dryly. "Go dicing with a bear?" "Selucia," Mat said, walking past her to enter the rooms. "That was quite near to a joke. I should think that, with a little effort, we might be able to grow you a sense of humor. That would be so unexpected we could put you in a menagerie and charge money to see you. Come see the marvelous laughing Sojin! 2 coppers only tonight." "You bet the eye on something, didn't you?" Mat stumbled, pushing open the door. He chuckled. Light, that was strangely close to the truth. Very cute. "It's a bet I won," he thought, no matter how it may seem. Matrim Cawthon was the only man to have diced with the fate of the world itself in the prize pouch. Of course, next time they could find some fool hero to take his place, like Rand or Perrin. Those two were so full of heroism it was practically dripping out their mouths and down their chins. He suppressed the images that tried to form. Light, he had to stop thinking of those two. "Where is she?" Mat asked, looking about the bedchamber. The sheets of the bed were disturbed. He earnestly did not imagine pink ribbons tied to that headboard, but Tuon was nowhere to be seen.
"Out," Selucia said. "Out? It's the middle of the night." "Yes, a time when only assassins would visit. You are lucky that my aim was off, Matrim Cawthon."
"Never you bloody mind that," Mat said. "You're her bodyguard."
"I don't know what you mean," Selucia said,
making the little crossbow vanish into her robes.
"I am Sojin to the Empress, may she live forever. I am her voice and her truth speaker."
"Lovely," Mat said, glancing at the bed. "You're decoying for her, aren't you? Lying in her bed, with a crossbow ready should assassins try to sneak in?"
Selucia said nothing.
"Well, where is she?" Mat demanded.
"Bloody ashes, woman! This is serious. General Golgon himself has hired men to kill her."
"That?" Selucia asked. "You're worried about that?"
"Bloody right I am."
"Golgon is nothing to worry about," Selucia said. "He's too good a soldier to jeopardize our current stabilization efforts. Krisa is the one you should be worried about. She has brought in 3 assassins from Seanchan."
Selucia glanced at the balcony doorway. Mat noticed for the first time a stain on the floor that might have been blood.
"I have caught 2 so far. Pity. I assumed you were the 3rd.
She eyed him as if considering that he might, against all logic, somehow be that assassin.
"You're bloody insane,"
Mat said, tugging on his hat and fetching his Ashendari. "I'm going to Tuon."
"That is no longer her name, may she live forever. She is known as Fortuona. You should not address her by either name, but instead as Highest One, or Greatest One."
"I'll call her what I bloody well please," Mat said. "Where is she?"
Selucia studied him.
"I'm not an assassin," he said. "I don't believe that you are. I am trying to decide if she would like me to tell you her location."
"I'm her husband, am I not?"
"Hush," Selucia said. "You just tried to convince me you aren't an assassin. Now you bring up that? Fool man. She is in the palace gardens." "It's the middle of the night," Selucia said. "Yes, I know. She does not always listen to logic."
He caught a hint of exasperation in her tone.
"She has an entire squad of the Deathwatch Guard with her."
"I don't care if she has the Creator himself with her," Mat snapped, walking back toward the balcony. "I'm going to go sit her down and explain some things to her." Selucia followed and leaned against the doorway, raising a skeptical gaze to him.
"Well, maybe I won't sit her down, really,"
Mat said, looking through the open screen at the gardens below.
"But I will explain to her, logically, why she can't just go wandering in the night like this. At least I'll mention it to her.
Blood and bloody ashes. We really are high up, aren't we?"
"Normal people use stairs."
"Every soldier in the city is looking for me," Mat said. "I think Golgon is trying to make me vanish." Selucia pursed her lips. "You didn't know about this?" Mat asked. She hesitated, then shook her head.
"It's not impossible that Golgon would be on the watch for you. The Prince of the Ravens would be competition under normal circumstances. He is general of our armies, but that is a task often assigned to the Prince of the Ravens."
"Prince of the Ravens. Don't bloody remind me," Mat said. "I thought that was my title when I was married to the Daughter of the Nine Moons. It hasn't changed at her elevation?"
"No," Selucia said. "Not yet."
Mat nodded, then sighed as he looked at the climb ahead of him. He lifted one leg up onto the railing.
"There is another way," Selucia said. "Come before you break your fool neck. I do not know yet what she wants with you, but I doubt it involves you falling to your death."
Mat gratefully hopped off the balcony railing, following Selucia into the room. She opened a wardrobe and then opened the back into a dark passageway enclosed in the wood and stone of the palace. "Blood and bloody ashes," Matt said, sticking his head in. "This was here all along?" "Yes. This might be how it got in," Matt murmured. "You need to board this thing up, Selucia." "I've done better. When the Empress sleeps, may she live forever, she sleeps in the attic. She never slumbers in this room. We have not forgotten how easily Tylin was taken." "That's good," Matt said. He shuddered. "I found the thing that did that. He won't be ripping out any more throats. Tylin and Nelician can have a little dance together about that. Farewell, Selucia. Thank you." "For the passageway?" she asked. "Or for failing to kill you with the crossbow?" "For not bloody calling me Highness like Messenge and the others," Matt muttered, entering the passage. He found a lantern hung on the wall and lit it with his flint and tinder. Behind him, Selucia laughed. "If that bothers you, Cawthon, you have a very irritating life ahead of you. There is only one way to stop being the Prince of the Ravens, and that is to find your neck in a cord." She closed the door to the wardrobe. What a pleasant woman she is, Matt thought. He almost preferred the days when she would not talk to him. Shaking his head, he started down the passage, realizing she had never told him exactly where it led. Rand strode through Elaine's camp at the eastern edge of Brame Wood, accompanied by a pair of maidens. The camp was dark, evening upon them, but few slept. They were making preparations to break camp and move the army east toward Cairhien the next morning. Only 2 guards for Rand tonight. He felt almost exposed with 2 guards, though once he had thought any number of guards at all to be excessive. The inevitable turning of the wheel had changed his perception as surely as it changed the seasons. He walked a lantern-lit pathway that had obviously once been a game trail. This camp hadn't been here long enough to have pathways otherwise. Soft noises broke the night's calm. Supplies being loaded onto carts, sword blades being ground on whetstones, meals being distributed to hungry soldiers. The men did not call to one another. Not only was it night, but the Shadow's forces were near in the forest, and Trollocs had good ears. Best to be in the habit of speaking softly, not shouting from one side of the camp to another. The lanterns had shields to give only a soft light, and cook fires were kept to a minimum. Rand left the trail, carrying his long bundle, passing through rustling high grass in the clearing on his way to Tam's tent. This would be a quick trip. He nodded to those soldiers who saluted as he passed on the path. They were shocked to see him, but not surprised that he walked the camp. Elaine had made her armies aware of his earlier visit. "I lead these armies," she had said as they parted last time. "But you are their heart. You gathered them, Rand. They fight for you. Please let them see you when you come." And so he did. He wished he could protect them better, but he would simply have to carry that burden. The secret, it turned out, had not been to harden himself to the point of breaking. It had not been to become numb. It had been to walk in pain, like the pain of the wounds at his side, and accept that pain as part of him. 2 men from Emond's Field guarded Tam's tent. Rand nodded to them as they straightened up, saluting. Ban Alcine and Dab Althone. Once he would never have thought to see them salute. They did it well, too. "You have a solemn task, men," Rand said to them. "As important as any on this battlefield." "Defending Andor, my lord?" Dab asked, confused. "No," Rand said. "Watching over my father. Take care you do it well." He pushed into the tent, leaving the maidens outside. Tam stood over a travel table, inspecting maps. Rand smiled. It was the same look Tam had worn when inspecting a sheep that had gotten caught in the thicket.
You seem to think I'll need watching, Tam said.
Responding to that comment, Rand decided, would be like walking up to an archer's nest and daring anyone inside to hit him. Instead, he set his bundle down on the table. Tam regarded the long, cloth-wrapped bundle, then tugged at its covering. The cloth came off, revealing a majestic sword with a black lacquered sheath painted with entwined dragons of red and gold. Tam looked up with a question in his eyes. "You gave me your sword," Rand said, "and I wasn't able to return it. This is a replacement." Tam slid the sword from its sheath, and his eyes widened.
"This is too fine a gift, son."
"Nothing is too fine for you," Rand whispered. "Nothing." Tam shook his head, slipping the blade back into the sheath.
"It will just end up in a trunk, forgotten like the last one. I should never have brought that thing home. You put too much care into that blade."
He moved to hand the sword back. Rand put his hand over Tam's. "Please. A blade master deserves a fitting weapon. Take it. That will ease my conscience. Light knows any burden I can lighten now will help in the days to come." Tam grimaced.
"That's a dirty trick, Rand."
"I know. I've been spending my time with all kinds of unsavory types lately. Kings, clerks, lords, and ladies." Tam reluctantly took the sword back. "Think of it as a thank you," Rand said. "From all the world to you. If you had not taught me of the flame and the void all those years ago, Light Tam, I wouldn't be here right now. I'd be dead, I'm sure of that." Rand looked down at the sword. "To think, if you hadn't wanted me to be a good archer, I'd have never learned the thing that kept me sane through the rough times." Tam sniffed.
"The flame and the void aren't about archery."
"Yes, I know. They are a swordsman's technique."
"They're not about swords either,"
Tam said, strapping the sword onto his belt.
"But the flame and the void are about center," Tam said, "and about peace. I would teach it to each and every person in this land, soldier or not, if I could."
His expression softened.
"But Light, what am I doing? Lecturing you? Tell me, where did you get this weapon?"
"I found it."
"It's as fine a blade as I've ever seen."
Tam pulled it out again, looking at the folds of the metal.
"It's ancient and used. Well used. Cared for, certainly, but this didn't just sit in some warlord's trophy case. Men have swung this blade, killed with it.
It belonged to a kindred soul." Tam looked at him, searching his eyes.
"Well, I suppose I should try it out then. Come on."
"In the night?"
"It's early evening still," Tam said. "This is a good time. The practice grounds won't be clogged."
Rand raised an eyebrow but stepped aside as Tam rounded the table and left the tent. Rand followed, the maidens falling in behind them, and trailed his father to the nearby practice grounds where a few warders sparred, lit by glowing lanterns on poles. Near the rack of wooden practice weapons, Tam drew the new sword out and moved into a few forms. Though his hair was gray, his face creased around the eyes, Tam al'Thor moved like a ribbon of silk in the wind. Rand had never seen his father fight, not even spar. In truth, a piece of him had had trouble imagining gentle Tam al'Thor killing anything other than a grouse for the fire pit. Now he saw. Lit by flickering lantern light, Tam al'Thor slipped into the sword forms like a comfortable pair of boots. Oddly, Rand found himself jealous. Not of his father specifically, but of any who could know the piece of sword practice. Rand held up his hand, then the stump of the other. Many of the forms required two hands. To fight as Tam did was not the same as fighting with short sword and shield, as many men in the infantry did. This was something else. Rand might still be able to fight, but he could never do this. No more than a man missing one foot could dance. Tam completed Hair Finds Its Hole, sliding the weapon into its sheath in one smooth motion. Orange lantern light reflected off of the blade as it slipped into its cover.
Beautiful, Tam said. Light, the weight, the construction. Is it power-forged?
I don't know, Rand said. He'd never had a chance to fight with it. Tam took a cup of water from a serving boy. A few newer recruits ran through pike formations in the distance, working late into the night. Every moment of training was precious, particularly for those who were not often on the front lines. No recruits, Rand thought, watching them. These too are my burden. Every man who fights. He would find a way to defeat the Dark One. If he did not, these men fought in vain.
You're worried, son,
Tam said, handing the cup back to the serving boy. Rand calmed himself, finding peace, turning to Tam. He remembered, from his old memories, something from a book. The key to leadership is in the rippling waves. You could not find stillness on a body of water if there was turmoil underneath. Likewise, you could not find peace and focus in a group unless the leader himself had peace within. Tam eyed him, but did not challenge Rand on the sudden mask of control that he had adopted. Instead, Tam reached to the side and took one of the balanced wooden practice swords from the rack. He tossed it to Rand, who caught it, standing with his other arm folded behind his back.
Father,
Rand said warningly as his father picked up another sparring sword. This is not a good idea.
I've heard you became quite the swordsman,
Tam said, taking a few swipes with the practice sword to test its balance.
I'd like to see what you can do. Call it a father's pride.
Rand sighed, holding up his other arm, displaying the stump. People's eyes tended to slide off it as if they were seeing a gray man. They didn't like the idea that their dragon reborn was flawed. He never let them know how tired he felt, inside. His body was worn, like a millstone that had worked for generations. He was still tough enough to do his job, and he would. But light, he felt tired sometimes. Carrying the hopes of millions was heavier than lifting any mountain. Tam didn't pay any heed to the stump. He took out a handkerchief and wrapped it around one of his hands, then tied it tight using his teeth.
I won't be able to grip a thing with my offhand, he said, swinging the sword again. It will be a fair fight. Come on, son.
Tam's voice carried authority, the authority of a father. It was the same tone he had once used to get Rand out of bed to go muck the milking shed. Rand couldn't disobey that voice, not Tam's. It was just built into him. He sighed, stepping forward. I don't need the sword to fight any longer. I have the one power.
That would be important, Tam said. If sparring right now had anything to do with fighting.
Rand frowned. What? Tam came at him. Rand parried with a half-hearted swing. Tam moved into feathers in the wind, spinning his sword and delivering a second blow. Rand stepped back, parrying again. Something stirred inside of him, an eagerness. As Tam attacked a second time, Rand lifted the sword and, by instinct, brought his hands together. Only he didn't have his other hand to grip the bottom of the sword. That left his grip weak, and when Tam hit again, it nearly twisted the sword out of Rand's grip. Rand set his teeth, stepping back. What would Lan say if he'd seen this shoddy performance by one of his students? What would he say? He'd say, Rand, don't get into sword fights. You can't win them. Not any longer. Tam's next attack feinted right, then came around and hit Rand in the thigh with a solid thump. Rand danced backwards, smarting. Tam had actually hit him, and hard. The man certainly wasn't holding back. How long had it been since Rand had sparred with someone who was actually willing to hurt him? Too many treated him like glass. Lan had never done that. Rand threw himself into the fight, trying boar rushes down the mountain. He beat at Tam for a few moments, but then a slap from Tam's weapon almost twisted the sword from Rand's hand again. The long swords, designed for swordmasters, were difficult to stabilize correctly without a second hand. Rand growled, again trying to fall into a two-handed stance, again failing. He'd learned by now to deal with what he had lost, in normal life, at least. He hadn't spent time sparring since the physical loss, although he'd intended to. He felt like a chair that was missing one of its legs. He could balance with effort, but not very well. He fought. He tried form after form, but he barely held on against Tam's attacks. He couldn't do it. Not well, so why was he bothering? In this activity he was defective. Sparring made no sense. He turned, sweat streaming from his brow, and threw his coat aside. He tried again, stepping carefully on the trampled grass, but again Tam got the better of him, nearly knocking his feet out from under him. This is pointless. Why fight one-handed? Why not find another way? Why? Tam was doing it. Rand continued to fight, defensive, but he directed his attention to Tam. His father must have practiced fighting one-handed. Rand could read it in his movements, the way he didn't try, by instinct, to keep grabbing the hilt with his bound hand. Upon consideration, Rand probably should have practiced sparring one-handed. Many wounds could hurt the hand, and some forms focused on arm attacks. Lan had told him to practice reversing his grips. Perhaps fighting with one hand would have come next. "Let go, son," Tam said. "Let go of what?" "Everything." Tam came rushing in, throwing shadows in the lantern light, and Rand sought the void. All emotion went into the flame, leaving him empty and whole at once. The next attack nearly cracked his head. Rand cursed, coming into Heron in the reeds as Lan had taught him, sword up to block the next blow. Again, that missing hand of his tried to grip the hilt. One could not unlearn years of training in an evening. Let go. Wind blew through across the field, carrying with it the sense of a dying land. Moss, mold, rot. Moss lived. Mold was a living thing. For a tree to rot, life had to progress. A man with one hand was still a man, and if that hand held a sword, he was still dangerous. Tam fell into Hawkspots the hare, a very aggressive form. He charged Rand, swinging. Rand saw the next few moments before they happened. He saw himself raising his sword in the proper form to block, a form that required him to expose his sword to bad balance now that he had no second hand. He saw Tam slicing down on the sword to twist it in Rand's grip. He saw the next attack coming back and taking Rand at the neck. Tam would freeze before hitting. Rand would lose the spar. Let go. Rand shifted his grip on the sword. He didn't think about why. He did what felt right. When Tam came near, Rand flung his left arm up to stabilize his hand while pivoting his sword to the side. Tam connected, weapon sliding off Rand's sword, but not unhanding it. Tam's backswing came as expected, but hit Rand's elbow, the elbow of the useless arm. Not so useless after all. It blocked the sword effectively, though the crack of it hitting sent a shiver of pain down Rand's arm. Tam froze, eyes widening, first in surprise that he'd been blocked, then in apparent worry over connecting with a solid blow on Rand's arm. He had probably fractured the bone. "Rand," Tam said. Rand stepped back, folded his wounded arm behind his back, and lifted his sword. He breathed in the deep sense of a world wounded, but not dead. He attacked. Kingfisher strikes in the nettles. Rand didn't choose it, it happened. Perhaps it was his posture, sword out, other arm folded behind his back. That led him easily into the offensive form. Tam blocked, wary, stepping to the side in the brown grass. Rand swung to the side, flowing into his next form. He stopped trying to turn off his instincts, and his body adapted to the challenge. Safe within the void, He didn't need to wonder how. The contest continued in earnest now, swords clacking with sharp blows, Rand keeping his hand behind his back and feeling what his next strike should be. He did not fight as well as he once had. He could not. Some forms were impossible for him, and he could not strike with as much force as he once could. He did match Tam, to an extent. Any swordsman could tell who was the better as they fought, or at least they could tell who had the advantage. Tam had it here. Rand was younger and stronger, but Tam was just so solid. He had practiced fighting with one hand. Rand was certain of it. He did not care. This focus. He had missed this focus. With so much to worry about, so much to carry, he had not been able to dedicate himself to something as simple as a duel. He found it now and poured himself into it. For a time, he wasn't the Dragon Reborn. He wasn't even a son with his father. He was a student with his master. In this, he remembered that no matter how good he had become, no matter how much he now remembered, there was still much he could learn. They continued to spar. Rand did not count who had won which exchange. He just fought and enjoyed the peace of it. Eventually, he found himself exhausted in the good way, not in the worn-down way he had begun to feel lately. It was the exhaustion of good work done. Sweating, Rand raised his practice sword to Tam, indicating that he was through. Tam stepped back, raising his own sword. The older man wore a grin. Nearby, standing near the lanterns, a handful of warders began clapping. Not a large audience, only 6 men, but Rand had not noticed them. The maidens lifted their spears in salute.
"It has been quite a wait, hasn't it?"
Tam asked. "What wait?" Rand replied.
"That lost hand you've been carrying."
Rand looked down at his stump. "Yes, I believe it has been at that." Tylan's secret passage led to the gardens, opening up in a very narrow hole not far from where Matt had begun his climb. He crawled out, brushing the dust off his shoulders and knees, then craned his neck back and looked up to the balcony far above. He had ascended to the building's heights, then crawled out through its bowels. Maybe there was a lesson in that somewhere. Maybe it was that Matrim Cawthon should look for secret passages before deciding to scale a bloody 4-story building. He stepped softly into the gardens. The plants were not doing well. These ferns should have far more fronds, and the trees were as bare as a maiden in the sweat tent. Not surprising. The entire land wilted faster than a boy at Beltane with no dancing partners. Matt was pretty sure Rand was to blame. Rand or the Dark One. Matt could trace every bloody problem in his life to one or the other. Those flaming colors. Moss still lived. Matt had never heard of moss being used in a garden, but he could have sworn that here it had been made to grow on rocks in patterns. Perhaps when everything died off, the gardeners used what they could find. It took him some searching, poking through dried shrubs and past dead flower beds, to find Tuon. He had expected to find her sitting peacefully in thought, but he should have known better. Matt crouched beside a fern, unseen by the dozen or so Deathwatch guards who stood in a ring around Tuon as she went through a series of fighting stances. She was lit by a pair of lanterns that gave off a strange, steady blue glow. Something burned within them, but it was not a regular flame. The light shone on her soft, smooth skin, which was the shade of good earth. She wore a pale asolma, a gown that was split at the sides, showing blue leggings underneath. Tuon had a slight frame. He had once made the mistake of assuming that meant she was frail. Not so. She had shaved her head again properly, now that she was no longer hiding. Baldness looked good on her, strange though it was. She moved in the blue glow, running through a sequence of hand combat forms, her eyes closed. She seemed to be sparring with her own shadow. Matt preferred a good knife, or better, his Ashandarai, to fighting with his hands. The more space he had between himself and a fellow trying to kill him, the better. Tuon did not seem to need either. Watching her, he realized how fortunate he had been the night he had taken her. Unarmed, she was deadly. She slowed, waving her hands in front of her in a gentle pattern, then thrusting them quickly to the side. She breathed in and brought her arms to the other side, her entire body twisting. Did he love her? The question made Matt uncomfortable. It had been scratching at the edges of his mind for weeks now, like a rat trying to have at the grain. It was not the sort of question Matrim Cawthon was supposed to have to ask. Matrim Cawthon worried only about the girl on his knee and the next toss of the dice. Questions about matters like love were best left to Ogier, who had time to sit and watch trees grow. He had married her. That was an accident, was it not? The bloody foxes had told him he would. She had married him back. He still did not know why. Something to do with those omens she talked about? Their courtship had been more of a game than a romance. Matt liked games, and he always played to win. Tuon's hand had been the prize. Now that he had it, what did he do with it? She continued her forms, moving like a reed in the wind. A tilt this way, then a wave of motion that way. The Aiel called fighting a dance. What would they think of this? Tuon moved as gracefully as any Aiel. If battle were a dance, most of it was done to the music of a rowdy barroom. This was done to the swaying melody of a master singer. Something moved over Tuon's shoulder. Matt tensed, peering into that darkness. It was just a gardener. An ordinary-looking fellow with a cap on his head and freckled cheeks. Barely worth noticing. Matt put him out of his mind and leaned forward to take a better look at Tuon. He smiled at her beauty. Why would a gardener be out at this time, he thought. Must be a strange type of fellow. Matt glanced at the man again, but had trouble picking him out. The gardener stepped between two members of the Death Watch Guard. They did not seem to care. Matt should not either. They must trust the man. Matt reached into his sleeve and freed a knife. He raised it without letting himself think about why. In doing so, his hand brushed one of the branches ever so softly. Tuon's eyes snapped open, and despite the dim light, she focused directly on Matt. She saw the knife in his hand, ready to throw. Then she looked over her shoulder. Matt threw, the knife reflecting blue light as it spun. It passed less than a finger's width from Tuon's chin, hitting the gardener in the shoulder as he raised a knife of his own. The man gasped, stumbling back. Matt would have preferred to take him in the throat, but he had not wanted to risk hitting Tuon. Rather than doing the sensible thing and moving away, Tuon leaped for the man, hands shooting toward his throat. That made Matt smile. Unfortunately, the man had just enough time, and she was just enough off balance, that he managed to push backward and scramble between the baffled Death Watch guards. Matt's second dagger hit the ground behind the assassin's heel as he vanished into the night. A second later, 3 men, each weighing roughly the same as a small building, crashed down on top of Matt, slamming his face against the dry ground. One stepped on his wrist, and another ripped his Ashandarai away from him.
"Stop!"
Tuon barked.
"Release him! Go after the other one, you fools!"
"Other one, Majesty?" one of the guards asked. "There was no other one."
"Then to whom does that blood belong?"
Tuon asked, pointing at the dark stain on the ground that the assassin had left behind.
"The Prince of Ravens saw what you did not. Search the area!"
The Death Watch guards slowly climbed off Matt. He let out a groan. What did they feed these men? Bricks? He did not like being called Highness, but a little respect would have been nice here. If it had prevented him from being sat upon, that was. He climbed to his feet, then held out his hand to a sheepish Death Watch guard. The fellow's face had more scars than skin. He handed Matt the Ashandarai, then went off to help search the garden. Tuon folded her arms, obviously unshaken.
"You have chosen to delay your return to me, Matrim," delay my... I came to bloody warn you, not return to you. I'm my own man.
You may pretend whatever you wish, Tuon said, looking over her shoulder as the Death Watch guards beat at the shrubbery. But you must not stay away. You are important to the Empire, and I have use for you.
Sounds delightful, Mat grumbled.
What was it? Tuon asked softly. I did not see the man until you drew attention. These guards are the best of the Empire. I have seen Daruo there catch an arrow in flight with his bare hand, and Baran once stopped a man from breathing on me because he suspected an assassin whose mouth was filled with poisons. He was right.
It's called a Grey Man, Mat said, shivering. There's something freakishly ordinary about them. They're hard to notice, hard to fixate upon.
Grey Man, Tuon said idly. More myths come to life. Like your Trollocs.
Trollocs are real, Tuon. Bloody...
Of course Trollocs are real, she said. Why wouldn't I believe that they are? She looked at him defiantly, as if daring him to mention the times she had called them myths. This Grey Man appears to be real as well. There is no other explanation for why my guards let him pass.
I trust the Death Watch guards well enough, Mat said, rubbing his shoulder where one of them had placed his knee. But I don't know, Tuon. General Golgon is trying to have you killed. He could be working with the enemy.
He's not serious about having me killed, Tuon said indifferently.
Are you bloody insane?
Mat asked. Are you bloody stupid? She asked. He hired assassins from this land only. Not true killers.
That Grey Man is from this land, Mat pointed out.
That quieted her. With whom did you gamble away that eye?
Light. Was everyone going to ask him about it that way? I went through a rough patch, he said. I made it through alive, which is all that matters.
And did you save her? The one you went to rescue?
How did you know about that? She did not reply.
I have decided not to be jealous. You are fortunate. The missing eye suits you. Before, you were too pretty.
Too pretty? Light. What did that mean? Good to see you, by the way, Mat said. He waited a few moments. Usually when a fellow says something like that, it's customary to tell them that you're happy to see them as well.
I am the Empress now, Tuon said. I do not wait upon others, and do not find it good that someone has returned. Their return is expected, as they serve me.
You know how to make a fellow feel loved. Well, I know how you feel about me.
And how is that?
You looked over your shoulder. She shook her head.
I had forgotten that you are supremely good at saying that which has no meaning, Matrim.
When you saw me, Mat explained, with a dagger in hand, as if to throw at you, you didn't call for your guards. You didn't fear I was here to kill you. You looked over your shoulder to see what I was aiming at. That's the most loving gesture I think a man could receive from a woman. Unless you'd like to sit on my knee for a little while. She did not reply. Light, but she seemed cold. Was it all going to be different now that she was Empress? He could not have lost her already, could he? Furik Kharid, the captain of the Death Watch Guard, soon arrived with Musenge walking behind him. Kharid looked like he had just found his house on fire. The other Death Watch guards saluted him and seemed to wither before him.
Empress, my eyes are lowered,
Kharid said, going down on his belly before her.
I will join those who failed you in spilling our lives before you, as soon as a new squad has arrived to see to your protection.
Your lives are mine, Tuon said, and you do not end them unless I give you leave. This assassin was not of natural birth, but a creation of the Shadow.
Your eyes are not lowered. The Prince of the Ravens will teach you how to spot this kind of creature, so you will not be so surprised again.
Matt was fairly certain that gray men were of natural birth, but then so were Trollocs and Fades. It did not seem appropriate to point this out to Tuon. Besides, something else in her orders drew his attention. "I'm going to do what now?" Matt asked. "Teach them," Tuon said softly. "You are Prince of the Ravens. This will be part of your duties." "We need to talk about that," Matt said. "Everyone calling me Highness is not going to do, Tuon. It just won't." She did not reply. She waited as the search proceeded and made no move to retreat to the palace. Finally, Kharid approached again.
"Highest One, there is no sign of the thing in the gardens, but one of my men has found blood on the wall. I suspect the assassin fled into the city."
"He is unlikely to try again tonight," Tuon said. "While we are alerted, do not spread news of this to the common soldiers or guards. Inform my voice that our ruse has stopped being effective, and that we will need to consider a new one."
"Yes, Empress,"
Kharid said, bowing low again. "For now," Tuon said, "clear out and secure the perimeter. I will be spending time with my consort, who has requested that I make him feel loved." "That's not exactly," Matt said as the members of the Death Watch Guard faded into the darkness. Tuon studied Matt for a moment, then began to disrobe. "Light," Matt said. "You meant it?" "I am not going to sit on your knee," Tuon said, pulling one arm out of her robe, exposing her breasts. "Though I may allow you to sit on mine. Tonight, you have saved my life. That will earn you special privilege. It—" She cut off as Matt grabbed her and kissed her. She was tense with surprise. In the bloody garden, he thought, with soldiers standing all about, well within earshot. Well, if she expected Matrim Cawthon to be shy, she had a surprise coming. He released her lips from the kiss. Her body was pressed against his, and he was pleased to find her breathless. "I won't be your toy," Matt said sternly. "I won't have it, Tuon. If you intend it to be that way, I will leave. Mark me. Sometimes I do play the fool. With Tylan I did for sure. I won't have that with you." She reached up and touched his face, surprisingly tender. "I would not have said the words I did if I had found in you only a toy. A man missing an eye is no toy anyway. You have known battle. Everyone who sees you now will know that. They will not mistake you for a fool. And I have no use for a toy. I shall have a prince instead." "And do you love me?" he asked, forcing the words out. "An empress does not love," she said. "I am sorry. I am with you because the omens state it so. And so with you I will bring the Seanchan an heir." Matt had a sinking feeling. "However," Tuon said, "perhaps I can admit that it is good to see you." Well, Matt thought, guess I can take that. For now. He kissed her again. Chapter 16. A silence like screaming. Loial, son of Arent, son of Halen, had secretly always wanted to be hasty. Humans fascinated him. Of that he made no secret. He was sure most of his friends knew, though he could not be certain. It amazed him what humans didn't hear. Loial could speak to them all day, then find that they had heard only part. Did they think that someone would speak without intending for others to listen? Loial listened when they spoke. Every word out of their mouths revealed more about them. Humans were like the lightning, a flash, an explosion, power and energy. Then gone. What would it be like? Hastiness. There were things to learn from hastiness. He was starting to wonder if he had learned that particular lesson too well. Loial strode through a forest of 2 silent trees, Aerith at his side, other Ogier surrounding them. All held axes on shoulders or carried long knives as they marched toward the battlefront. Aerith's ears twitched. She was not a tree singer, but she could sense that the trees did not feel right. It was horrible, horrible indeed. He could not explain the sense of a healthy stand of trees any more than he could explain the sensation of wind on his skin. There was a rightness, like the scent of morning rain, to healthy trees. It was not a sound, but it felt like a melody. When he sang to them, he found himself swimming in that rightness. These trees had no such rightness. If he drew close to them, he felt he could hear something, a silence like screaming. It was not a sound, but a feeling. Fighting raged ahead of them in the forest. Queen Elaine's forces carefully withdrew eastward out of the trees. They were nearly to the edge of Braemwood now. Once out, they would march for the bridges, cross them, and burn them behind. Then the soldiers would launch volleys of destruction at the Trollocs trying to cross the river after them on their own bridges. Bashir hoped to reduce the enemy's numbers considerably at the Aranin before they continued east. Loial was certain this would all make fascinating information for his book, once he wrote it. If he was able to write it. He laid his ears flat as the Ogier began their war song. He lent his voice to theirs, glad for the terrible song, the call to blood, to death, as it filled the silence left by the trees. He started running with the others, Aerith at his side. Loial drew out in front, axe raised above his head. Thoughts left him as he found himself angry, furious at the Trollocs. They didn't just kill trees. They took the peace from the trees. The call to blood, to death. Bellowing his song, Loial laid into the Trollocs with his axe, Aerith and the other Ogier joining him and stopping the brunt of this Trolloc flanking force. He had not intended to lead the Ogier charge. He did anyway. He hacked at the shoulder of a ram-faced Trolloc, shearing its arm free. The thing yelled and fell to its knees, and Aerith kicked it in the face, throwing it back into the legs of a Trolloc behind. Loial did not stop his song, the call to blood, to death. Let them hear. Let them hear. Swing after swing. Chopping dead wood. That was all this was. Dead, rotting, horrible wood. He and Aerith fell into place with Elder Hammon, who, with ears laid back, looked utterly fierce. Placid Elder Hammon. He felt the rage, too. A beleaguered line of white cloaks, whom the Ogier had relieved, stumbled back, making way for the Ogier. He sang and fought and roared and killed, hacking at Trollocs with an axe meant for cutting wood and never flesh. Working with wood was a reverent business. This was killing weeds, poisonous weeds, strangling weeds. He continued to chop the Trollocs, losing himself in the call to blood, to death. The Trollocs began to fear. He saw terror in their beady eyes, and he loved it. They were used to fighting men who were smaller than themselves. Well, let the Trollocs fight someone their own size. They snarled as the Ogier line forced them back. Loial landed blow after blow, shearing through arms, hacking through torsos. He shoved his way between 2 bare Trollocs, laying about him with his axe, yelling in fury. Fury now for what the Trollocs had done to the Ogier. They should be enjoying the peace of the steading. They should be able to build, sing, and grow. They could not.
Because of these weeds, they could not. The Ogier were forced to kill. The Trollocs made builders into destroyers. They forced Ogier and humans to be like themselves. The call to blood, to death. Well, the Shadow would see just how dangerous the Ogier could be. They would fight, and they would kill, and they would do it better than any human, Trolloc, or Myrddraal could imagine. By the fear Loial saw in the Trollocs, by their terrified eyes, they were beginning to understand. "Light," Galad exclaimed, falling back from the thick of the fight. "Light!" The Ogier attack was terrible and glorious. The creatures fought with ears drawn back, eyes wide, broad faces flat as anvils. They seemed to transform, all placidity gone. They cut through ranks of Trollocs, hacking the beasts to the ground. The second row of Ogier, made up mostly of females, sliced up Trollocs with long knives, bringing down any who made it through the first line. Galad had thought Trollocs fearsome, with their twisted mix of human and animal features, but the Ogier disturbed him more. Trollocs were simply horrible, but Ogier were gentle, soft-spoken, kindly. Seeing them enraged, bellowing their terrible song and attacking with axes nearly as long as men were tall. Light. Galad waved the children back, then ducked as a Trolloc slammed into a tree nearby. Some of the Ogier were seizing wounded Trollocs by their arms and hurling them out of the way. Many of the other Ogier were blood-soaked to their waists, hacking and chopping like butchers preparing meat. Now and then one of them fell, but unarmored though they were, their skin seemed tough. "Light," Trom said, moving up to Galad. "Have you ever seen anything like that?" Galad shook his head. It was the most honest answer he could think of. "If we had an army of those," Trom said. "They're dark friends," Gulliver said, joining them. "Shadowspawn for certain." "Ogier are no more Shadowspawn than I am," Galad said dryly. "Look, they're slaughtering the Trollocs." "Any moment now, they'll all turn on us," Gulliver said. "Watch." He trailed off, listening to the Ogier chant their war song. One large group of Trollocs broke, fleeing back around cursing Myrddraal. The Ogier didn't let them go. Enraged, the giant builders chased after the Trollocs, long-handled axes chopping their legs, dropping them in sprays of blood and cries of agony. "Well?" Trom asked. "Maybe," Gulliver said. "Maybe it's a scheme of some kind, to gain our trust." "Don't be a fool, Gulliver," Trom said. "I'm not." Galad held up a hand. "Gather our wounded. Let's head toward the bridge." Rand let the swirling colors fade from his vision. "It is nearly time for me to go," he said. "To battle?" Nynaeve asked. "No, to Mat. He is in Abu Dar." He had returned from Elaine's camp to Marilor. The conversation with Tam still bounced around in his head. Let go. It wasn't nearly so easy, and yet something had lifted from him in speaking with his father. Let go. There seemed a depth to Tam's words, one far beyond the obvious. Rand shook his head. He couldn't afford to waste time on such thoughts. The last battle, it had to claim his attention. I have been able to draw close without drawing attention, he thought, fingering the deer-horn-hilted dagger at his belt. It seems to be true. The Dark One can't sense me when I carry this. Before he could move against the Dark One, he had to do something about the Seanchan. If what Tom said was true, Mat might be the key. The Seanchan had to join the Dragon's peace. If they did not... That is an expression I remember, a soft voice said.
consternation. You do it so well, Rand al'Thor. He turned toward Moraine. Beyond her, on the table in his tent, maps that Aviendha had sent by messenger showed positions where his army could gather in the Blight. Moraine stepped up beside Rand. Did you know that I used to spend hours in thought, trying to discover what that mind of yours was conjuring? It is a wonder I did not pull every hair from my head in frustration. I was a fool for not trusting you, Rand said. She laughed. A soft laugh, the laugh of an Aes Sedai who was in control. You trusted me enough. That was what made it all the more frustrating that you would not share. Rand breathed in deeply. The air here at Marilor was sweeter than in other places. He had coaxed the land here back to life. Grass grew. Flowers budded. Tree stumps and men, he said to Moraine. The two rivers has both, and one is about as likely to budge as the other. Perhaps that is too harsh, Moraine said. It was not merely stubbornness that drove you. It was a will to prove to yourself and to everyone else that you could do this on your own. She touched his arm. But you cannot do this on your own. Can you? Rand shook his head. He reached up to Kalendor, strapped on his back, touching it. The sword's final secret lay bare to him now. It was a trap, and a clever one. For this weapon was a sa'angreal, not for just the one power, but for the true power as well. He had thrown away the access key, but on his back he carried something so very tempting. The true power, the Dark One's essence, was the sweetest thing he had ever touched. With Kalendor he could draw it forth in strength such as no man had ever before felt. Because Kalendor lacked the safety measures of most other Angreal and sa'angreal, there was no telling how much of the powers it could draw. There it is again, Moraine murmured. What are you planning, Rand al'Thor, Dragon Reborn? Can you finally let go enough to tell me? He eyed her. Did you set this entire conversation up to pull that secret from me? You think very highly of my conversational abilities. An answer that says nothing, Rand said. Yes, Moraine said. But might I point out that you did it first in deflecting my question? Rand thought back a few steps in the conversation and realized he'd done just that. I'm going to kill the Dark One, Rand said. I'm not just going to seal up the Dark One. I'm going to end him. I thought you had grown up while I was away, Moraine said. Only Perrin grew up, Rand said. Matt and I have simply learned to pretend to be grown up. He hesitated. Matt did not learn it so well. The Dark One is beyond killing, Moraine said. I think I can do it, Rand said. I remember what Lews Therin did, and there was a moment, a brief moment. It can happen, Moraine. I'm more confident that I can do that than I am that I could seal the Dark One away. That was true, though he had no real confidence that he could manage either. Questions. So many questions. Shouldn't he have some answers by now? The Dark One is part of the wheel, Moraine said. No, the Dark One is outside the pattern, Rand countered. Not part of the wheel at all. Of course the Dark One is part of the wheel, Rand, Moraine said. We are the threads that make up the pattern's substance, and the Dark One affects us. You cannot kill him. That is a fool's task. I have been a fool before, Rand said, and I shall be one again. At times, Moraine, my entire life, all that I've done feels like a fool's task. What is one more impossible challenge? I've met all the others. Perhaps I can accomplish this one too. She tightened her grip on his arm. You have grown so much. But you are still just a youth, are you not? Rand immediately seized control of his emotions and did not lash back at her. The surest way to be thought of as a youth was to act like one. He stood straight-backed and spoke softly. I have lived for 4 centuries, he said. Perhaps I am still a youth, in that all of us are compared to the timeless age of the wheel itself. That said, I am one of the oldest people in existence. Moraine smiled. Very nice. Does that work on the others? He hesitated. Then oddly, he found himself grinning. It worked pretty well on Cadsuane. Moraine sniffed. That one. Well, knowing her, I doubt you fooled her as well as you assume. You may have the memories of a man 4 centuries old, Rand al'Thor, but that does not make you ancient. Otherwise, Matrim Cauthon would be the patriarch of us all. Mat? Why Mat? It is nothing, Moraine said. Something I am not supposed to know. You are still a wide-eyed sheep-herder at heart. I would not have it any other way. Lews Therin, for all of his wisdom and power, could not do what you must. Now, if you would be kind, fetch me some tea. Yes, Moraine Sedai, he said, immediately starting toward the teapot over the fire. He froze, then looked back at her. She glanced at him slyly. Merely seeing if that still worked. I never fetched you tea, Rand protested, walking back to her. As I remember, I spent our last few weeks together ordering you around. So you did, Moraine said. Think about what I said regarding the Dark One. But now I ask you a different question. What will you do now? Why go to Abu Dar? The Seanchan, Rand said. I must try to bring them to our side as I promised. If I remember, Moraine said, you did not promise that you would try. You promised that you would make it happen. Promises to try don't achieve much in political negotiations, Rand said, no matter how sincere. He held up his hand before him, arm outstretched, fingers up, and looked out of his open tent flaps, as if he were preparing to grab the lands to the south, scoop them up, claim them as his, protect them. The dragon on his arm shone, gold and crimson. Once the dragon, for remembrance lost. He held up his other arm, ending at the stump near the wrist. Twice the dragon, for the price he must pay. What will you do if the Seanchan leader refuses again? Moraine asked. He hadn't told her that the Empress had refused him the first time. Moraine didn't need to be told things. She simply discovered them. I don't know, Rand said softly. If they don't fight, Moraine, we will lose. If they don't join the dragon's peace, then we have nothing. You spent too much time on that pact, Moraine said. It distracted you from your goal. The dragon does not bring peace but destruction. You cannot change that with a piece of paper. We shall see, Rand said. Thank you for your advice. Now and always. I don't believe I have said that enough. I owe you a debt, Moraine. Well, she said, I am still in need of a cup of tea. Rand looked at her, incredulous. Then he laughed and walked away to bring her some.
Moraine held her warm cup of tea, which Rand had fetched for her before leaving. He had become ruler of so much since they had parted, and he was as humble now as when she had first found him in the Two Rivers, maybe more so. Humble toward me, perhaps, she thought. He believes he can slay the Dark One. That is not the sign of a humble man. Rand al'Thor, such an odd mixture of self-effacement and pride. Did he finally have the balance right? Despite what she had said, his action toward her today proved he was no youth, but a man. A man could still make mistakes. Often they were of a more dangerous sort. "The wheel weaves as the wheel wills," she murmured to herself, sipping the tea. Prepared by Rand's hand and not someone else's, it was as flavorful and vibrant as it had been during better days, not touched in the least bit by the Dark One's shadow. Yes, the wheel wove as it willed. Sometimes she wished that weaving were easier to understand.
"Everyone knows what to do?" Lan asked, turning in Mandarb's saddle. Andir nodded. He'd carried the word himself to the rulers, and from them it had gone to their generals and commanders. Only at the last moments had it been passed to the soldiers themselves. There would be dark friends among them. There always were. It was impossible to exterminate rats from a city, no matter how many cats you brought in. The Light willing, this news would come too late for those rats to give warning to the Shadow. "We ride," Lan said, setting heels into Mandarb's ribs. Andir raised his banner high, the flag of Malkir, and galloped at his side. He was joined by his ranks of Malkieri. Many of those had only a little Malkieri blood in them, and were truly borderlanders of other nations. They still chose to ride beneath his banner, and had taken up the Hadori. Thousands upon thousands of horsemen rode with him, hooves shaking the soft earth. It had been a long, hard retreat for their army. The Trollocs had superior numbers and presented a serious threat of surrounding Lan's men. Lan's mounted army was highly mobile, but there was only so much speed you could force upon soldiers, and Trollocs could march quickly, faster than people could, particularly with those Faiths whipping them. Fortunately, the fires in the countryside were slowing the Shadow's army. Without that, Lan's men might not have been able to escape. Lan crouched in the saddle as the explosions from the Dreadlords began. To his left, the Ashaman Deep rode, tied to his saddle because of his missing leg. As a ball of fire crackled through the air and arced down toward Lan, Deep adopted a look of concentration and thrust his hands forward. The fire exploded in the air above them. Burning embers fell like crimson rain, trailing smoke. One hit Mandarb's neck, and Lan brushed it aside with a gauntleted hand. The horse didn't seem to notice. The ground here was of deep clay. The terrain consisted of rolling hills, covered with sear grass, rocky outcrops, and groves of defoliated trees. The retreat followed the banks of the Mora. The river would prevent the Trollocs flanking them from the west. Smoke bled from two distinct points on the horizon, Feldara and Felmoran, the two grandest cities in Shinar, torched by their own people, along with the lands of their farms and orchards, everything that could provide even a handful of sustenance to the invading Trollocs. Holding the cities had not been an option. That meant they had to be destroyed. It was time to start hitting back. Lan led a charge at the center of the mass, and the Trollocs set spears against the oncoming rush of Malkieri and Shinaran heavy cavalry. Lan brought his lance down, setting it in position along Mandarb's neck. He leaned forward in his stirrups, holding tightly with his knees, and hoped that the channelers, Lan now had 14, after a small reinforcement from Egwene, could do their part. The ground ripped up before the Trollocs. The front line of Trollocs broke. Lan chose his target, a massive boar Trolloc that was yelling at its companions as they shied away from the explosions. Lan took the creature in the neck. The lance pierced it, and Mandarb threw the Trolloc to the side while trampling one of the cowering beasts nearby. The roar of the cavalry became a crash as the riders hit hard, letting momentum and weight carry them into the thick of the Trollocs. Once they slowed, Lan tossed the lance to Andir, who caught it deftly. Lan's guards moved in, and he slipped his sword from its sheath. Woodsman tops the sapling, apple blossom on the wind. The Trollocs made for easy targets when he was in the saddle. The Trollocs' height presented their necks, shoulders, and faces at just the right level. It was quick, brutal work.
Deep watched for attacks from the enemy dreadlords, countering them. Andir moved up to Lan's side. Lan's banner was a lodestone for the Shadow Spawn. They began to roar and rage, and he heard 2 Trolloc words spoken over and over in their language. Murdru-Kar, Murdru-Kar, Murdru-Kar. He laid about himself with his sword, spilling their blood coldly within the void. They had taken Malkir from him twice now. They would never be able to taste his sense of defeat, his sense of loss at leaving his homeland again, this time by choice. But by the light, he could bring them close to it. His sword through their chests would do that best. The battle descended into chaos, as so many did. The Trollocs fell into frenzy. His army had spent the last 4 days not engaging the beasts at all. They had only retreated, finally having gained some control over their withdrawal, enough to avoid clashes at least, which their fires had made possible. 4 days without a conflict, now this all-out attack. That was the first piece of the plan.
Dashan!
Someone called. Prince Kaisel. He pointed to where the Trollocs had managed to divide Lan's guard. His banner was tipping. Andir. The man's horse fell, pulled down as Lan urged Mandar between 2 Trollocs. Prince Kaisel and a handful of other soldiers joined him. Lan couldn't continue on horseback, lest he accidentally trample his friend. He threw himself from the saddle, hit the ground, and crouched beneath a Trolloc swing. Kaisel took that beast's leg off at the knee. Lan dashed past the falling Trolloc. He saw his banner and a body beside it. Alive or dead, Lan did not know, but there was a Myrddraal raising a dark blade. Lan arrived in a rush of wind and spinning steel. He blocked the Thakandar blade with a swing of his own, trampling his own banner as he fought. Within the void, there was no time for thought. There was only instinct and action. There was a second Myrddraal rising up from behind Andir's fallen horse. So, a trap. Take down the banner, draw Lan's attention. The 2 Fades attacked, one from each side. The void did not shake. A sword could not feel fear, and for that moment Lan was the sword. The heron spreads its wings, slashing all around him, blocking their blades with his own back and forth. The Myrddraal were like water flowing, but Lan was the wind itself. He spun between their blades, knocking back the attack to the right, then the one to the left. The Fades began cursing in fury. The one to his left rushed Lan, a sneer on its pale lips. Lan stepped to the side, then parried the creature's thrust and lopped its arm off at the elbow. He continued in a fluid stroke, his swing continuing to where he knew the other Fade would be attacking, and took its hand off at the wrist. Both Thakandar blades clanged to the ground. The Fades froze, stupefied for a second. Lan cut the head of one from its neck, then twisted and drove his sword through the neck of the other. Black pebbles on the snow. He stepped back and swiped his sword to the side to spray some of the deadly blood free of the blade. Both Fades fell, thrashing, flailing at one another, mindless, dark blood staining the ground. A good 150 Trollocs nearby fell writhing to the ground. They'd been linked to the Fades. Lan stepped over to haul Andir out of the mud. The man looked dazed, blinking, and his arm hung at a strange angle. Lan tossed Andir over his shoulder and kicked his banner by its staff up into his free hand. He ran back toward Mandarb, the area around him now clear of Trollocs, and handed the banner to one of Prince Kaisel's men.
"See that cleaned? Then raise it."
He slung Andir across the front of his saddle, mounted, and wiped his sword on his saddle blanket. The man didn't look mortally wounded. He faintly heard Prince Kaisel behind.
"By my fathers," the man said. "I'd heard he was good, but light."
"This will do," Lan said, surveying the battlefield, releasing the void. "Send the signal deep." The Ashaman complied, sending a red streak of light into the air. Lan turned Mandarb and pointed his sword back toward the camp. His forces rallied around him. Their attack had always been meant to be a hit and retreat. They hadn't maintained a solid battle line. That was difficult with a cavalry charge. His troops pulled back and the Saldaeans and Arafellan arrived, riding in quick waves to break up the Trolloc lines and protect the retreat. Mandarb was wet with sweat. Carrying 2 armored men was a difficult order for the horse following a charge. Lan slowed the pace now that they were out of direct harm.
"Deep?"
Lan asked as they reached the back lines.
"How is Andir?"
"He has a few broken ribs, a broken arm, and a head injury,"
Deep said.
"I'd be surprised if he could count to 10 on his own right now, but I've seen worse. I'll heal the head wound. The rest can wait."
Lan nodded, reining in. One of his guards, a surly man named Benish, who wore a Tarabonner veil, though he wore a Hadori above it, helped take Andir off Mandarb. They held him up beside Deep's horse. The one-legged Ashaman leaned down from the arrangement of straps that supported him in the saddle, placing his hand on Andir's head and concentrating. The dazed look left Andir's eyes, and awareness took over. Then he started swearing.
"He'll be fine,"
Lan thought, looking at the battlefield. The shadow spawn were now falling back. It was near dusk. Prince Kaisel cantered up beside Lan.
"That Saldaean flag bears the red stripe of the Queen," he said. "She's riding with them again, Lan."
"She is their queen. She can do as she wishes."
"You should talk to her,"
Kaisel said, shaking his head.
"It's not right, Lan. Other women from the Saldaean army are starting to ride with them as well."
"I've seen Saldaean women spar," Lan said, still watching the battlefield. "If I were to place a bet on a contest between one of them and a man from any army in the south, I'd bet on a Saldaean any day.
But
this war is everything or nothing. If I could round up each woman in the borderlands and put a sword in her hands, I would. For now, I'll settle for not doing something stupid, like forbidding some trained and passionate soldiers from fighting. If you, however, decide not to exercise that prudence, you are free to tell them what you think. I promise to give you a good burial once they let me take your head down off the pole."
"Yes, Lord Mandragoran,"
Kaisel said. Lan took out his spyglass and surveyed the field.
"Lord Mandragoran,"
Kaisel said,
"do you really think this plan will work?"
"There are too many Trollocs," Lan said. "The leaders of the Dark One's armies have been breeding them for years, growing them like weeds. Trollocs eat a lot. Each one requires more food than a man to keep it going. By now, they must have eaten the blight out of anything that could sustain them. The Shadow expended every bit of food they could to create this army, counting on the Trollocs being able to eat the corpses of the fallen."
Sure enough, now that the battle had broken off, the Trollocs swarmed the field in their gruesome scavenging. They preferred human meat, but would eat their own fallen. Lan had spent 4 days running before their army, not giving them any bodies to feast upon. They'd managed it only because of the burning of Feldara and Felmaran, and other cities in western Shinar. Scouring those cities for food had slowed the Trollocs, allowing Lan's army to get its feet underneath it and organize its retreat. The Shinarans had left nothing edible in any of the nearby cities. 4 days without food. The Trollocs didn't use supply lines. They ate what they came across. They'd be starving, ravenous. Lan studied them with his spyglass. Many did not wait for the cookpots. They were far more animal than they were human. They're far more shadow than they are either one, Lan thought, lowering his spyglass. His plan was morbid, but the light said it would be effective. His men would fight, and there would be casualties. Those casualties would become the bait for the real battle. "No," Lan whispered. Lord Agelmar saw it too. The horns blew and a yellow streak of light rose into the air. Lan turned Mandarb, the horse snorting at the command. He was tired, but so was Lan. Both could stand another battle. They had to.
"Taishar Malkir!"
Lan roared, lowering his sword and leading his force back onto the field. All 5 Borderlander armies converged on the fractured Shadowspawn horde. The Trollocs had broken lines completely to fight over the corpses. As Lan thundered toward them, He heard the Myrddraal yelling, trying to force the Trollocs back into order. It was far too late. Many of the famished beasts didn't look up until the armies were nearly upon them. When Lan's forces hit this time, the effect was very different from before. Earlier, their attack had been slowed by the Trollocs' close ranks, and they had managed to penetrate only a dozen paces before being forced to take up swords and axes. This time the Trollocs were spread out. Lan signaled the Shienarans to hit first. Their line was so tight, one would have been hard-pressed to find an opening of more than 2 paces between the horses. That left no room for the Trollocs to run or dodge. The riders trampled them in a thunder of hooves and clanking barding, skewering Trollocs on their lances, firing horsebows, laying about themselves with 2-handed swords. There seemed to be a special viciousness to the Shienarans as they attacked, wearing their open-fronted helmets and armor made up of flat plates. Lan brought his Melchieri cavalry in behind, riding crossfield behind the Shienarans to kill any Trollocs that survived the initial onslaught. Once they'd passed, the Shienarans broke to the right to gather for another pass, but the Aurifellans slammed in behind them, slaying more Shadowspawn that were attempting to form up. After them came a wave of Saldaeans crossing as the Melchieri had, then the Kandori sweeping from the other direction. Sweating, sword-arm tired, Lan prepared again. Only then did he realize that Prince Kaisel himself was carrying the banner of Malkir. The lad was young, but his heart was right, though he was somewhat stupid about women. Light, but we all are, in one way or another, Lan thought. Nynaeve's distant emotions in the bond comforted him. He could not sense much over the distance, but she seemed determined. As Lan began his second sweep, the ground started exploding beneath his men. The Dreadlords had finally realized what was happening and had made their way back to the front lines. Lan directed Mandarb around a crater that erupted in the ground just before him, soil spraying across his chest. The Dreadlord's appearance was his signal to stop the sweeps. He wanted to ride in, hit hard, and ride out. To fight the Dreadlords, he'd have to commit all of his channelers, which was something he didn't want to do.
Blood and bloody ashes,
Deep swore as Lan rounded another explosion.
Lord Mandragoran!
Lan looked back. Deep was slowing his horse.
Keep moving, man,
Lan said, reining in Mandarb. He signaled for his forces to keep riding, though Prince Kaisel and Lan's battlefield guard stopped with him.
Oh, light,
Deep said, concentrating. Lan surveyed the scene. Around them, Trollocs lay dead or dying, howling or simply whimpering. To his left, the mass of Shadowspawn were belatedly forming up. They'd have a unified line soon, and if Lan and the others didn't move, they'd find themselves alone on the field. Deep had his eyes on a figure standing atop what appeared to be a large siege engine. It had a flat bed and was perhaps 20 feet tall. A group of Trollocs were heaving it forward, and it rolled on large wooden wheels. Yes, there was a figure up there. There were several of them. Balls of fire began to fall toward the Borderlanders as they rode away, and lightning flashed from the sky. Lan suddenly felt like a target on an archery practice field.
Deep! It's the Mahale!
Deep explained. Taim had not been with the enemy army for the last week or so, but now the man had returned, it seemed. It was impossible to tell for sure because of the distance, but the way the man flung weaves in rapid succession, he seemed angry about something.
Let's ride,
Lan yelled.
I could take him,
Deep said.
I could...
Lan saw a flash of light and suddenly Mandarb reared. Lan cursed, trying to blink the afterimage from his eyes. There was something wrong with his ears, too. Mandarb bucked and curveted, quivering. It took a lot to shake the stallion, but a lightning bolt that close would unnerve any horse. A second flash of lightning threw Lan to the ground. He tumbled, grunting, but something, deep within, knew what to do. When he came to himself, he was already on his feet, dizzy, sword in hand. He groaned, staggering. Hands grabbed him, hauling him up into a saddle. Prince Kaisel, face bloodied from fighting, held the reins. Lan's guard made sure he was steady on his mount as they rode away. He caught sight of Deep's corpse, mangled and lying in pieces, as they fled. Chapter 17. Older, more weathered.
"Was not fruitful, Majesty," the voice said through Matt's doze. Something was pricking Matt's face. This mattress was the absolute worst he had ever slept on. He was going to thrash the innkeeper until he got his money back. "The assassin is very difficult to follow." That annoying voice again. "People he passes do not remember him. If the Prince of the Ravens has information on how the creature may be tracked, I would very much like to hear it." Why would the innkeeper let these people into Matt's room? He drifted toward consciousness, leaving behind a lovely dream involving Tuon and no cares in the world. He opened a bleary eye, looking up at a cloudy sky. Not an inn's ceiling at all. Bloody ashes, Matt thought, groaning. They had fallen asleep in the gardens. He sat up, finding himself totally bare except for the scarf around his neck. His and Tuon's clothing were spread out beneath them. His face had been in a patch of weeds. Tuon sat beside him, ignoring the fact that she was completely naked, speaking with a member of the Deathwatch Guard. Musenge was on one knee, head bowed, face toward the ground. But still... "Light!" Matt said, reaching for his clothing. Tuon was sitting on his shirt and gave him an annoyed look as he tried to yank it free. "Honored one," the guard said to Matt, face still down. "Greetings upon your waking." "Tuon, why are you just sitting there?" Matt demanded, finally retrieving his shirt from under that luscious rump. "As my consort," Tuon said sternly, "you may call me Fortuona or Majesty. I would hate to have you executed before you give me a child, as I am growing fond of you. Regarding this guard, he is of the Death Watch. They are needed to watch me at all times. I have often had them with me when bathing. This is their duty, and his face is averted." Matt hurriedly began dressing. She started to dress, though not quickly enough for his taste. He did not think much of a guard ogling his wife. The place where they had slept was rimmed by small blue fir trees, an oddity here in the south, perhaps cultivated because they were exotic. Though the needles were browning, they offered some measure of privacy. Beyond the firs was a ring of other trees. Peaches, Matt thought, but it was hard to tell without the leaves. He could barely hear the city waking up outside the garden, and the air smelled faintly of the fir needles. The air was warm enough that sleeping outside had not been uncomfortable, though he was glad to be back in his clothing. A Deathwatch Guard officer approached just as Tuon finished dressing. He crunched dried fir needles, bowing low before her. "Empress, we may have caught another assassin. It is not the creature from last night, as he bears no wounds, but he was trying to sneak into the palace. We thought you might wish to see him before we begin our interrogation." "Bring him forward," Tuon said, straightening her gown. "And send for General Karid." The officer withdrew, passing Selucia, who stood near the pathway that led to the clearing. She walked in to stand beside Tuon. Matt put his hat on his head and went up to her other side, setting the Ashandarai butt down in the dead grass. Matt felt sorry for this poor fool caught sneaking into the palace. Maybe the man was an assassin, but he could just be a beggar or other fool looking for excitement. Or he could be the Dragon Reborn. Matt groaned. Yes, that was Rand they led along the path. Rand looked older, more weathered than the last time Matt had seen him in person. Of course, he had seen the man recently in those blasted visions. Although Matt had trained himself to stop thinking of Rand to avoid those colors, he still slipped on occasion. Anyway, seeing Rand in person was different. It had been light. How long had it been? The last time I saw him with my own eyes was when he sent me to Saladar after Elaine. That felt like an eternity ago. It had been before he had come to Abu Dar, before he had seen the Golem for the first time, before Tylan, before Tuon.
Matt frowned as Rand was led up to Tuon, his arms bound behind his back. She spoke with Selucia, wiggling her fingers in their hand talk. Rand did not seem the least bit worried. His face was calm. He wore a nice coat of red and black, a white shirt underneath, black trousers. No gold or jewelry, no weapon at all. "Tuon," Matt began. "That's—" Tuon turned from Selucia to see Rand. "Damani," Tuon said, cutting Matt off. "Bring my Damani. Run, Musikar, run!" The Death Watch guard stumbled backward, then ran, yelling for the Damani and for Banner General Kharid. Rand watched the man go, nonchalant though he was bound. You know, Matt thought idly, he kind of does look like a king. Of course, Rand was mad, most likely. That would explain why he had strolled up to Tuon like this. Either that or Rand was just planning on killing her. Bonds did not matter one bit to a man who could channel. Blood and ashes, Matt thought. How did I end up in this situation? He had done whatever he could to avoid Rand. Rand met Tuon's stare. Matt took a big breath, then jumped in front of her. "Rand? Rand, here now. Let's be calm." "Hello, Matt," Rand said, voice pleasant. Light, he was mad. "Thank you for leading me to her." "Leading you? What is this?" Tuon demanded. Matt spun. Really, it's just—" Her stare could have drilled holes into steel. "You did this," she said to Matt. "You came, you lured me to be affectionate, then you brought him in. Is this true?" "Don't blame him," Rand said. "The two of us needed to meet again. You know it is true." Matt stumbled out between them, raising one hand either direction. "Here now. Both of you, stop! You hear me?" Something seized Matt, hauling him into the air. "Stop that, Rand," he said. "It isn't me," Rand said, adopting a look of concentration. "Ah, I am shielded." As Matt hung in the air, he felt at his chest. The medallion. Where was his medallion? Matt stared at Tuon. She looked ashamed for a brief moment, then reaching into the pocket of her gown. She brought out something silver in her hand, perhaps intending to use the medallion as protection against Rand. Brilliant, Matt thought, groaning. She had taken it off him while he slept, and he had not noticed. Bloody brilliant. The weaves of air set him down beside Rand. Kharid had returned with a Suldam and Damani. All three were flushed as if having run quickly. The Damani had been doing the channeling. Tuon looked over Rand and Matt, then began gesturing with hand talk at Selucia with sharp motions. "Thanks a bundle for this," Matt muttered to Rand. "You're such a bloody good friend." "It's good to see you too," Rand said, a hint of a smile on his lips. "Here we go," Matt said with a sigh. "You've pulled me into trouble again. You always do this." "I do?" "Yes. In Rhydian and the Waste, in the Stone of Tyr, back in the Two Rivers. You do realize that I went south instead of coming to your little party with Egwene and Marilor to escape?" "You think you could stay away from me?" Rand asked, smiling. "You really think it would let you?" "I could bloody try. No offense, Rand, but you're going to go mad and all. I figured I'd give you one less friend nearby to kill. You know, save you some trouble. What did you do to your hand, by the way?" "What did you do to your eye?" "A little accident with a corkscrew and 13 angry innkeepers. The hand?" "Lost it capturing one of the Forsaken." "Capturing?" Matt said. "You're growing soft." Rand snorted. "Tell me you've done better." "I killed a golem," Matt said. "I freed Ilion from Samael. I married the Empress of the Seanchan." "Matt," Rand said, "are you really trying to get into a bragging contest with the Dragon Reborn?" He paused for a moment. "Besides, I cleansed Saidin. I win." "Oh, that's not really worth much," Matt said. Not worth much. It's the single most important event to happen since the breaking. Bah! You and your Ashaman are already crazy, Matt said. So what does it matter? He glanced to the side. You look nice, by the way. You've been taking better care of yourself lately. So you do care, Rand said. Of course I do, Matt grumbled, looking back at Tuon. I mean, you have to keep yourself alive, right? Go have your little duel with the Dark One and keep us all safe? It's good to know you're looking up to it. That's nice to hear, Rand said, smiling. No wisecracks about my nice coat? What? Wisecracks? You aren't still sore because I teased you a little a couple of years ago. Teased, Rand said. You spent weeks refusing to talk to me. Here now, Matt said. It wasn't all that bad. I remember that part easily. Rand shook his head as if bemused. Bloody ungrateful was what he was. Matt had gone off to fetch Elaine, as Rand had asked, and this was the thanks he was given. Sure, Matt had been a little sidetracked after that. He had still done it, had he not? All right, Matt said very softly, tugging at the bonds of air holding him. I'll get us out of this, Rand. I'm married to her. Let me do the talking and... Daughter of Arthur Hawkwing, Rand said to Tuon. Time spins toward the end of all things. The last battle has begun, and the threads are being woven. Soon my final trial will begin. Tuon stepped forward, Selucia waving a few last finger-talk words toward her. You will be taken to Seanchan, Dragon Reborn, Tuon said. Her voice was collected, firm. Matt smiled. Light, but she made a good empress. There was no need to filch my medallion, though, he thought. They were going to have words about that, assuming he survived this. She would not really execute him, would she? Again, he tried the invisible bonds tying him. Is that so? Rand asked. You have delivered yourself to me, Tuon said. It is an omen. She seemed almost regretful. You did not truly think that I would allow you to stroll away, did you? I must take you in chains as a ruler who resisted me, as I have done to the others I found here. You pay the price of your ancestors' forgetfulness. You should have remembered your oaths. I see, Rand said. You know, Matt thought, he does a fair job of sounding like a king, too. Light, what kind of people had Matt surrounded himself with? What happened to the fair barmaids and carousing soldiers? Tell me something, Empress, Rand said. What would you all have done if you'd returned to these shores and found Arthur Hawkwing's armies still ruling? What if we hadn't forgotten our oaths? What if we had stayed true? What then? We would have welcomed you as brothers, Tuon said. Oh, Rand said. And you would have bowed to the throne here? Hawkwing's throne? If his empire still stood, it would have been ruled over by his heir. Would you have tried to dominate them? Would you instead have accepted their rule over you? That is not the case, Tuon said, but she seemed to find his words intriguing. No, it is not, Rand said. By your argument, you must submit to us, she smiled. I did not make that argument, Rand said. But let us do so. How do you claim the right to these lands? By being the only legitimate heir of Arthur Hawkwing. And why should that matter? This is his empire. He is the only one to have unified it. He is the only leader to have ruled it in glory and greatness. And there you are wrong, Rand said, voice growing soft. You accept me as the Dragon Reborn? You must be, Tuon said slowly, as if wary of a trap. Then you accept me for who I am, Rand said, voice growing loud, crisp, like a battle horn. I am Lews Therin Telamon, the dragon.
I ruled these lands, unified during the Age of Legends. I was leader of all the armies of the light. I wore the ring of Tamerlane. I stood first among the servants, highest of the Aes Sedai, and I could summon the 9 rods of dominion.
Rand stepped forward.
I held the loyalty and fealty of all 17 generals of Dawn's Gate. Fortuna Athaem Devi Peyendrag. My authority supersedes your own. Ata Hawkwing. My authority supersedes that of Hawkwing. If you claim rule by the name of he who conquered, then you must bow before my prior claim. I conquered before Hawkwing, though I needed no sword to do so. You are here on my land, Empress, at my sufferance.
Thunder broke in the distance. Mat found himself shaking. Light, it was just Rand. Just Rand, was it not? Tuon backed away, eyes wide, her lips parted. Her face was full of horror, as if she had just seen her own parents executed. Green grass spread around Rand's feet. The guards nearby jumped back, hands to swords, as a swath of life extended from Rand. The brown and yellow blades colored, as if paint had been poured on them, then came upright, stretching as if after long slumber. The greenness filled the entire garden clearing.
"He's still shielded," the Suldam cried. "Honored one, he is still shielded."
Mat shivered, and then noticed something. Very soft, so easy to miss. "Are you singing?" Mat whispered to Rand. Yes, it was unmistakable. Rand was singing, under his breath, very softly. Mat tapped his foot. "I swear I've heard that tune somewhere once. Is it Two Maids at the Water's Edge?" "You're not helping," Rand whispered. "Quiet." Rand continued his song. The green spread to the trees, the firs strengthening their limbs. The other trees began to shoot out leaves. They were indeed peach trees, growing at great speed, life flooding into them. The guards looked about themselves, spinning, trying to watch all of the trees at once. Selucia had cringed. Tuon remained upright, her eyes focused on Rand. Nearby, the frightened Suldam and Damani must have stopped concentrating, for the bonds holding Mat vanished.
"Do you deny my right?" Rand demanded. "Do you deny that my claim to this land precedes your own by thousands of years?"
Tuon took a deep breath and stared at him defiantly.
"You broke the land, abandoned it. I can deny your right."
Behind her, blossoms exploded onto the trees like fireworks, white and deep pink. The bursts of color surrounded them. Petals sprayed outward with their growth, breaking from the trees, catching in the wind and swirling through the clearing.
"I allowed you to live," Rand said to Tuon, "when I could have destroyed you in an instant. This is because you have made life better for those under your rule, though you are not without guilt for the way you have treated some. Your rule is as flimsy as paper. You hold this land together only through the strength of steel and Damani, but your homeland burns. I have not come here to destroy you. I come to you now to offer you peace, Empress. I have come without armies, I have come without force. I have come because I believe that you need me as I need you."
Rand stepped forward and, remarkably, went down on one knee, bowing his head, his hand extended.
"I extend my hand to you in alliance. The last battle is upon us. Join me and fight."
The clearing fell still. The wind stopped blowing, the thunder stopped rumbling. Peach blossoms wafted to the now green grass. Rand remained where he was, hand extended. Tuon stared at that hand as if at a viper. Mat hurried forward. "Nice trick," he said under his breath to Rand. "Very nice trick." He approached Tuon, taking her by the shoulders and turning her to the side. Nearby, Selucia looked stunned. Kharid was not in much better shape. They would not be any help. "Hey, look," Matt said to her softly. "He's a good fellow. He's rough at the corners sometimes, but you can trust his word. If he's offering you a treaty, he'll make good on it." "That was a very impressive display," Tuan said softly. She was trembling faintly. "What is he?" "Burn me if I know," Matt said. "Listen, Tuan, I grew up with Rand. I vouch for him." "There is a darkness in that man, Matrim. I saw it when last he and I last met. Look at me, Tuan. Look at me." She looked up, meeting his gaze. "You can trust Rand al'Thor with the world itself," Matt said. "And if you can't trust him, trust me. He's our only choice. We don't have time to take him back to Seanchan. I've been in the city long enough to have a little peek at your forces. If you're going to fight the last battle and recapture your homeland, you're going to need a stable base here in Altara. Take his offer. He just claimed this land. Well, make him secure your borders as they are and announce it to the others. They might listen. Take a little pressure off you. Unless, that is, you want to fight the Trollocs, the nations of this land, and the rebels in Seanchan at the same time." Tuan blinked. "Our forces." "What?" "You called them my forces," she said. "They are our forces. You are one of us now, Matrim." "Well, I guess I am at that. Listen, Tuan, you have to do this. Please." She turned, looking at Rand, kneeling in the middle of a pattern of peach blossoms that seemed to have circled out from him. Not a one had fallen on him. "What is your offer?" Tuan asked. "Peace," Rand said, standing, hand still out. "Peace for 100 years. Longer, if I can make it so. I have persuaded the other rulers to sign a treaty and work together to fight the armies of the Shadow." "I would have my borders secured," Tuan said. "Altara and Amadisia shall be yours." "Tarabon and Almouth Plain as well," Tuan said. "I hold them now. I will not be forced from them by your treaty. You wish peace? You will give me this." "Tarabon and half of Almouth Plain," Rand said. "The half you already control." "I would have all the women this side of the Arith Ocean who can channel as the money," Tuan said. "Do not strain your luck, Empress," Rand said dryly. I will allow you to do what you will in Seanchan, but I will require you to relinquish any Damani you have taken while in this land." "Then we have no agreement," Tuan said. Matt held his breath. Rand hesitated, hand lowering. "The fate of the world itself could hang on this, Fortuona. Please." "If it is that important," she said firmly, "you can agree to my demand. Our property is our own. You wish a treaty? Then you will get it with this clause. We keep the Damani we already have. In exchange, I will allow you to leave in freedom." Rand grimaced. "You're as bad as one of the sea folk." "I should hope I'm worse," Tuan said, no emotion in her voice. "The world is your charge, Dragon, not mine. I care for my empire. I will greatly need those Damani. Choose now, as I believe you said your time is short." Rand's expression darkened. Then he thrust his hand outward. "Let it be done. Light be merciful, let it be done. I will carry this weight too. You may keep the Damani you already have, but you shall not take any from among my allies while we fight the last battle. Taking any afterward who are not in your own land will be seen as breaking the treaty and attacking the other nations." Tuan stepped forward, then took Rand's hand in her own. Matt let out a breath. I have documents for you to review and sign, Rand said.
Selucia will take them, Tuon said. Matrim, with me. We must prepare the Empire for war.
Tuon walked away down the path, her step controlled, though Mat suspected that she wanted to be away from Rand as quickly as possible. He understood the sentiment. He followed, but stopped beside Rand.
Seems you have a bit of the Dark One's luck yourself, he muttered to Rand. I can't believe that worked.
Honestly, Rand said softly, I can't either. Thank you for the good word.
Sure, Mat said. By the way, I saved Moiraine. Chew on that as you try to decide which of the two of us is winning.
Mat followed Tuon, and behind him rose the laughter of the Dragon Reborn. Chapter 18. To Feel Wasted. Gawain stood on a field near the area where the Aes Sedai had first fought the Trollocs. They'd come off the hills, and had moved deeper onto the Kandor plain. They continued to stem the Trolloc advances, and they even managed to push back the enemy's main forces a few hundred paces. All in all, this battle was going better than could have been expected. They'd fought here for a week on this open, unnamed Kandoran plain. This place had been churned and torn as if in preparation for planting. There were so many bodies here, almost all shadow spawn, that even Trolloc appetites couldn't consume them all. Gawain carried a sword in one hand, shield in the other, stationed in front of Egwene's horse. His job was to bring down the Trollocs that came through the Aes Sedai attacks. He preferred to fight two-handed, but against Trollocs, he needed that shield. Some of the others thought him a fool for using the sword. They preferred pikes or halberds, anything to keep the Trollocs at a distance. You couldn't really duel with a pike, though. As a pikeman, you were like a brick in a larger wall. You weren't so much a soldier as a barrier. A halberd was better. At least it had a blade that required some skill to use. But nothing gave the same feel as a sword. When Gawain fought with the sword, he controlled the fight. A Trolloc came for him, snorting, face bearing the melded features of a ram and a man. This one was more human than most, including a sickeningly human mouth with bloodied teeth. The thing brandished a mace that bore the flame of Tar Valon on its haft, stolen from a fallen member of the Tower Guard. Though it was a two-handed weapon, the creature wielded it easily in one. Gawain dodged to the side, then brought his shield up and to the right under the expected blow. The shield shook with repeated impacts. 1, 2, 3. Standard Trolloc berserking. Hit hard, hit fast, and assumed that the opponent would break. Many did. They would trip, or their arms would go numb from the pounding. That was the value of pike walls or halberd lines. Bryn used both, and a newly improvised half-spear, half-halberd line. Gawain had read of its like in history books. Bryn's army used them for hamstringing Trollocs. The pike lines would keep them back, and then the halberds would reach through and slice their legs. Gawain ducked to the side, and the Trolloc wasn't ready for his burst of speed. The thing turned, too slow, as Gawain separated its hand from its wrist, using Whirlwind on the Mountain. As it screamed, Gawain spun about, ramming his sword into the stomach of another Trolloc that had plowed through the Aes Sedai defense. He whipped his sword out of that body and sheathed it in the first Trolloc's neck. The dead beast slid off his blade. That was 4 that Gawain had killed today. He carefully wiped his sword and the bloody cloth he wore tied at his waist. He checked on Egwene. Mounted, she used the one power to rip apart Trollocs in droves. The Aes Sedai used a rotation, with only a small portion of them on the field at a time. Using so few Aes Sedai at a time required the soldiers to take the brunt of the fighting, but the Aes Sedai always came to the battle rested. Their job was to blast apart the groups of Trollocs, shattering lines and letting the soldiers work on the scattered remnants. With the Aes Sedai keeping the Trollocs from solid battle formations, the fight, though grueling, was proceeding well. They hadn't had to fall back since leaving the hills behind, and had effectively stalled the Trolloc advance for a week here. Silviana sat atop a roan gelding beside Egwene and did her best to keep the Trollocs from coming too close. The ground was ripped and furrowed just in front of them, Silviana's attacks having torn it asunder, leaving trench-like depressions all over the field. Despite that, the occasional Trolloc would crawl through the mire and come for Gawain. Gawain saw movement in the nearest trench and strode forward. A wolf-featured Trolloc crouched inside. It snarled at him, scrambling up. Water flows downhill. The Trolloc fell back into the trench, and Gawain wiped his blade on the bloody rag. 5. Not bad for one of his 2-hour shifts. Often the Aes Sedai were able to repel the Trollocs, and he just ended up standing beside Egwene. Of course, today she was accompanied by Silviana. They always came to the battlefront in pairs, and Gawain was half convinced the Keeper let a few through now and then just to keep him working. A sudden series of explosions nearby drove him backward, and he glanced over his shoulder. Their relief had arrived. Gawain raised his sword to sleet as the man took up position with Piava Sedai's warder to guard the area. Gawain joined Egwene and Silviana as they left the battlefield. He could feel Egwene's growing exhaustion. She was pushing herself too hard, insisting on joining too many shifts. They made their way across the trampled grass, passing a group of Illianer companions charging into the fray. Gawain didn't have a good enough view of the battle as a whole to know where specifically they were needed. He watched them go with a hint of envy. He knew Egwene needed him, now more than ever. Fades slipped into camp at night, bringing Thakandar-forged blades to take the lives of Aes Sedai. Gawain kept watch personally when Egwene slept, relying on her to wash his fatigue away when it overwhelmed him. He slept when she was in conference with the Hall of the Tower. He insisted that she sleep in a different tent each night. Once in a while he convinced her to travel to Mayenne and the beds in the palace. She hadn't done that in a few days. His arguments that she should check on the Yellows and inspect the healing work were growing thin. Rosil Sedai had things in hand there. Gawain and the 2 women continued on into the camp. Some soldiers bowed, the ones who were not currently on duty, while others hastened toward the battlefield. Gawain eyed some of these. Too young, too new. Others were dragon-sworn, and who knew what to make of them? There were Aiel among the dragon-sworn, which made no sense to him, since all Aiel seemed basically dragon-sworn to him. But there were also Aes Sedai among the dragon-sworn ranks. He didn't think much of their choice. Gawain shook his head and continued on. Their camp was enormous, though it contained virtually no camp followers. Food was brought in daily through gateways and wagons, some pulled by those unreliable metal machines from Cairhien. When those wagons left, they carried away clothing for washing, weapons to be repaired, and boots to be mended. It made for a very efficient camp. One not heavily populated, however, as almost everyone spent long hours on the battlefield fighting. Everyone but Gawain. He knew he was needed, and that what he did was important. But he couldn't help feeling wasted. He was one of the finest swordsmen in the army, and he stood on the battlefield for a few hours a day, killing only the occasional Trolloc stupid enough to charge 2 Aes Sedai. What Gawain did was more like putting them out of their misery than fighting them. Egwene nodded farewell to Silviana, then turned her horse toward the command tent. "Egwene," Gawain said. "I only want to check on things," she said calmly. "Elaine was supposed to have sent new orders." "You need sleep." "It seems that all I do these days is sleep." "When you fight on the battlefield, you are easily worth 1,000 soldiers," Gawain said. "If sleeping 22 hours a day were required to keep you in good enough shape to protect the men for 2, I'd suggest you do it. Fortunately, that isn't required. And neither is it required that you run yourself as hard as you do." He could feel her annoyance through the bond, but she snuffed it out. "You are right, of course." She eyed him. and you needn't feel surprised to hear me admit it. I wasn't surprised, Gawain said. I can feel your emotions, Gawain. That was from something else entirely, he said. I remembered something Sleet said a few days back. A joke I didn't understand until now. He looked at her innocently. That, finally, earned a smile. A hint of one, but that was enough. She didn't smile much these days. Few of them did. In addition, he said, taking her reins and helping her dismount as they reached the command tent, I'd never given much thought to the fact that a warder can, of course, ignore the 3 oaths. I wonder how often sisters have found that convenient. I hope not too often, Egwene said. A very diplomatic answer. Inside the command tent, they found Garth Bryn looking down through his now customary gateway. It was being maintained by a mousy grey whom Gawain didn't know. Bryn stepped to his map-littered desk, where Swan was attempting to bring order. He made a few notes on a map, nodding to himself, then looked to see who had entered. "Mother," Bryn said, and took her hand to kiss her ring. "The battle seems to be going well," Egwene said, nodding to Swan. "We have held here well. You have plans to push forward, it seems?" "We can't loiter here forever, Mother," Bryn said. "Queen Elaine has asked me to consider an advance farther into Kandor, and I think she is wise to do so. I worry that the Trollocs will pull back into the hills and brace themselves. You notice how they've been pulling more of the bodies off the field each night?" "Yes." Gawain could sense her displeasure. She wished the Aes Sedai had the strength to burn the Trolloc carcasses with the one power each day. "They're gathering food," Bryn said. "They might decide to move eastward and try to get around us. We need to keep them engaged here, which might mean pushing into those hills. It would be costly, normally, but now—" He shook his head, walking over and looking down through his gateway onto the front lines. "Your Aes Sedai dominate this battlefield, Mother. I've never seen anything like it." "There is a reason," she replied, "that the Shadow did everything in its power to bring down the White Tower. It knew. The White Tower has the ability to rule this war. We'll need to watch for Dreadlords," Swan said, shuffling through papers. Scouting reports, Gawain suspected. He knew little of Swan Sanche, despite having spared her life, but Egwene commonly spoke of the woman's greed for information. "Yes," Egwene said. "They will come." "The Black Tower," Bryn said, frowning. "Do you trust the word from Lord Mandragoran?" "With my life," Egwene said. "Ashaman, fighting for the enemy. Why wouldn't the Dragon Reborn have done something? Light if all of the remaining Ashaman side with the Shadow." Egwene shook her head. "Bryn, I want you to saddle up riders and send them to the area outside the Black Tower where gateways can still be made. Send them riding hard to the sisters still camped outside the Black Tower." "You want them to attack?" Gawain asked, perking up. "No. They are to retreat back as far as it takes to make gateways, and then they are to join us here. We can't afford any further delays. I want them here." She tapped the table with one finger. "Taim and his Dreadlords will come. They have stayed away from this battlefield, instead focusing on Lord Mandragoran. That lets them dominate their battlefield as we have this one. I will choose more sisters to send to the Borderlander army. We will have to confront them eventually." Gawain said nothing, but drew his lips tight. Fewer sisters here meant more work for Egwene and the others. "And now," Egwene said, "I need to—" She trailed off, seeing Gawain's expression. "I suppose I need to sleep. If I am needed, send to— Light, I don't know where I'm sleeping today. Gawain?" "I have you in Meren Sedai's tent. She's on duty in the rotation after this, so that should give you some hours of uninterrupted sleep." "Unless I'm needed," Egwene reminded him. She walked toward the tent flaps. "Of course." Gawain said, following her out, but shaking his head toward Bryn and Swan. Bryn smiled back, nodding. On a battlefield, there was little that would absolutely require the Amyrlin's attention. The Hall of the Tower had been given direct oversight of their armies. Outside, Egwene sighed, closing her eyes. He put his arm around her and let her slump against him. The moment lasted but a few seconds before she pulled back, standing up straight and putting on the face of the Amyrlin. So young, he thought, to have so much required of her. Of course, she wasn't much younger than Althor himself. Gawain was pleased and a little surprised that thinking of the man did not provoke any anger. Althor would fight his fight. Really, what the man did was none of Gawain's business. Gawain led Egwene to the Green Aja section of camp, the several warders at the perimeter greeting them with nods of respect. Maren Sedai had a large tent. Most of the Aes Sedai had been allowed to bring what housing and furniture they wished, so long as they could make their own gateway for it and use their own warders to carry it. If the army had to move quickly, such things would be abandoned. Many Aes Sedai had chosen to bring very little, but others, well, they were not accustomed to austerity. Maren was one of those. Few had brought as much as she. Lylwyn and Bael Doman waited outside the tent. They had been the ones to inform Maren Sedai that her tent was being borrowed, and that she wasn't to tell anyone that Egwene was the one using it. The secret could be discovered if anyone asked around. They hadn't hidden themselves while walking here. But at the same time, someone asking where the Amyrlin was sleeping would draw attention. It was the best protection Gawain could arrange, since Egwene was unwilling to travel each day to sleep. Egwene's emotions immediately turned sour when she saw Lylwyn. "You did say you wanted to keep her close," Gawain said softly. "I don't like her knowing where I sleep. If their assassins do come looking for me in camp, she might be the one to lead them to me." Gawain fought down the instinct to argue. Egwene was a cunning, insightful woman, but she had a blind spot regarding anything Seanchan. He, on the other hand, found himself trusting Lylwyn. She seemed to be the type who dealt straight with people. "I'll keep an eye on her," he said. Egwene composed herself with a breath, then walked to the tent and passed Lylwyn without saying a word. Gawain didn't follow her inside. "The Amyrlin seems intent on not letting me provide service," Lylwyn said to Gawain in that telltale Seanchan drawl. "She doesn't trust you," Gawain said frankly. "Is one's oath worth so little on this side of the ocean?" Lylwyn said. "I swore an oath to her that none would break, not even a Muyami." "A dark friend will break any oath." The woman eyed him coolly. "I begin to think she assumes all Seanchan to be dark friends." Gawain shrugged. "You beat her and imprisoned her, making her into an animal to be led by a collar." "I did not," Lylwyn said. "If one baker made you foul bread, would you assume all of them seek to poison you? Bah! Do not argue. There is no point. If I cannot serve her, then I will serve you. Have you eaten today, warder?" Gawain hesitated. When had he last had something to eat? This morning? No, he'd been too eager for the fight. His stomach grumbled loudly. "I know you will not leave her," Lylwyn said, "particularly under the watch of a Seanchan. Come, Bael, let us fetch this fool some food, so that he does not faint if assassins do come." She stalked off, her large Illianer husband following. The fellow shot a glare over his shoulder that could have cured leather. Gawain sighed and settled down on the ground. From his pocket, he pulled 3 black rings. He selected one, then shoved the others back into his pocket. Talk of assassins always made him think of the rings which he'd taken off the Seanchan who had come to kill Egwene. The rings were tir'angreal. They were the means by which those blood knives had moved quickly and blended into shadows. He held up the ring toward the light. It didn't look like any ter'angreal he had seen, but an object of the power could look like anything. The rings were of some heavy black stone he did not recognize. The outside was carved like thorns, though the inside surface, the side that touched the skin, was smooth. He turned the ring over in his fingers. He knew that he should go to Egwene with it. He also knew how the White Tower treated ter'angreal. They locked the objects away, afraid to experiment with them. But this was the last battle. If there was ever a time to take risks. You decided to stand in Egwene's shadow, Gawyn, he thought. You decided you would protect her, do what she needed of you. She was winning this war, she and the Aes Sedai. Would he let himself grow as jealous of her as he had been of al'Thor? Is that what I believe it to be? Gawyn snapped his head up, fist closing around the ring. Lylwyn and Bayle Domon had been to the mess tent and returned with a bowl for him. From the smell of it, the meal was barley stew again. The cooks used so much pepper it was almost sickening. Gawyn suspected they did because the black flecks hid the bits of weevil. I can't act like I'm doing something suspicious, he thought immediately. I can't let her go to Egwene. This, he asked, holding up the ring. It's one of the rings we recovered from the Seanchan assassins who tried to kill Egwene. We assume it's a ter'angreal of some sort, though it's not one the White Tower has ever heard of. Lylwyn hissed softly. Those are bestowed only by the Empress. May she... She cut herself off and took a deep breath. Only one appointed as a blood knife, one who has given their life to the Empress, is allowed to wear such a ring. For you to put one on would be very, very wrong. Fortunately, Gawyn said, I'm not wearing it. The rings are dangerous, Lylwyn said. I do not know much of them, but they are said to kill those who use them. Do not let your blood touch the ring, as you will activate it, and that could be deadly, warder. She handed him the bowl of stew, then strode away. Domon didn't follow her. The Illianer scratched at his short beard. She do not always be the most accommodating of women, my wife, he said to Gawyn. But she do be strong and wise. You would do well to listen to her. Gawyn pocketed the ring. Egwene would never allow me to wear it in the first place. That was true, if she knew about it. Tell your wife that I appreciate the warning. I should warn you that the subject of the assassins is still a very sore subject for the Amyrlin. I'd suggest avoiding the topic of the blood knives or their ter'angreal. Domon nodded and then went after Lylwyn. Gawyn felt only a small prick of shame at the deception. He hadn't said anything untrue. He just didn't want Egwene asking any awkward questions. That ring, and its brothers, represented something. They weren't the way of the warder. Standing beside Egwene, watching for danger to her, that was the way of the warder. He would make a difference on the battlefield by serving her, not by riding out like some hero. He told himself that time and time again as he ate his stew. By the time he was done, he was nearly certain he believed it. He still didn't tell Egwene about the rings. Rand remembered the first time he'd seen a Trolloc. Not when they had attacked his farm in the Two Rivers. The true first time he'd seen them. During the Last Age. There will come a time when they no longer exist, he thought, weaving fire and air, creating an explosive wall of flames that roared to life in the middle of a pack of Trollocs. Nearby, men of Perrin's Wolf Guard raised weapons in thanks. Rand nodded back. He wore the face of Jer Grady in this fight. For now. Once Trollocs had not scourged the land. They could return to that state. If Rand killed the Dark One, would it happen immediately? The flames of his firewall brought sweat on his forehead. He drew carefully on the fat man Angrial. He couldn't afford to seem too powerful, and struck down another group of Trollocs here on the battlefield just west of the river Alguenia. Elaine's forces had crossed the Aranin and the countryside to the east and were waiting for their bridges across the Alguenia to be constructed. These were almost completed, but meanwhile a vanguard of Trollocs had caught up with them, and Elaine's army had formed up in defensive positions to hold them off until they could cross the river. Rand was happy to help. The real Jergrady rested back in his camp in Kandor, worn out from healing, a convenient face that Rand could wear and not draw the attention of the Forsaken. The Trolloc screams were satisfying as they burned. He had loved that sound near the end of the War of Power. It had always made him feel as if he were doing something. He hadn't known what Trollocs were the first time he'd seen them. Oh, he'd known of Agonor's experiments. Lews Therin had named him a madman on more than one occasion. He hadn't understood. So many of them hadn't. Agonor had loved his projects far too much. Lews Therin had made the mistake of assuming that Agonor, like Semirhage, enjoyed the torture for its own sake. And then the Shadow Spawn had come. The monsters continued burning, limbs twitching. Still, Rand worried that these things might be humans reborn. Agonor had used people to create the Trollocs and Myrddraal. Was this the fate of some? To be reborn as twisted creations such as this? The idea sickened him. He checked the sky. The clouds had begun to withdraw as they did near him. He could force them to not do so, but no. Men needed the light, and he could not fight here too long lest it become obvious that one of the Ashaman was too strong for the face he wore. Rand let the light come. All across the battlefield near the river, people glanced toward the sky as sunlight fell on them, the dark clouds pulling back. No more hiding, Rand thought, removing his mask of mirrors and raising his hand in a fist above his head. He wove air, fire, and water, creating a column of light extending from himself high into the sky. Soldiers across the battlefield cheered. He would not bring down the traps the Dark One had waiting for him. He moved through a gateway back to Marilor. He never stayed long at a battlefront, but he always revealed himself before he left. He let the clouds break above, proving he had been there, then withdrew. Min waited for him at the Marilor traveling ground. He looked behind himself as his gateway closed, leaving the people to fight without him. Min placed a hand on his arm. His maiden guards waited here. They reluctantly allowed him to fight alone, as they knew that their presence would give him away. "You look sad," Min said softly. A hot breeze blew from somewhere north. Nearby soldiers saluted him. Most of what he had here were Damani, Tyrans, and Aiel. The assault force, led by Rodel Italralda and King Darlin, that would try to hold the valley of Thakandar while Rand wrestled with the Dark One. The time had almost arrived for that. The Shadow had seen him fighting on all fronts. He had joined Lan's fighting, Egwene's fighting, and Elaine's in turn. By now the Shadow had committed most of its armies to the fighting in the south. The time for Rand to strike Shale Ghul was at hand. He looked to Min. "Moiraine calls me a fool for these attacks. She says that even a small risk to me is not worth what I accomplish." "Moiraine is probably right," Min said. "She often is. But I prefer you as the person who would do this. That is the person who can defeat the Dark One. The man who cannot sit and plan while others die." Rand put his arm around her waist. Light, what would he have done without her? "I'd have fallen," he thought. "During the dark months, I'd have fallen for certain." Over Min's shoulder, Rand saw a gray-haired woman approaching, and behind her a smaller figure in blue stopped and pointedly turned the other way. Cadsuane and Moiraine gave one another wide berth in the camp. He thought he caught a hint of a glare in Moraine's eyes when she saw that Cadsuane had spotted Rand first. Cadsuane came up to him, then walked around him, looking him up and down. She nodded to herself several times. "Trying to decide if I'm up to the task?" Rand said to Cadsuane, keeping emotions, in this case annoyance, from his voice. "I never wondered," Cadsuane said. "Even before I found you were reborn, I never wondered if I would be able to make you into the man you needed to be. Wondering, in that manner at least, is for fools. Are you a fool, Rand al'Thor?" "An impossible question," Min replied. "If he says that he is, then a fool he becomes. If he says that he is not, then he implies he does not seek further wisdom." "Pah! You've been reading too much, child." Cadsuane seemed fond as she said it. She turned to Rand. "I hope you give her something nice." "What do you mean?" Rand asked. "You've been giving things to people," Cadsuane said, "in preparation for death. It's common for the elderly or for men riding into a battle they don't think they can win. A sword for your father, a tir'angreal for the Queen of Andor, a crown for Lan Mandragoran, jewelry for the Aiel girl, and for this one." She nodded at Min. Rand stiffened. He'd known what he was doing on some level, but to hear it explained was disconcerting. Min's expression darkened. Her grip on him tightened. "Walk with me," Cadsuane said. "Just you and me, Lord Dragon." She glanced at him. "If you will." Min looked to Rand, but he patted her on the shoulder and nodded. "I'll meet you at the tent." She sighed, but retreated. Cadsuane had already started on the path. Rand had to jog a few steps to catch up. She probably enjoyed seeing that. "Moiraine Sedai grows restless with your delays," Cadsuane said. "And what are your thoughts?" "I think she has a portion of wisdom to her. However, I do not find your plan to be complete idiocy. You must not delay much longer, however." He purposely did not say when he would give the order to attack Shale Ghul. He wanted everyone guessing. If nobody around him knew when he would strike, then chances were good the Dark One wouldn't know either. "Regardless," Cadsuane said, "I am not here to speak about your delays. I feel that Moiraine Sedai has your education in that matter well in hand. Something else worries me far more, and that is that you expect to die, that you are giving so much away, that you do not even seek to live." Rand took a deep breath. Behind, a group of maidens trailed him. He passed the Windfinders in their small camp, huddled and speaking over the bowl of winds. They looked toward him and Cadsuane with placid faces. "Leave me go to my fate, Cadsuane," Rand said. "I have embraced death. I will take it when it comes." "I am pleased at that," she said. "And do not think, for a moment, that I would not trade your life for the world." "You've made that obvious from the start," Rand said. "So why worry now? This fight will claim me, so it must be." "You must not assume that you will die," Cadsuane said. "Even if it is nearly inevitable, you must not take it as completely inevitable." Elaine said much the same thing. "Then she has spoken wisdom at least once in her life, a better average than I had assumed of that one." Rand refused to rise to that comment, and Cadsuane let slip a smile. She was pleased at how he controlled himself now. That was why she tested him. Would the tests never end? No, he thought. Not until the final one. The one that matters most. Cadsuane stopped in the path, causing him to stop as well. Do you have a gift for me as well? I am giving them to those I care about. That actually made her smile more deeply. Our interactions have not always been smooth, Rand al'Thor. That would be one way to say it. However, she continued, eyeing him, I will have you know that I am pleased. You have turned out well. So I have your permission to save the world? Yes. She looked upward where the dark clouds boiled. They began to split at his presence as he did not try to mask it or keep them back. Yes, Cadsuane repeated. You have my permission? So long as you do it soon. That darkness grows. As if in concert with her words, the ground rumbled. It did that more and more lately. The camp shook and men stumbled, wary. They will be forsaken, Rand said, once I enter. Someone will need to face them. I intend to ask Aviendha to lead the resistance against them. She could use your aid. Cadsuane nodded. I will do my part. Bring Olivia, Rand said. She is strong, but I worry about putting her with others. She does not understand limits in the way that she should. Cadsuane nodded again, and from the look in her eyes, he wondered if she'd already planned to do just that. And the Black Tower? Rand set his jaw. The Black Tower was a trap. He knew it was a trap. Taim wanted to lure Rand into a place where he couldn't escape through a gateway. I sent Perrin to help. And your determination to go yourself. I have to help them, somehow. I let Taim gather them. I can't just leave them to him. You still aren't certain, Cadsuane said, dissatisfied. You'd risk yourself. You'd risk us all stepping into a trap. They're free. Cadsuane turned to walk away. Taim and his men have been cast out of the Black Tower. What? Rand demanded, taking her by the arm. Your men there freed themselves, Cadsuane said, though from what I've been told they took a beating doing it. Few know it. Queen Elaine might not be able to use them in battle for some time. I don't know the details. They freed themselves? Rand said. Yes. They did it, or Perrin did. Rand exulted, but a wave of guilt slammed against him. How many had been lost? Could he have saved them if he'd gone? He'd known for days now of their predicament, and yet he'd left them obeying Moraine's insistent counsel that this was a trap he could not afford to spring. And now they'd escaped it. I wish that I'd been able to draw an answer out of you, Cadsuane said, about what you intended to do there. She sighed, then shook her head. You have cracks in you, Rand al'Thor, but you'll have to do. She left him.
Deep was a good man,
Antile said.
He survived the fall of Maraudon. He was on the wall when it blew, but he lived and kept fighting. The Dreadlords came for him eventually, sending an explosion to finish the job. Deep spent the last moments throwing weaves at them. He died well.
The Malkieri soldiers raised cups toward Antile, saluting the fallen. Lan raised his own cup, though he stood just outside the ring of men around the fire. He wished Deep had followed orders. He shook his head, downing his wine. Though it was night, Lan's men were on rotation to be awake in case of an attack. Lan turned his cup between two fingers, thinking of Deep again. He found he couldn't drum up anger at the man. Deep had wanted to kill one of the Shadow's most dangerous channelers. Lan couldn't say he would turn down a similar opportunity if it were given him. The men continued their toasts to the fallen. It had become a tradition every evening, and had spread among all of the Borderlander camps. Lan found it encouraging that the men here were starting to treat Antile and Narishma as fellows. The Ashaman were aloof, but Deep's death had forged a link between the Ashaman and the ordinary soldiers. Now they'd all paid the butcher's bill. The men had seen Antal grieving and had invited him to make a toast. Lan stepped away from the fire and walked through the camp, stopping by the horse lines to check on Mandarb. The stallion was holding up well, though he bore a large wound on his left flank where his coat would never grow back. It seemed to be healing well. The grooms still spoke in hushed tones about how the wounded horse had appeared out of the night following the fight where Deep had died. Many riders had been killed or unhorsed in the fighting that day. Very few horses had escaped the Trollocs and made their way back to camp. Lan patted Mandarb's neck. "We'll rest soon, my friend," he said softly. "I promise." Mandarb snorted in the darkness, and nearby several of the other horses nickered. "We'll make a home," Lan said. "The shadow defeated, Nynaeve and I will reclaim Malkier. We'll make the fields bloom again, cleanse the lakes, green pastures. No more Trollocs to fight. Children to ride on your back, old friend. You can spend your days in peace, eating apples and having your pick of mares." It had been a very long time since Lan had thought of the future with anything resembling hope. Strange to find it now, in this place, in this war. He was a hard man. At times he felt he had more in common with the rocks and the sand than he did with the men who laughed together beside the fire. That was what he'd made of himself. It was the person he'd needed to be, a person who could someday journey toward Malkier and uphold the honor of his family. Randall Thor had begun to crack that shell, and then Nynaeve's love had ripped it apart completely. I wonder if Rand ever knew, Lan thought, taking out the curry comb and working on Mandarb's coat. Lan knew what it was like to be chosen from childhood to die. He knew what it was like to be pointed toward the Blight and told he would sacrifice his life there. Light, but he did. Randall Thor would probably never know how similar the two of them were. Lan brushed Mandarb for a time, though he was bone-tired. Perhaps he should have slept. Nynaeve would have told him to sleep. He played out the conversation in his head, allowing himself a smile. She'd have won, explaining that a general needed sleep and that there were plenty of grooms to care for the horses. But Nynaeve wasn't there. He kept brushing. Someone approached the horse lines. Lan heard the footsteps long before the person arrived, of course. Lord Baldere retrieved a brush from the groom station, nodding to one of the guards there, and walked toward his own horse. Only then did he notice Lan. "Lord Mandragoran," he said. "Lord Baldere," Lan said, nodding toward the Kandori. Queen Atheniella's sword-bearer was slender, with streaks of white in his otherwise black hair. Though Baldere was not one of the great captains, he was a fine commander, and had served Kandor well since his king's death. Many had assumed that the queen would marry Baldere. That, of course, was foolish. Atheniella looked at him as she would a brother. Besides, anyone who paid attention would know that Baldere clearly preferred men to women. "I am sorry to disturb you, Dashan," Baldere said. "I had not realized that anyone else would be here." He moved to withdraw. "I was nearly done," Lan said. "Do not let me stop you." "The grooms do well enough," Baldere said. "I wasn't here to check on their work. I have found, at times, that doing something simple and familiar helps me think." "You're not the only one to have noticed that," Lan said, continuing to brush Mandarb. Baldere chuckled, then fell silent for a moment. Finally he spoke. "Dashan," he said, "are you worried about Lord Agelmar?" "In what regard?" "I worry that he's pushing himself too hard," Baldere said. "Some of the choices he is making, they confuse me. It's not that his battle decisions are bad. They simply strike me as too aggressive. It is war. I don't know that one can be too aggressive in defeating one's enemy. Baldere fell quiet for a time. Of course. But did you notice the loss of Lord Yokata's 2 cavalry squadrons? That was unfortunate, but mistakes do happen. This isn't one that Lord Agelmar should have made. He's been in situations like this before, Daishan. He should have seen. It had happened during a recent raid against the Trollocs. The Ashiman had been setting fire to Fall Eisen and the surrounding countryside. At Agelmar's orders, Yokata had taken his cavalry in a swing around a large hill to attack the right flank of the Trolloc army advancing on the Ashiman. Using a classic pincer movement, Agelmar was to send in more cavalry against the enemy's left flank, and the Ashiman would turn to meet the Trollocs head-on. But the Shadow's leaders had seen through the maneuver. Before Agelmar and the Ashiman could act, a large contingent of Trollocs had come over the hill to hit Yokata's own right flank, while the remainder hit Yokata head-on, enveloping his cavalry. The cavalry had been killed to the last man. Immediately after, the Trollocs went after the Ashiman, who had barely been able to save themselves. He is tired, Daishan, Baldere said. I know Agelmar. He would never have made a mistake like that if he were awake and alert. Baldere, anyone could have made a mistake like that. Lord Agelmar is one of the great captains. He should see the battle differently than ordinary men do. Are you certain you aren't expecting too much of him? Lan asked. Agelmar is just a man. We all are, at the end of the day. Perhaps you are right, Baldere said, hand on his sword as if worried. He wasn't carrying the Queen's weapon, of course. He did that only when she was acting in her station. I guess it comes down to an instinct, Lan. An itch. Agelmar seems tired a lot, and I worry it's affecting his ability to plan. Please, just watch him. I'll watch, Lan said. Thank you, Baldere said. He seemed less troubled now than when he'd approached. Lan gave Mandarb a final pat, left Baldere to tend his horse, and walked through camp to the command tent. He went in. The tent was lit and well guarded, though the soldiers on guard weren't allowed clear views of the battle maps. Lan moved around the hung cloths that obstructed the entry and nodded to the 2 Shienaran commanders, subordinates to Agelmar, who attended this inner sanctum. One was studying the maps spread out on the floor. Agelmar himself wasn't there. A leader needed to sleep sometime. Lan squatted, looking at the map. After tomorrow's retreat, it appeared that they would reach a place called Blood Springs, named for the way the rocks beneath the water made the river seem to run red. At Blood Springs, they would have a slight advantage of height because of the adjacent hills, and Agelmar wanted to stage an offensive against the Trollocs with bowmen and cavalry lines working together. And of course, there would be more burning of the land. Lan knelt on one knee, looking over Agelmar's notes about which army would fight where and how he'd divide the attacks. It was ambitious, but nothing looked particularly troublesome to Lan. As he was studying, the tent flaps rustled and Agelmar himself entered, speaking softly with Lady Els of Saldaea. He stopped when he saw Lan, excusing himself quietly from his conversation. He approached Lan. Agelmar did not slump with exhaustion, but Lan had learned to read beyond a man's posture for signs of tiredness. Redness to the eyes, breath that smelled faintly of flatwort, an herb chewed to keep the mind alert when one had been up too long. Agelmar was tired, but so was everyone else in camp.
Do you approve of what you see, Daishan?
Agelmar asked, kneeling.
It is very aggressive for a retreat. Can we afford any other action?
Agelmar asked.
We leave a swath of burned land behind us, destroying Shienar almost as surely as if the Shadow had taken her,
I will bring Trolloc blood to quench those ashes.
Lan nodded.
Baldere came to you?
Agelmar asked. Lan looked up sharply. Agelmar smiled wanly.
I assume it was regarding the loss of Yokata and his men?
Yes.
It was a mistake, to be certain,
Agelmar said.
I wondered if anyone would confront me on it. Baldere is one to believe I should never have made such an error.
He thinks you're pushing yourself too hard.
He is clever in tactics,
Agelmar said.
But he does not know so much as he thinks. His head is full of the stories of great captains. I am not without flaw, Daishan. This will not be my only error. I will see them as I saw this one, and learn from them.
Still, perhaps we should see that you get more sleep.
I am perfectly hale, Lord Mandragoran. I know my limits. I've spent my entire life learning them. This battle will push me to my utmost, and I must let it.
But
relieve me or let me be,
Agelmar said, cutting in.
I will listen to advice, I am not a fool. But I will not be second-guessed.
Very well, Lan said, rising.
I trust your wisdom.
Agelmar nodded, lowering his eyes to his maps. He was still working on his plans when Lan finally left to turn in.
Chapter 19. The Choice of a Patch. Elaine found Bashir pacing on the east bank of the river. River banks were among the few places that still felt alive to her. So much was lifeless these days. Trees that did not put forth leaves, grass that did not grow, animals that huddled in their dens and refused to move. The rivers kept flowing. There was a sense of life to that, though the plants were dreary. The Algueña was one of those deceptively mighty rivers that looked placid from a distance, but could pull a woman under its surface until she drowned. She remembered Bryn making a lesson of that to Gawain once during a hunting trip they'd taken along it. He'd been speaking to her, too. Maybe to her primarily, though he'd always been careful not to overstep himself with the daughter heir. "Be careful of currents," he'd said. "River currents are one of the most dangerous things under the light, but only because men underestimate them. The surface looks still because nothing is fighting it. Nothing wants to. The fish go along with it, and men stay out of it, all except the fools who think to prove themselves." Elaine stepped down the rocky bank toward Bashir. Her guards stayed behind. Birgitta wasn't with them just now. She was seeing to the Archer companies miles downriver, where they were busy pounding the Trollocs building rafts to get them across the river. Birgitta's archers and Talmanis's dragons were doing an outstanding job of reducing the Trolloc numbers there, but it was still only a matter of time before their vast army would pour across the Algueña. Elaine had pulled her forces out of Andor a week before, and she and Bashir had been pleased with their progress, until they had discovered the trap. "Amazing, isn't it?" she asked, stepping up beside Bashir, who stood at the river's bank. Bashir glanced at her, then nodded. "We don't have anything like it back home." "What of the Aranella?" "It doesn't grow this big until it's outside of Saldaea," he said absently. "This is almost like an ocean, settled right here, dividing bank from bank. It makes me smile, thinking of how the Aiel must have regarded it after first crossing the spine." The two of them were silent for a time. "How bad is it?" Elaine finally asked. "Bad," Bashir said. "I should have realized. Burn me. I should have seen." "You can't plan for everything, Bashir." "Pardon," he said, "but that is exactly what I'm supposed to be doing." Their march eastward from Brame Wood had gone according to plan. Burning the bridges across the Aranin and the Alguenia, they had taken out large numbers of Trollocs trying to cross after them. Elaine was now on the road that went upriver to the city of Cairhien. Bashir had planned to set up their final confrontation with the Trollocs in hills along the road that lay 20 leagues south of Cairhien. The Shadow had outthought them. Scouts had spotted a second army of Trollocs just to the north of their current position, marching east, heading toward the city of Cairhien itself. Elaine had stripped that city of defenders to fill out her army. Now it was filled only with refugees, and was as crowded as Caemlyn had been. How did they do it? She asked. Those Trollocs couldn't have come down from Tarwin's Gap.
There hasn't been enough time for that,
Bashir agreed. Another waygate? She asked.
Perhaps,
Bashir said.
Perhaps not.
How then? She asked. Where did that army come from? That army of Trollocs was almost close enough to knock on the city gates. Light!
I made the mistake of thinking like a human, Bashir said. I accounted for Trolloc marching speed, but not for how the Myrddraal might push them. A foolish mistake. The army in the woods must have split in two, with half taking a northeastern route through the woods toward Cairhien. It's the only thing I can think of.
We've been moving as quickly as we can, Elaine said. How could they have overtaken us? Her army had gateways. She couldn't move everyone through them as she didn't have enough channelers to hold gateways for long periods. However, she could move the supply carts, the wounded, and the camp followers through. That let them march at the speed of trained soldiers.
We've moved as quickly as we could safely, Bashir said. A human commander would never have pushed his forces into such a terrible march. The terrain they went through had to have been awful. The rivers they had to cross, the forests, the wetlands, light. They must have lost thousands of Trollocs to fatigue during such a march. The Fades risked it, and now they have us in a pincer. The city could be destroyed as well.
Elaine fell silent. I won't let that happen, she finally said. Not again. Not if we can prevent it.
Do we have a choice?
Yes, Elaine said. Bashir, you're one of the greatest military minds the land has known. You have resources that no man has ever had before. The dragons, the kinswomen, Ogier willing to fight in battle. You can make this work. I know you can.
You show surprising faith in me for someone you have known a very short time.
Rand trusts you, Elaine said. Even during the dark times, Bashir, when he would look at every second person around him with darkness in his eyes, he trusted you. Bashir seemed troubled.
There is a way.
What is it?
We march and hit the Trollocs near Cairhien as quickly as we can. They're tired, they have to be. If we could beat them quickly before the horde to the south reaches us, we may have a chance. It will be difficult. The northern force probably wants to seize the city, then use it against us as the southern Trollocs arrive.
Could we open gateways into the city and hold it?
I doubt it, Bashir said. Not with channelers as tired as these. Beyond that, we need to destroy the northern Trollocs, not just hold against them. If we give them time to rest, they will recover from their march, be joined by the Trollocs from the south, then use dreadlords to rip open Cairhien like an overripe apple. No, Elaine. We have to attack and crush that northern army while it is weak. Only then could we possibly hold against the southern one. If we fail, the two will smash us between them.
It is the risk we must take, Elaine said. Make your plans, Bashir. We'll make them work. Egwene stepped into Tel'aran'rhiod. Rhiod. The world of dreams had always been dangerous, unpredictable. Lately it was even more so. The grand city of Tyr reflected strangely in the dream, the buildings weathered as if by 100 years of storms. The city walls were now little more than 10 feet high, their tops rounded and smooth, blown by the wind. Buildings inside had worn away, leaving foundations and lumps of weathered stone. Chilled by the sight, Egwene turned toward the stone. It at least stood as it had, tall, strong, unchanged by the weathering of the winds. That comforted her. She sent herself into its heart. The wise ones waited for her. That too was comforting. Even in this time of change and tempest, they were solid like the stone itself. Amys, Bear, and Mylane waited for her. She overheard part of their conversation before they noticed her. "I saw it just as she did," Bear was saying, "though it was my own descendants who lent me their eyes. I think we will all see it now if we return the third time. It should be required." 3 visits, Mylane said. "That brings change indeed. We still do not know if the second visit will show this or the previous vision." Conscious of her eavesdropping, Egwene cleared her throat. They turned toward her, immediately falling silent. "I did not mean to intrude," Egwene said, walking among the columns and joining them. "It is nothing," Bear said. "We should have guarded our tongues. We were the ones to invite you here to meet us, after all." "It is good to see you, Egwene al'Vere," Mylane said, smiling with affection. The woman looked so far along in her pregnancy she must be close to delivering. "From reports, your army gains much Ji." "We do well," Egwene said, settling herself on the floor with them. "You shall have your own chance, Mylane." "The Kara-Karn delays," Amys said, frowning. "The spears grow impatient. We should be moving against Sightblinder." "He likes to prepare and plan," Egwene said. She hesitated. "I cannot remain with you long. I have a meeting with him later today." "About what?" Bear asked, leaning forward, curious. "I don't know," Egwene said. "I found a letter from him on the floor of my tent. He said he wanted to see me, but not as Dragon and Amyrlin, as old friends." "Tell him that he must not dally," Bear said. "But here, there is something we need to speak of with you." "What is it?" Egwene asked, curious. "Have you ever seen anything like this?" Mylane said, concentrating. On the floor between them, the rock split with cracks. She was imposing her will upon the world of dreams, creating something specific for Egwene to see. At first she was confused. Cracks in the rock? Of course she had seen cracks in rock before, and with the earthquakes striking the land so often recently, they were probably becoming even more common. There was something distinctive about these. Egwene leaned forward and found that the cracks seemed to empty into nothing, a deep blackness, unnaturally so. "What is it?" Egwene asked. "Our people report seeing these," Amys said softly. "Those fighting in Andor and those in the blasted lands with Rand al'Thor. They appear like fractures in the pattern itself. They remain dark like that for a few moments, then fade, leaving behind ordinary cracks." "It is a very dangerous sign," Bear said. "We sent one of ours to ask at the borderlands, where Lan Mandragoran fights. It appears that the cracks are most common there." "They appear more frequently when the Dreadlords fight," Amys said, "when they use the weave known as Balefire." Egwene stared at that darkness, shivering. "Balefire weakens the pattern. During the War of Power, even the Forsaken grew to fear using it, lest they unravel the world itself." "We must spread the word to all of our allies," Amys said. "We must not use this weave." "It is forbidden of Aes Sedai already," Egwene said. "But I will make it known that nobody is to consider breaking that rule." "That is wise," Mylane said. For a people with so many rules for themselves, I have found that the Aes Sedai are very proficient at ignoring guidelines if their situation allows it. We trust our women, Egwene said. The oaths hold them, otherwise their own wisdom must guide them. If Moiraine had not been willing to bend this rule, Perrin would be dead, as would Mat, had Rand ignored the rule, but I will speak to the women. Balefire bothered her. Not that it existed or did what it did. It was uniquely dangerous. And yet, what was it Perrin had said to her in the dream? It's only another weave. It seemed unfair that the Shadow should have access to such a weapon as this, one that unraveled the pattern as it was used. How would they fight it? How could they counter it? This is not the only reason we sent to you, Egwene al'Vir, Mylane said. You have seen the changes to the world of dreams. Egwene nodded. The storm grows worse here. We will not be visiting here often in the future, Amys said. We have made the decision, and despite our complaints about him, the Kara Karn does prepare his armies to move. It will not be long before we march with him to the Shadow's own hold. Egwene nodded slowly. So this is it. I am proud of you, girl, Amys said. Amys, tough as rocks Amys, looked teary-eyed. They rose, and Egwene embraced them one at a time. Light shelter you, Amys, Mylane, Bear, Egwene said. Give my love to the others. It shall be done, Egwene al'Vir, Bear said. May you find water and shade, now and always. One by one they faded from Tyr. Egwene took a deep breath, looking upward. The building groaned like a ship in a tempest. The rock itself seemed to shift around her. She had loved this place, not the stone, but Tel Aran'rhiod. It had taught her so much. But she knew, as she prepared to leave, that it was like a river in dangerous flood. Familiar and loved it might be, but she could not risk herself here, not while the White Tower needed her. And farewell to you, old friend, she said to the air. Until I dream again. She let herself wake. Gawain waited beside the bed as usual. They were back in the tower, Egwene fully dressed, in the chamber near her study. It was not yet evening, but the request from the Wise One was not something she had wished to ignore. He's here, Gawain said quietly, glancing at the door to her study. Then let us meet him, Egwene said. She prepared herself, rising, smoothing her skirt. She nodded to Gawain, and they stepped out and went to meet the Dragon Reborn. Rand smiled when he saw her. He waited inside with two maidens she did not know. What is this about? Egwene asked tiredly. Convincing me to break the seals? You've grown cynical, Rand noted. The last 2 times we met, Egwene said, you pointedly tried to infuriate me. Am I not to expect it again? I'm not trying to infuriate you, Rand said. Look, here. He pulled something from his pocket. A hair ribbon. He held it out to her. You always looked forward so to being able to braid your hair. So now you imply I'm a child? Egwene asked, exasperated. Gawain rested a hand on her shoulder, comforting. What? No! Rand sighed. Light, Egwene, I want to make amends. You're like a sister to me. I never had siblings. Or at least the one I have doesn't know me. I only have you. Please. I'm not trying to rile you. For a moment he seemed just as he had long ago, an innocent boy, earnest. Egwene let her frustration melt away. Rand, I'm busy. We are busy. There isn't time for things like this. Your armies are impatient. Their time will soon come, Rand said, growing harder. Before this is through, they will wonder why they were so eager, and will look with longing at these restful days waiting. He still held the ribbon in his hand, forming a fist. I didn't want to go to my fight with our last meeting having been an argument, even if it was an important one. Oh, Rand, Egwene said. She stepped forward, taking the ribbon. She embraced him. Light, but he'd been difficult to deal with lately. But she'd thought the same thing about her parents on occasion. I support you. It doesn't mean I'm going to do as you say with the seals, but I do support you. Egwene released Rand. She would not be teary-eyed, even if it did seem like a last parting for them. Wait, Gawyn said. Sibling? You have a sibling? I am the son of Tigraine, Rand said, shrugging. Born after she went to the waste and became a maiden. Gawyn looked stunned, though Egwene had figured this out ages ago. You are Galad's brother? Gawyn asked. Half-brother, Rand said. Not that it would probably mean much to a white cloak. We had the same mother. His father, like yours, was Taringail, but mine was an Aiel. I think Galad would surprise you, Gawyn said softly. But Elayne... Not to tell you your own family history, but Elayne is not related to me. Rand turned to Egwene. May I see them? The seals. Before I go to Sheol Ghul, I would look upon them one last time. I promise not to do anything with them. Reluctantly, she fished them from the pouch at her waist where she often kept them. Gawyn, still looking stunned, walked to the window and pushed it open, letting light into the room. The White Tower felt still, silent. Its armies were gone, its masters at war. She unwrapped the first seal and handed it to Rand. She would not give him all of them at once, just in case. She did trust his word. It was Rand after all, but just in case. Rand held up the seal, staring at it, as if seeking wisdom in that sinuous line. I crafted these, he whispered. I made them to never break. But I knew as I did it that they would eventually fail. Everything eventually fails when he touches it. Egwene hefted another of the seals, holding it gingerly. It would not do to break the thing by accident. She kept them wrapped and the pouch stuffed with cloth. She worried about breaking them while carrying them, but Moiraine had indicated that Egwene would break them. She felt that was foolish, but the words she had read, the things Moiraine had said, well, if the moment did come to break them, Egwene would need to have them at hand, and so she carried them. Carried with her the potential death of the world itself. Rand suddenly went as white as a sheet. Egwene, he said, this does not fool me. What doesn't? He looked at her. This is a fake. Please, it is all right. Tell me the truth. You made a copy and gave it to me. I did nothing of the sort, she said. Oh, light. Rand raised the seal again. It's a fake. What? Egwene snatched it from his hand, feeling it. She sensed nothing wrong. How can you be sure? I made them, Rand said. I know my handiwork. This is not one of the seals. It is like someone took them. I've had these with me each moment since you gave them to me, Egwene said. Then it happened before, Rand whispered. I didn't look them over carefully after I fetched them. He knew somehow where I'd put them. Taking the other one from her, he shook his head. It's not real either. He took the third. Nor this one. He looked at her. He has them, Egwene. He's stolen them back somehow. The Dark One holds the keys to his own prison.
For much of Matt's life, he had wished that people would not look at him so much. They gave him frowns at the trouble he had ostensibly caused, trouble that really was not his fault, and glances of disapproval when he walked about completely innocent, trying his best to be pleasant. Every boy filched a pie now and then. No harm in it. It was practically expected. Normal life had been harder for Matt than for other boys. For no good reason, everyone watched him extra carefully. Perrin could have stolen pies all day, and people would have just smiled at him and maybe mussed his hair. Matt, they came at with the broom. When he entered a place to dice, he drew looks. People watched him as they would watch a cheater, though he never was, or with envy in their eyes. Yes, he had always figured that not being watched would be a grand situation, a cause for real celebration. Now he had it, and it made him sick. "You can look at me," Matt protested. "Really? Burn you, it's all right." "My eyes would be lowered," the serving woman said, as she piled fabric on the low table against the wall. "Your eyes are already lowered. They're staring at the bloody floor, aren't they? I want you to raise them." The Seanchan continued her work. She was of fair skin with freckles under her eyes, not too bad to look at, though he was more in favor of darker shades these days. He still would not have minded if this girl showed him a smile. How could he talk to a woman if he could not try to make her smile? A few other servants entered, eyes downcast, carrying other folds of fabric. Matt stood in what were apparently his chambers in the palace. They were more numerous than he would ever need. Perhaps Talmanas and some of the band could move in with him and keep the place from feeling so empty. Matt sauntered over to the window. Below, in the Molhara, an army organized. It was going to take longer than he wanted. Galgan, Matt had only met the man briefly, and he did not trust the fellow, no matter what Tuon said about his assassins not being intended to succeed, was gathering the Seanchan forces from the borders, but too slowly. He worried about losing Almuth Plain with the withdrawal. Well, he had better listen to reason. Matt had little reason to like the man already, but if he delayed in this... "Honored one?" the serving girl asked. Matt turned, raising an eyebrow. Several Dako Vale had entered with the last of the fabric, and Matt found himself blushing. They hardly wore any clothing at all, and what they did wear was transparent. He could look, though, could he not? They would not wear clothing like that if a man was not supposed to look. What would Tuon think? She doesn't own me, Matt thought, determined. I will not be husbandly. The freckled servant, she was Sojin, half of her head shaved, gestured toward a person who had entered behind the Dako Vale, a middle-aged woman with her dark hair in a bun, none of her head shaved. She was squat, shaped kind of like a bell, with a grandmotherly air. The newcomer inspected him. Finally, someone who would look at him. If only her face did not have the expression of one studying horses at the market. "Black for his new station," the woman said, clapping her hands once. "Green for his heritage, a deep forest in moderation. Someone bring me a variety of eye patches, and someone else burn that hat." "What?" Matt exclaimed. Servants swarmed around him, picking at his clothing. "Wait now! What is this?" "Your new regalia, honored one," the woman said. "I am Nata, and I will be your personal tailor." "You aren't burning my hat," Matt said. "Try, and we'll bloody well see if you can fly from 4 stories up. Do you understand me?" The woman hesitated. "Yes, honored one. Do not burn his clothing. Keep it safe, should it be needed." She seemed doubtful it ever would be. Matt opened his mouth to complain further, and then one of the Dako Vale opened a box. Jewelry shone inside it. Rubies, emeralds, fire drops. Matt's breath caught in his throat. There was a fortune in there. He was so stunned that he almost did not notice that the servants were undressing him. They pulled at his shirt, and Matt let them. Although he held onto his scarf, he was not bashful. That blush on his cheeks had nothing to do with his trousers being taken off. He was just surprised at the jewelry. Then one of the young Daco Vale reached for Matt's small clothes. "You'd be real funny without any fingers," Matt growled. The Daco Vale looked up, his eyes widening, face paling. He immediately looked down again, bowing, backing away. Matt was not bashful, but the small clothes were far enough. Nata clicked her tongue. Her servants began draping Matt in fine cloth, black and deep green, so dark it was nearly black itself. "We shall tailor you outfits for military expression, court attendance, private functions, and civic appearances. No," Matt said. "Military only." "But we're at the bloody last battle, woman," Matt said. "If we survive this, you can make me a bloody feast day cap. Until then, we're at war, and I don't need anything else." She nodded. Matt reluctantly stood with arms out to the sides, letting them drape him in the fabric, taking measurements. If he had to put up with this business of being called Honored One and Highness, then he could at least make certain he was dressed in a reasonable way. In truth, he had been growing tired of the same old clothing. There did not seem to be much lace used by the Seanchan tailor, which was a shame, but Matt did not want to correct her in doing her job. He could not complain about every little thing. Nobody liked a complainer, least of all Matt. As they dealt with the measurements, a servant approached with a small velvet-lined case displaying a variety of eye patches. He hesitated, considering. Some were marked with gemstones, others painted with designs. "That one," he said, pointing at the least ornamented patch. Simple black, with only 2 small rubies, cut thin and long, set at the right and left edges of the patch opposite one another. They fitted it on him as the other servants finished measuring. That done, the tailor had her servants dress him in a costume she had brought. Apparently, he was not going to be allowed back to his old clothing while he waited for his new outfits to be tailored. The clothing started off simple enough, a silk robe of fine weave. Matt would have preferred trousers, but the robe was comfortable. However, they overlaid it with a larger, stiffer robe. It was also silk, of dark green, every inch of it embroidered with scrollwork patterns. The sleeves were large enough to trot a horse through, and they felt heavy and bulky. "I thought I said to give me warrior's clothing," he said. "This is a ceremonial warrior's uniform for a member of the Imperial family, Highness," Nata said. "Many will see you as an outsider, and though nobody would question your loyalty, it would be well for our soldiers to see you as Prince of the Ravens first, and an outlander second. Would you agree?" "I suppose," Matt said. The servants continued, buckling on an ornate girdle and placing 4 armbands of the same design on his arms inside the large sleeves. That was all right, Matt supposed, as the girdle pulled in the waist of the clothing and kept it from feeling quite so bulky. Unfortunately, the next piece of clothing was the most ridiculous of all. The stiff, pale piece of cloth fitted onto his shoulders. It draped down his front and back like a tabard, the sides open, but they flared out to the sides a good foot each, making him seem inhumanly wide. They were like shoulder plates from heavy armor, only made of cloth. "Here now," Matt said. "This isn't a kind of trick you play on a fellow just because he's new, is it?" "Trick, Honored One?" Nata asked. "You can't really—" Matt trailed off as someone passed outside his door. Another commander. The man was wearing a costume not unlike Matt's, though not as ornate, and with shoulders not quite as wide. Not Imperial family armor, but ceremonial armor for one of the blood. Still, it was almost as lavish. The man stopped and bowed to Matt, then continued on his way. "Burn me," Matt said. Nata clapped, and the servants began draping Matt in gemstones. They chose mostly rubies, which made Matt uncomfortable. That had to be a coincidence, did it not? He did not know what he thought of being covered in all of these gemstones. Perhaps he could sell them. Actually, if he could put these on a gambling table, he could probably end up owning all of Abu Dar. Tuon already owns it, he realized, and I married her. It sank in that he was rich. Really rich. He sat there, letting them lacquer his nails as he considered what this all meant. Oh, he had not needed to worry about money for some time, as he could always gamble for more. This was different. If he already had everything, what point was there to gambling? This did not sound like much fun. People were not supposed to give you things like this. You were supposed to find a way to come to them yourself, by wits, luck, or skill. "Burn me," Matt said, lowering his arms to his side as the lacquering finished. "I'm a bloody nobleman." He sighed, plucking his hat from the hands of a startled servant who was walking past with his old clothing, and set it on his head. "Anna Duan," Nata said. "Please forgive my forwardness, but it is my place to advise you on fashion, if you please. That hat looks particularly out of place with that uniform." "Who cares?" Matt said, marching out of the room. He almost had to go out the door sideways. "If I'm going to look ridiculous, I might as well do it with style. Someone point me toward where our flaming generals are meeting. I need to figure out how many troops we have."
Chapter 20. Into Thakandar. Later in the day, after her meeting with Rand, Egwene thrust Vora's sangreal out in front of her and wove fire. Threads came together, tiny glowing ribbons forming a complex weave in the air before her. She could almost feel their heat shining upon her, turning her skin a violent orange. She finished the weave, and a fiery ball as large as a boulder arced in the air, crackling and roaring. It fell upon the distant hilltop like a meteor. The blast flung bow-wielding Trollocs aside, scattering their carcasses. Romanda opened a gateway beside Egwene. Romanda was among the Yellows who had insisted on staying at the battlefront to provide emergency healing. She and her small crew had been invaluable in saving lives. Today, however, there would be no opportunity for healing. The Trollocs had pulled back into the hills, as Bryn had indicated they would. After a day and a half of rest, many of the Aes Sedai were recovered. Not to full strength, not after over a week of grueling combat, but enough. Gawain jumped through the gateway right after it opened, his sword out. Egwene followed, along with Romanda, Lelaine, Lyanna, Sylviana, Raemassa, and a handful of warders and soldiers. They stepped out onto the very hilltop Egwene had just cleared. The charred earth was still warm under her feet, blackened. The scent of burned flesh hung in the air. This hill was in the very middle of the Trolloc army. All around, shadow spawn scrambled for safety this way and that. Romanda held the gateway, and Sylviana began weaving air to create a dome of wind against arrows. The rest of them began to send weaves outward. The Trollocs reacted slowly. They'd been waiting here in these hills, ready to surge down into the valleys as Egwene's army entered. Normally this would have been a disaster. The Trollocs could rain projectiles down on Egwene's troops, and her cavalry would have been at a disadvantage trying to get up those hills. The hilltops would have given the Trollocs and Fades a better perspective to spot weak points in Egwene's forces and attack accordingly. Egwene and her commanders had been disinclined to give the enemy that advantage. The beasts scattered as the battle reversed on them, Aes Sedai seizing the hilltops. Some of the beasts tried to charge up and retake them, but others scrambled away for their lives. Egwene's heavy cavalry came next, thundering through the valleys. What had once been a very effective position for the Trollocs became a killing field. With the Trolloc archers removed by Aes Sedai, The heavy cavalry could kill practically unmolested. That opened the way for the foot, who marched in formation to sweep the Trollocs back, smashing them against hillsides so that the Aes Sedai could kill them in groups. Unfortunately, the Trollocs had grown more accustomed to facing the One Power. Either that or the Myrddraal had grown more thorough at encouraging them. Soon, more coordinated groups of Trollocs charged the hilltops, while others managed to form resistance to the foot assault. Bryn is right, Egwene thought, leveling a contingent of Trollocs that had almost clawed their way to her. The Fades are linked to the Trollocs again. The Shadow Spawn had been hesitant to use that tactic recently, as killing the Fade would drop all linked Trollocs. However, she suspected that it was the only way they could make the Trollocs climb toward almost certain death on these hills. If she could find the Myrddraal linked to the Trollocs nearby, she could stop them all with one well-placed weave of fire. Unfortunately, the Fades were crafty and had begun hiding among the Trollocs. "They're closing in," Lelaine said, panting. "Fall back," Egwene said. They ducked through Romanda's gateway, followed by their warders. Romanda came last, leaping through as a group of Trollocs claimed their hilltop. One of the beasts, a shaggy-furred bear-like monstrosity, stumbled through the gateway after her. The thing dropped dead immediately, a faint wisp of smoke rising from its carcass. Its fellows hooted and growled on the other side. Egwene glanced at the other women, then shrugged and released flames straight through the gateway. A few fell dead, twitching, while the others scrambled away, howling, dropping their weapons. "That is effective," Lyanna noted, folding her arms and raising an immaculate eyebrow at the gateway. It was the middle of the last battle, and the woman still took time each morning to do her face. Their gateway had taken them back to camp, which was now mostly empty. With the reserves formed up and ready to move when required, the only soldiers who remained in the camp were a force of 500 guarding Bryn's command tent. She still carried the pouch with the false seals at her side. Rand's words had shaken her hard. How would they get the seals back? If the minions of the Shadow broke them at the wrong time, it would be a catastrophe. Had they broken them already? Would the world know? Egwene felt a dread she could not abandon. And yet, the war continued, and she had no recourse but to keep fighting. They would think of a way to recover the seals, if they could. Rand swore to try. She wasn't certain what he could do. "They're fighting so hard," Gawain said. Egwene turned to find him standing a short distance away, inspecting the battlefield with his looking-glass. She felt a longing from him. Without some men to lead, as he had the younglings she knew, he felt useless in these battles. "The Trollocs are driven by Myrddraal," Egwene said. "Linked, to give the Fades greater control over them." "Yes, but why resist so strongly?" Gawain said, still looking through the glass. "They don't care about this land. It's obvious that these hills are lost to them, and yet they fight savagely. Trollocs are base. They fight and win, or they scatter and retreat. They don't hold land. They're trying to do so here. It's like the Fades think that even after a rout like this one, they're in a good position." "Who knows why Fades do what they do?" Lelaine remarked, arms folded, looking through the still open gateway. Egwene turned, looking through it too. The hilltop was now empty, strangely isolated amid the battle. Her soldiers had crashed up against the Trollocs in the small valley between the hills, and the fighting was brutal down there. She heard grunts, yells, clangs. Bloodied pikes were raised in the air as a group of men were forced back, and halberdiers moved in to try to slow the Trollocs. The Shadow Spawn were taking terrible casualties. It was an oddity. Bryn had expected them to retreat. "Something's wrong," Egwene said, the hairs of her arms standing on end. Her worry about the seals vanished for now. Her army was in danger. Gather the Aes Sedai and have the army pull back. The other women looked at her as if she were mad. Gawain took off at a dash toward the command tent to give her orders. He didn't question. "Mother," Ramonda said, letting her gateway die. "What is—" Something split the air on the other side of Egwene's war camp, opposite the battlefield. A line of light, longer than any gateway Egwene had seen. It was nearly as wide as her camp itself. The line of light turned upon itself, opening a view that was not of southern Kandor. Instead, it was a place of ferns and drooping trees. Though they were brown, like everything else, they were still alien and unfamiliar. An enormous army stood silently upon this unfamiliar landscape. Thousands of banners flew above it, emblazoned with symbols Egwene didn't recognize. The foot soldiers wore knee-length garments that appeared to be some kind of padded armor, reinforced with chain in a large squared pattern. Others wore metal shirts that seemed sewn from coins tied together. Many carried hand axes, though of a very strange design. They had long, thin handles that bulged like bulbs at the end, and the axe heads were narrow and thin, almost like picks. The hafts of all of their weapons, from polearms to swords, had a flowing, organic design, smooth and not of a uniform width, made of some dark red wood that had been painted with colorful dots down the sides. Egwene took in all of this in moments, her mind searching for any kind of origin for this strange force. She found nothing to latch onto until she sensed the channeling. The glow of Saidar surrounded hundreds of women, all of them riding, wearing strange dresses made entirely of stiff black silk. The dresses were not tied at the waists, but instead pulled relatively tight around the shoulders and flared wide toward the bottoms. Long rectangular tassels of a multitude of colors hung from ties at the front, just below the neck. The faces of the women were all tattooed. "Release the power," Egwene said, letting go of Saidar. "Don't let them sense you." She dashed to the side, Lelaine following, the glow winking out from around her. Ramonda ignored Egwene, letting out a curse. She began weaving a gateway to escape. A dozen different weaves of fire suddenly thrashed the area where Ramonda stood. The woman didn't have a chance to scream. Egwene and the other women scrambled through the camp as weaves of the one power destroyed tents, consumed supplies, and set the entire place aflame. Egwene reached the command tent just as Gawain stumbled out. She grabbed him and pulled him to the ground as a ball of fire passed just overhead, then crashed into a collection of tents nearby.
"Light," Gawain said. "What is it?"
"Sharans." Lelaine, breathless, huddled down beside them. "Are you certain?" Egwene whispered. Lelaine nodded. "Accounts from the Cairhien and before the Aiel War are plentiful, if not very informative. They weren't allowed to see much, but what they did see looked a lot like that army."
"Army?"
Gawain said, stretching to the side and looking between the tents toward the force marching through the unnaturally wide gateway.
"Blood and bloody ashes,"
he swore, ducking back.
"There are thousands of them."
"Far too many to fight," Egwene agreed, mind working furiously. "Not pinned between them and the Trollocs as we are. We have to fall back."
"I just passed the order to Bryn to disengage the troops," Gawain said. "But, Egwene, where are we going to go? Trollocs in front? That army behind? Light will be crushed between them."
Bryn would react quickly. He'd send a messenger through a gateway to the line captains.
"Oh no."
Egwene grabbed Gawain and pulled him away from the command tent just as she felt channeling within. Lelaine cried out, ducking in the other direction. The Sharan women reacted immediately to the channeling. The ground ripped up underneath the tent, destroying it in a burst of overwhelming power. Tattered shreds of cloth flew into the air amid stones and clods of earth. Egwene fell backward, and Gawain pulled her toward a toppled cart that had been hit. One wheel shattered, its burden of firewood tumbling out. Gawain pulled Egwene to the sheltered place just under the edge of the cart, beside the tumble of wood. They huddled there, though the wood flickered with flames, and the ground before them was afire. The heat was distressing, but not unbearable. Egwene huddled against the ground, blinking through eyes that burned with smoke, searching for signs of Lelaine, or light. Swan and Bryn had been inside that tent, along with Yukiri and many of their command staff. Egwene and Gawain hid as flames rained on the camp, tearing up the earth. The Sharans struck at any sign of movement. Several serving women who ran by were instantly immolated.
"Be ready to run," Gawain said, "once the fire stops falling."
The flames did wane, but just as they did, riders in Sharan armor charged through the camp. They hooted and yelled, leveling bows at anyone they saw, dropping dozens with arrows to the back. After that, the Sharan troops moved through the camp in tight formations. Egwene waited tensely, trying to think of how to slip away. She saw no opportunity. Gawain pulled Egwene back farther, rubbed soot on her cheeks, and motioned for her to stay low, then draped his warder cloak over them both. With the smoke from the wood burning nearby, perhaps they wouldn't be seen. Her heart thumped urgently in her chest. Gawain pressed something to her face, a kerchief he had soaked with his water skin. He held another one to his face and breathed through it. She took the one he was holding to her, but barely breathed. Those soldiers were so close. One of the soldiers turned toward the cart, peering at the woodpile, but when he glanced through the smoke toward them, he didn't seem to see anything. Egwene silently contemplated the warder cloak. Its color-shifting nature made them nearly invisible, if they were careful not to move. "Why don't I have one of those cloaks?" she thought with annoyance. "Why should they only be for warders?" The soldiers were busy flushing out servants. Those who ran they killed with arrows from bows that stretched extremely far. Servants who moved more slowly they rounded up and forced to the ground. Egwene longed to embrace the source, to do something, to bring down fire and lightning upon these invaders. She still had Vora's Sa'angreal. She quashed that line of thinking. She was surrounded by the enemy, and the swift reaction of the channelers indicated that they were watching for Aes Sedai. If she wove for a single moment, she'd be killed before she could escape. She huddled beside Gawain, under his cloak, hoping none of the Sharan channelers walked close enough to sense her ability. She could use a weave to hide that ability, but would have to channel first to use it. Dared she try that? They hid for a good hour or more. If the cloud cover hadn't been so complete, casting the land into perpetual twilight, they'd certainly have been spotted, cloak or no cloak. She almost cried out at one point when a few of the Sharan soldiers tossed some buckets of water onto the woodpile, stifling the fire and soaking both of them. She couldn't make out anything of her own army, though she feared the worst. The Sharan channelers and a large portion of their army moved through the camp quickly toward the battlefield. With Bryn and the Amyrlin gone, and with a surprise force coming in from behind, Egwene felt sick. How many were dying, dead? Gawain caught her arm as he felt her stir, then shook his head, mouthing a few words.
"Wait until night."
"They're dying," she mouthed.
"You can't help."
It was true. She let him hold her, letting his familiar scent calm her. But how could she simply wait, as soldiers and Aes Sedai who depended on her were slaughtered? Light. A huge portion of the White Tower was out there. If this army fell, and those women with it... "I am the Amyrlin seat," she told herself firmly. "I will be strong.
I will survive. So long as I live, the White Tower stands. She still let Gawain hold her. Aviendha crawled across the rock like a winter lizard seeking warmth. Her fingertips, though calloused, were beginning to burn from the bitter cold. Shayol Ghul was cold, with air that smelled as if it came from a tomb. Ruark crawled to her left, a stone dog named Shane to her right. Both wore the red headband of the Siswai'aman. She didn't know what to make of Ruark, a clan chief, donning that headband. He had never spoken of it. It was as if the headband did not exist. So it was with all of the Siswai'aman. Amis crawled on Shane's right. For once, no one had objected to wise ones joining the advanced scouts. In a place such as this, at a time such as this, the eyes of one who could channel might see what ordinary eyes would not. Aviendha pulled herself forward, making no noise, despite the necklaces she wore. No plants sprouted on these rocks, not even mold or lichen. They were deep within the blasted lands now, almost as deep as one could go. Ruark reached the ridge first, and she saw him tense. Aviendha arrived next, peering over the side of the rock, keeping low so as not to be seen. Her breath stopped dead in her throat. She'd heard stories of this place, of the massive forge near the base of the slope, a single black stream running past it. That water had been poisoned to the point that it would kill any who touched it. Hearths dotted the valley like open wounds, reddening the fog around them. As a young maiden, she'd listened with wide eyes as an ancient roof mistress told of the creatures who worked the Shadow's forges, creatures that were not dead and not alive. Silent and horrible, the brutish things moved with steps that held no life, like the ticking hands of a clock. The forgers paid little heed to the cages full of humans, whose blood would be spilled to temper newly forged blades. The captives might as well have been chunks of iron. Though Aviendha was too far to hear the humans' whimpers, she felt them. Her fingers grew taut upon the rocks. Shayol Ghul itself dominated the valley, its black slopes rising like a serrated knife into the sky. The sides were rent with cuts, like the skin of a man who had been whipped 100 times, each score leaving a gash that spat steam. Perhaps that steam created the fog that lay over the valley. The fog churned and surged, as if the valley were a cup holding liquid. "Such a terrible place," Amis whispered. Aviendha had never heard such dread in the woman's voice. That chilled Aviendha nearly as much as the bitter wind that ruffled their clothing. Distant pings broke the air, the workers forging. A black column of smoke rose from the nearest forge and did not dissipate. It rose like an umbilical cord to the clouds above, which rained down lightning with dreadful frequency. Yes, Aviendha had heard stories of this place. Those stories had failed to convey the full truth. One could not describe this place. One had to experience it. A scraping from behind, and in a few moments, Rodel Eituralda crawled up next to Ruark. He moved quietly for a wetlander. "You were so impatient that you could not await our report?" Ruark asked softly. "No report can convey what a man's own eyes can," Eituralda said. "I didn't promise I'd stay behind. I told you to go ahead, and you did." He raised his looking glass, shading the front with his hand, though that probably wasn't necessary with those clouds. Ruark frowned. He and the other Aiel who had come north had agreed to follow a wetlander general, but it did not sit well with them, nor should it. They would do this thing without growing comfortable. Comfort was the great killer of men. Let it be enough, Aviendha thought, turning back to look at the valley. Enough for my people. Enough for Rand and the task he must accomplish. Seeing the end of her people had nauseated and horrified her, but also awakened her. If the end of the Aiel was the sacrifice required for Rand to win, she would make it. She would scream and curse the Creator's own name, but she would pay that price. Any warrior would. Better that one people should end than the world fall completely under shadow. The Light willing, it would not come to that. The Light willing, her actions with the dragon's peace would serve to protect and shelter the Aiel. She would not let the possibility of failure stop her. They would fight. Waking from the dream was always a possibility when the spears were danced. "Interesting," Aitoralda said softly, still looking through his glass. "Your thoughts, Aiel?" "We need to create a distraction," Rhuarc said. "We can come down the slope just to the east of the forge and set those captives free and break the place apart. This stops the Myrddraal from receiving new weapons, and it will keep the Dark One's eyes on us and not the Karakarn." "How long will it take the dragon?" Aitoralda asked. "What do you think, Aiel? How much time do we give him to save the world?" "He will fight," Amis said. "Enter the mountain, duel with Sightblinder. It will take as long as a fight needs to take. A few hours, perhaps. I have not seen a duel last much longer than that, even between two men of great skill." "Let us assume," Aitoralda said with a smile, "that there is going to be more to it than a duel." "I am not a fool, Rodel Aitoralda," Amis said coolly. "I doubt that the Karakarn's fight will be one of spears and shields. However, when he cleansed the source, did that not happen in the space of a single day? Perhaps this will be similar." "Perhaps," Aitoralda said. "Perhaps not." He lowered the glass and looked to the Aiel. "Which possibility would you rather plan for?" "The worst one," Aviendha said. "So we plan to hold out as long as the dragon needs," Aitoralda said. "Days, weeks, months, years? As long as it takes." Rhuarc nodded slowly. "What do you suggest?" "The pass into the valley is narrow," Aitoralda said. "Scout reports put most of the shadow spawn left in the Blight out beyond the pass there. Even they spend as little time as they can in this forsaken place. If we can close off the pass and seize this valley, destroy those forge workers and the few fades down there, we could hold this place for ages. You Aiel are good at slash-and-run tactics. Burn me, but I know that from personal experience. You lot attack that forge, and we'll set about closing up the pass." Rhuarc nodded. "It is a good plan." The four of them walked down the ridge to where Rand waited, dressed in red and gold, arms behind his back, accompanied by a force of 20 maidens and 6 Ashaman, plus Nynaeve and Moiraine. He seemed very troubled by something. She could feel his anxiety, though he should have been pleased. He had convinced the Seanchan to fight. What was it that, in his meeting with Egwene al'Vir, had disturbed him so? Rand turned and looked upward toward the peak of Sheol Ghul. Staring at it, his emotions changed. He seemed a man looking at a fountain in the Threefold Land, savoring the idea of cool water. Aviendha could feel his anticipation. There was also fear in him, of course. No warrior ever rid himself completely of the fear. He controlled it, overwhelmed it with the thirst to be on with the fight, to test himself. Men or women could not know themselves, not truly, until they were strained to their absolute limit, until they danced the spears with death, felt their blood seeping out to stain the ground, and drove the weapon home into the beating heart of an enemy. Rand al'Thor wanted this, and she understood him because of it. Strange to realize after all of this time just how alike they were.
She stepped up to him, and he moved so that he stood just beside her, his shoulder touching hers. He did not drape an arm around her, and she did not take his hand. He did not own her, and she did not own him. The act of his movement so that they faced the same direction meant far more to her than any other gesture could.
"Shade of my heart,"
he said softly, watching his Ashaman open a gateway.
"What did you see?"
"A tomb," she replied.
"Mine?"
"No, that of your enemy. The place where he was buried once, and the place he will slumber again." Something hardened inside Rand. She could feel it, his resolve.
"You mean to kill him?" Aviendha whispered. "Sightblinder himself?" "Yes."
She waited.
"Others tell me I am a fool for thinking this,"
Rand said. His guards moved through the gateway to return to Merilor. No warrior should enter a battle without intending to see that battle finished, Aviendha said. She hesitated after saying it, something else occurring to her.
"What is it?"
Rand asked. "Well, the greatest victory would be to take your enemy, Gaishain."
"I doubt he would submit to that,"
Rand said. "Don't make jest," she said, elbowing him in the side, earning a grunt. "This must be considered, Rand al'Thor. Which is the better way of Ji'ito? Is imprisoning the Dark One like taking him Gaishain? If so, that would be the proper path."
"I'm not certain I care what is proper this time, Aviendha."
"A warrior must always consider Ji'ito," she said sternly. "Have I taught you nothing? Do not speak like that, or you will shame me again before the other wise ones."
"I had hoped that, considering how our relationship has progressed, we would be through with these lectures, Aviendha."
"You thought that growing closer to me would end the lectures?" she asked, baffled. "Rand al'Thor, I have been among Wetlander wives, and I've seen that they—" He shook his head, leading the way through the gateway, Aviendha following. He seemed amused, and that was good. Some of his anxiety had faded. But truly this was not a jest. Wetlanders did not have good senses of humor. Sometimes they did not understand at all when to laugh. On the other side of the gateway, they entered a camp made up of many groups. Rand had command of the maidens and the Siswai'aman, along with most of the wise ones. Just outside of the Aiel camp were the Aes Sedai. Rand had command of some 36, all of the Aes Sedai who had sworn to him personally, and most who were bonded to his Ashaman. That meant another 24 Ashaman of various ranks. He also had Rodel Aitaralda and his force, composed primarily of Damani. Their king, with his wispy beard and the beauty mark on his cheek, rode with them as well, but left the command to the great captain. The monarch gestured, and Aitaralda walked over to give a report. Al-Salam seemed uncomfortable around Rand, and did not go on any excursions when the dragon did. Aviendha liked that arrangement. She wasn't certain she trusted this Al-Salam. Outside the Aiel tents camped another large military force, the Tyran army, including the elite force known as the Defenders of the Stone, led by a man named Rodrivar Tihera. Their king was with them as well, and was generally considered the highest authority in their gathered armies aside from Rand. The Tyrans would form a key part of Rodel Aitaralda's plans. As much as it galled Aviendha to admit it, Aitaralda was right. The Aiel were not a defensive force, and though they could hold a pass if needed, they would be better used for offensive maneuvers. The Tyrans would be perfect for holding ground, They had well-trained companies of pikemen and a full banner of crossbowmen with a new kind of crossbow crank, knowledge of which the smiths had only just received. They had spent the last week converting the equipment to the new style. There was one other group in Rand's force, and it was the most baffling to Aviendha. Dragons sworn in large numbers. They camped together and flew a flag that placed the image of the dragon over the ancient symbol of the Aes Sedai. The group was made up of common men, soldiers, lords, ladies, and some Aes Sedai and warders. They came from all nations, including the Aiel, and shared only one common bond. They had put aside all loyalties, broken all bonds to fight in the last battle. Aviendha had heard discomforting rumors that many of the Aiel among them were gai'shain who had put aside the white, claiming they would take it up again when the last battle was won. Rand's coming was said to remove all bonds from men. Oaths shattered when he drew near, and any loyalty or alliance was secondary to the need to serve him in this last fight for humankind. Part of her wanted to name that wetland or foolishness, but perhaps she used that term too easily. A wise one had to see with better eyes than that. Now that they were on the other side of the gateway, Aviendha finally allowed herself to release saidar. The world dulled around her, the added sense of life and wonder evaporating. Every time she released the one power, she felt slightly hollow. The joy and thrill now past, over. Ituralde and Ruark went to join King Darlin, speaking together about their battle plans. Aviendha joined Rand as he walked toward his tent. "The dagger worked," Rand said. He reached down and fingered the black sheath that held the dull dagger. "Artham. I had heard them spoken of back in the Age of Legends, but nobody created one. I wonder who finally managed it." "Are you certain it worked?" Aviendha said. "He could have been watching you but not exposed his hand." "No, I would have felt the attention," Rand said. "It did work. With this, he won't sense me until I step right up to the boar. Once he does know I'm there, he will have trouble envisioning me, striking at me directly. Aviendha, that you should find this and identify it when you did. That Elaine should give it to me. The pattern weaves us all where we need to be." Rand smiled, then added, "Elaine sounded sad when she gave me the dagger. I think a part of her wanted to keep it because it would let her curse by the Dark One's name without drawing his attention." "Is this really a time for levity?" Aviendha asked, scowling at him. "If ever there was a need for laughter, this is it," Rand said, though the laughter seemed to have left his voice. That anxiety of his returned as they reached his tent. "What is troubling you?" Aviendha asked him. "They have the seals," Rand said. "What?" "Only Egwene knows, but it is true. They were stolen, perhaps from my hiding place, perhaps after I delivered them to Egwene." "Then they are broken?" "No," Rand said. "I would feel that. I think they must be waiting. Perhaps they know that in breaking the seals, they clear the way for me to reforge his prison. They'll break them at just the wrong moment, to let the Dark One touch the world. Perhaps to give him the strength to overwhelm me as I face him." "We will find a way to stop this," Aviendha said, voice firm. He looked to her and smiled. "Always the warrior." "Of course. What else would she be?" "I have another concern. The Forsaken will try to strike at me when I enter to face him. The Dark One cannot see me, does not know where I am, and so is committing some of his forces to each of the different battlefronts. The Shadow pushes hard at land trying to destroy him. The Dark One presses Elaine almost as badly in Cairhien. Only Egwene seems to be having some success.
He searches for me at each of these battlefields, committing his creatures in large numbers. When we attack Sheol Ghul, we should be able to hold the valley against armies. The Forsaken, however, will come through gateways. Holding a pass will not stop them or the Dreadlords, male or female. My confrontation with the Dark One will draw them as the cleansing did, only 1,000 times more urgently. They will come with fire and thunder, and they will kill. So will we. I'm counting on it, Rand said. But I cannot afford to take you into the cavern with me, Aviendha. She felt a sinking feeling, though she attacked it, stabbed it, left it to die. I suspected. Do not think to send me away to safety, Rand al'Thor. I wouldn't dare, he said. I'd fear for my life if I were to try. There isn't any place that is safe now. I cannot take you into the cavern, because you will be needed out in the valley watching for the Forsaken and the Seals. I need you, Aviendha. I need all three of you to watch, to be my hands, my heart, during this fight. I'm going to send Min to Egwene. Something is going to happen there, I'm certain. Elaine will fight in the south, and you... I need you in the valley of Thakandar, watching my back. I will leave orders for the Aes Sedai and Ashaman, Aviendha. Ituralde leads our troops, but you command our channelers at Sheol Ghul. You must keep the enemy from entering the cavern after me. You are my spear in this battle. If they reach me while I am in the cavern, I will be helpless. What I must do will take all of me, all of my concentration, every scrap of power I have. I'll be like a babe lying in the wilderness, defenseless against the beasts.
And how is this different from how you usually are, Rand al'Thor? She asked.
He laughed. It felt good to be able to both see and feel that smile. I thought you said this wasn't a time for levity. Someone must keep you humble, Aviendha said.
It would not do for you to think yourself something grand, simply because you saved the world.
He laughed again, leading her up to the tent where Min was.
Nynaeve and Moiraine waited there too, one with annoyance on her face, the other serenity. Nynaeve looked very odd with her hair not long enough to braid. Today she'd pulled it up and pinned it back.
Moiraine sat quietly on a large stone. Callandor, the sword that is not a sword, lying across her lap, one hand resting protectively on its hilt. Tom sat beside her, whittling a stick and whistling softly to himself.
You should have taken me, Rand, Nynaeve said, folding her arms.
You had work to do, Rand said. You have tried as I instructed?
Time and time again, Nynaeve said. There's no way around the flaw, Rand. You cannot use Callandor. It will be too dangerous.
Rand came up to Moiraine, reaching out his hand, and she lifted Callandor for him to take. He raised it up before him, looking through its crystalline substance. It started to glow softly. Min, I have a task for you, he whispered. Egwene is progressing well, and I feel her battlefront will be key. I wish you to go and watch her and the Seanchan Empress, whom I have asked to join that battlefront once their forces are ready. You would have the Seanchan join Egwene's battlefront? Moiraine asked, aghast. Is that wise? I cannot tell wisdom from brashness these days, Rand said, but I would feel better if someone were keeping an eye on those two factions. Min, will you do it?
I was hoping...
Min looked away. Hoping he'd take her into the cavern, Aviendha thought. But of course he could not. I'm sorry, Min, Rand said, but I need you.
I will do it. Rand, Nynaeve said, you are taking Callandor when you attack him? It's weakness. So long as you are channeling into that thing, anyone can seize control of you. They can use you and can draw the one power through Kalandor into you until it burns you out, leaving you powerless and leaving them with the strength to level mountains, destroy cities.
I will take it,
Rand said. But it's a trap, Nynaeve said.
Yes,
Rand said, sounding tired.
A trap I must stride into and allow to spring shut upon me.
He laughed suddenly, throwing his head back.
As always. Why should I be surprised? Spread the word, Nynaeve. Tell Ituralde, Ruark, King Darlin. Tomorrow we invade Sheol Ghul and claim it as our own. If we must put our head into the lion's mouth, let us make certain that he chokes upon our flesh.
Chapter 21. Not a mistake to ignore. Siuan rolled her shoulder. She grimaced at the sharp pain.
Yukiri, she grumbled. That weave of yours still needs work.
The tiny gray cursed softly, standing up from beside a soldier who had lost his hand. She hadn't healed him, instead leaving him to more mundane healers with bandages. To spend energy healing this man would be a waste, as he would never fight again. They needed to save their strength for soldiers who could rejoin the battle. It was brutal reasoning. Well, these were brutal times. Siuan and Yukiri moved on to the next soldier in the line of wounded. The man with the missing hand would survive without healing. Probably. They had the Yellows in Mayenne, but their energy was consumed in healing Aes Sedai who had survived the escape, and soldiers who could still fight. All through the makeshift camp, set up on Arafellan soil east of the river's ford, soldiers wept and groaned. So many wounded, and Siuan and Yukiri were among the few Aes Sedai left with any strength to heal. Most of the others had drained themselves, making gateways to bring their army out from between the two attacking forces. The Sharans had attacked aggressively, but securing the White Tower's camp had occupied them for a while, giving time for the army to flee. Pieces of it, at least. Yukiri delved the next man, then nodded. Siuan knelt down and began a healing weave. She'd never been very good at this, and even with an Angreal, it took a lot out of her. She brought the soldier back from the edge of death, healing the wound in his side. He gasped, much of the energy for the healing coming from his own body. Siuan wavered, then fell to her knees in exhaustion. Light. She was as unsteady as a noblewoman her first day on the deck of a ship. Yukiri looked her over, then reached out for the Angreal, a small stone flower. "Go rest, Siuan." Siuan clenched her teeth but handed over the Angreal. The one power slipped from her, and she let out a deep sigh, half relieved and half saddened at losing the beauty of Saidar. Yukiri moved to the next soldier. Siuan lay back where she was, her body complaining of its numerous bruises and aches. The events of the battle were a blur to her. She remembered young Gawyn Trakand bursting into the command tent, yelling that Egwene wanted the army to retreat. Bryn had moved quickly, dropping a written order through the gateway in the floor. That was his newest method of passing commands. An arrow shaft with a note and a long ribbon tied to it dropped through a gateway high above. There were no heads on the shafts, just a small stone to weight them. Bryn had been restless before Gawyn appeared. He hadn't liked the way the battle had been playing out. The way the Trollocs moved had warned him that the Shadow had been planning something. Siuan was certain he'd already prepared the orders. Then there had been the explosions in camp, and Yukiri yelling for them to jump through the hole in the floor. Light. She'd assumed the woman was mad. Mad enough to save all of their lives, apparently.
Burn me if I'm going to lie here like a piece of yesterday's catch on the deck, Swan thought, staring up at the sky. She hauled herself to her feet and started stalking through the new camp. Yukiri claimed her weave wasn't all that obscure, though Swan had never heard of it. A massive cushion of air meant to cradle someone who had fallen a great distance. Crafting it had drawn the attention of the Sharans. Sharans, of all things. But they'd escaped. She, Bryn, Yukiri, and a few aides. Burn her, they'd gotten out, though that fall still made her wince to remember. And Yukiri kept saying she thought the weave might be the secret behind discovering how to fly. Fool woman. There was a good reason the Creator hadn't given people wings. She found Bryn at the edge of the new camp, sitting exhausted on a stump. 2 battle maps, spread out by stones, lay on the ground in front of him. The maps were wrinkled. He'd grabbed them as the tent started to explode around him. Fool man, she thought, risking his life for a couple of pieces of paper. From reports, said General Herm, the new commander of the Ilianer Companions. I'm sorry, my lord. The scouts don't dare sneak too close to the old camp.
No sign of the Amyrlin? Swan asked. Bryn and Herm both shook their heads. Keep looking, young man. Swan wagged a finger at Herm. He raised an eyebrow at her use of the word young. Burn this youthful face she'd been given. I mean it. The Amyrlin is alive. You find her, you hear me?
Yes, Aes Sedai.
He showed some measure of respect, but not enough. These Ilianers didn't know how to treat Aes Sedai. Bryn waved the man off, and for once it didn't look as if anyone was waiting to meet with him. Everyone was probably too exhausted. Their camp looked more like a collection of refugees from a terrible fire than it did an army. Most of the men had rolled themselves in cloaks and gone to sleep. Soldiers were better than sailors at sleeping whenever and wherever they could. She couldn't blame them. She'd been exhausted before the Sharans arrived. Now she was tired as death itself. She sat down on the ground beside Bryn's stump.
I'm still hurting you?
Bryn asked, reaching down to rub her shoulder. You can feel that it is, Swan grumbled.
Merely trying to be pleasant, Swan.
Don't think I haven't forgotten that you're to blame for this bruise.
Me?
Bryn said, sounding amused. You pushed me through the hole.
You didn't seem ready to move.
I was just about to jump. I was almost there.
I'm certain, Bryn said.
It's your fault, Swan insisted. I tumbled. I hadn't intended to tumble. And Yukiri's weave. Horrible thing.
It worked, Bryn said. I doubt many people can claim to have fallen 300 paces and survived.
She was too eager, Swan said. She was probably longing to make us jump, you know, all that talk about traveling and weaves of movement. She trailed off, partly because she was annoyed at herself. This day had gone poorly enough without her griping at Bryn. How many did we lose? Not a much better topic, but she needed to know. Do we have reports yet?
Nearly 1 in 2 of the soldiers, Bryn said softly.
Worse than she'd suspected. And the Aes Sedai?
We have somewhere around 250 left, Bryn said, though a number of those are in shock at having lost warders.
That was more of a disaster. 120 Aes Sedai dead in a matter of hours? The White Tower would require a very long time to recover from that.
I'm sorry, Swan, Bryn said.
Bah, Swan said. Most of them treated me like fish guts anyway. They resented me as Amerlin, laughed when I was cast down, and then made a servant of me when I returned.
Bryn nodded, still rubbing her shoulder. He could feel that she was hurt, despite her words. There were good women among the dead, many good sisters.
"She's out there," Siuan said stubbornly. "Egwene will surprise us, Bryn. You watch."
"If I'm watching, it won't be much of a surprise, will it?"
Siuan grunted. "Fool man."
"You're right," he said solemnly. "On both counts. I think Egwene will surprise us. I'm also a fool."
"Bryn."
"I am, Siuan. How could I miss that they were stalling? They wanted to occupy us until this other force could gather. The Trollocs pulled back into those hills, a defensive move. Trollocs aren't defensive. I assumed they were trying to set up an ambush only, and that was why they were pulling back corpses and preparing to wait. If I'd attacked them earlier, this could have been avoided. I was too careful."
A man who thinks all day about the catch he missed because of stormy weather ends up wasting time when the sky is clear.
"A clever proverb, Siuan," he said. "But there's a saying among generals, written by Foch the Tireless. If you do not learn from your losses, you will be ruled by them. I can't see how I let this happen. I've trained better than this, prepared better than this. It's not just a mistake I can ignore, Siuan. The pattern itself is at stake."
He rubbed his forehead. In the dim light of the setting sun, he looked older, his face wrinkled, his hands frail. It was as if this battle had stolen decades from him. He sighed, hunching forward. Siuan found herself at a loss for words. They sat in silence. Lyrella waited outside the gates to the so-called Black Tower. It took every ounce of her training not to let her frustration show. This entire expedition had been a disaster from the start. First, the Black Tower had refused them entry until the Reds had done their business, and that had been followed by the trouble with gateways. That had been followed by 3 bubbles of evil, 2 attempts by Dark Friends to murder the lot of them, and the warning from the Amerlin that the Black Tower had joined the Shadow to fight. Lyrella had sent most of her women to fight alongside Lan Mandragoran at the Amerlin's insistence. She'd remained behind with a few sisters to watch the Black Tower. And now this. What to make of it?
"I can assure you," the young Ashaman said, "the danger has passed. We drove off the Mahale and the others who turned to the Shadow. The rest of us walk in the light."
Lyrella turned to her companions. A representative from each Ajah, along with backup, sent for desperately this morning when the Ashaman had first approached her in the form of 30 other sisters. They accepted Lyrella's leadership here, if only reluctantly. "We will discuss it," she said, dismissing the young Ashaman with a nod. "What do we do?" Myrelle asked. The Green had been with Lyrella from the start, one of the few that she'd not sent away, partially because she wanted the woman's warders near. "If some of their members are fighting for the Shadow, gateways can be made again," Siain said. "Something has changed about this place in the days since we felt that channeling inside." "I don't trust it," Myrelle said. "We must know for certain," Siain said. "We cannot leave the Black Tower unattended during the last battle itself. We must see these men taken care of, one way or another." The Black Tower men claimed that only a few of their number had joined the Shadow, and that the channeling had been the result of an attack by the Black Ajah. It galled her to hear them use those words. Black Ajah. For centuries the White Tower had denied the existence of Dark Friends among Aes Sedai. The truth had unfortunately been revealed. That didn't mean Lyrella wanted to hear men tossing around the term so casually. particularly men like these. If they'd wanted to attack us, Lyrella said speculatively, they'd have done it when we couldn't escape with gateways. For now, I will assume they have cleansed the problems among their ranks, as was required of the White Tower itself. So we go in? Myrelle asked. Yes. We bond the men we were promised and from them draw out the truth, if it is obscured. It troubled Lyrella that the Dragon Reborn had refused them the highest ranking among the Ashaman, but Lyrella had devised a plan when she first came here. It should still work. She would first ask for a display of channeling among the men, and would bond the one she felt was strongest. She would then have that one tell her which among the trainees were the most talented, so her sisters could bond those. From there, well, she hoped that would contain the majority of these men. Light. What a mess. Men who could channel, walking about, unashamed. She did not accept this fable of the taint having been cleansed. Of course these men would claim such a thing. Sometimes, Lyrella muttered, I wish I could go back and slap myself for accepting this commission. Myrelle laughed. She never did take events as seriously as she should. Lyrella felt annoyed at having missed the chances to be had at the White Tower during her long absence. Reunification, fighting the Seanchan. These were the times when leadership could be proven, and a woman could gain a reputation for strength. Opportunities appeared during times of upheaval. Opportunities now lost to her. Light, but she hated that thought. We will enter, she called up to the walls, framing the gate before her. Then, more softly, she continued to her women. Hold the one power, and be careful. We do not know what could happen here. Her women would be a match for a larger number of untrained Ashaman if it came to that. It shouldn't, logically. Of course, the men were likely mad, so perhaps assuming logic from them was imprudent. The large gates opened to allow her people in. It said something about these Black Tower men, that they chose to finish the walls around their grounds before actually building their tower. She kneed her horse forward, and Myrelle and the others followed in a clopping of hooves. Lyrella embraced the source and used the new weave, which would tell her if a man channeled nearby. It was not the young man from a short time ago who met them at the gates, however. What is this? Lyrella asked, as she was joined by Pavara Tazanovny. Lyrella knew the Red Sitter, though not well. I've been asked to accompany you, Pavara said cheerfully. Loghain thought that a familiar face might make you more comfortable. Lyrella held in a sneer. Aes Sedai should not be cheerful. Aes Sedai should be calm, collected, and, if anything else, stern. A man should look at an Aes Sedai and immediately wonder what he had done wrong and how he could fix it. Pavara fell in beside her as they rode onto the grounds of the Black Tower. Loghain, who is in charge now, sends his regards, Pavara continued. He was gravely wounded in the attacks and has not yet fully recovered. Will he be well? Oh, certainly. He should be up and about in another day or two. He will be needed to lead the Ashaman as they join the last battle, I suspect. Pity, Lyrella thought. The Black Tower would have been more easily controlled without a false dragon at their head. Better that he had died. I am certain his aid will be useful, Lyrella said. His leadership, however... Well, we shall see. Tell me, Pavara, I have been told that bonding a man who can channel is different from bonding a normal man. Have you been through the process? Yes, Pavara said. Is it true, then? Lyrella asked. Ordinary men can be compelled with the bond to obey, but not these Ashaman? Pavara smiled, seeming wistful. Ah, what would that be like? No, the bond cannot force Ashaman. You will have to use more inventive means. This was not good. How obedient are they? Eledrin asked from the other side. It depends on the man, I suspect, Pavara said. If they cannot be forced, Lyrella said, will they obey their Aes Sedai in battle? Probably, Pavara said, though there was something ambiguous about the way she said it. I must tell you something, all of you. The mission I was sent on, and the one you also pursue, is a fool's errand. Is that so? Lyrella asked evenly. She was hardly going to trust a Red after what they had done to Swan. Why is that? I was once where you are, Pavara said, ready to bond all of the Ashaman in an attempt to control them. But would you ride into another city and select 50 men there at a whim, and bond them as warders? Bonding the Ashaman just to bond them is foolish. It will not control them. I do think some Ashaman will make excellent warders, but, like many men, others will not. I suggest that you abandon your plan to bond exactly 47 and take those who are most willing. You will gain better warders. Interesting advice, Lyrella said. But as you mentioned, the Ashaman will be needed at the battlefront. There is not time. We will take the 47 most powerful. Pavara sighed, but said nothing further as they passed several men in black coats with 2 pins on the high collars. Lyrella felt her skin crawling as if insects burrowed beneath it. Men who could channel. Lylane felt that the Black Tower was vital to the White Tower's plans. Well, Lyrella did not belong to Lylane. She was her own person, and a sitter in her own right. If she could find a way to bring the Black Tower under her direct authority, then perhaps she could finally wiggle out from under Lylane's thumb. For that prize, bonding Ashaman was worthwhile. Light, but she wasn't going to enjoy it. They needed all of these men controlled somehow. The dragon would be growing mad, unreliable by this point, tainted by the Dark One's touch on saidin. Could he be manipulated into letting the rest of the men be bonded? Not having control through the bond, that will be dangerous. She imagined going into battle with ranks of 2 or 3 dozen Ashaman, bonded and forced to her will. How could she make it happen? They reached a line of men in black coats waiting at the edge of the village. Lyrella and the others approached them, and Lyrella did a quick count. 47 men, including the ones standing at the front. What trick were they trying to pull? The one at the front came forward. He was a sturdy man in his middle years, and he looked as if he'd recently suffered some kind of ordeal. He had bags under his eyes and wan skin. His step was firm, however, and his gaze steady as he met Lyrella's eyes, then bowed to her. "Welcome, Aes Sedai," he said. "And you are?" "Andral Genhald," he said. "I've been put in charge of your 47 until they have been bonded." "My 47? I see that you have forgotten the terms already. We are to be given any soldier or dedicated we wish, and they cannot refuse us." "Yes, indeed," Andral said. "That is true. Unfortunately, all of the men in the Black Tower, other than these, are either full Ashaman or have been called away on urgent business. The others would, of course, follow the dragon's commands if they were here. We made certain to keep 47 for you. Actually, 46. I've already been bonded by Pavara Sedai, you see." "We will wait until the others return," Lyrella said coldly. "Alas," Andral said, "I do not think they will return anytime soon. If you intend to join the last battle, you will have to make your selections quickly." Lyrella narrowed her eyes at him, then looked at Pavara, who shrugged. "This is a trick," Lyrella said to Andral, "and a childish one."
"I thought it clever myself," Andral returned, voice cool. "Worthy of an Aes Sedai, one might say. You were promised that any member of the Black Tower save full Ashaman would respond to your request. They will. Any of them to whom you can make the request."
"Undoubtedly you chose for me the weakest among your numbers."
"Actually," Andral said, "we took those who volunteered. They're good men, every one of them. They're the ones who wanted to be warders."
"The Dragon Reborn will hear of this."
"From what I've heard," Andral said, "he's heading to Sheol Ghul any time now. Are you going to join him there just to make your complaint?"
Lyrella drew her lips into a line.
"Here's the thing, Aes Sedai," Andral said. "The Dragon Reborn sent a message to us just earlier today. He instructed us to learn one last lesson, that we're not to think of ourselves as weapons, but as men. Well, men have a choice in their fate, and weapons do not. Here are your men, Aes Sedai. Respect them."
Andral bowed again and walked away. Pavara hesitated, then turned her horse, following him. Lyrella saw something in the woman's face as she looked at the man. "So that is it," Lyrella thought. "No better than a green, that one is. I would have expected more of one her age." Lyrella was tempted to refuse this manipulation, to go to the Amyrlin and protest what had happened. Only, news from the Amyrlin's battlefront was jumbled, something about an unexpected army appearing. Details were not available. Certainly the Amyrlin would not be happy to hear complaints at this point. And certainly, Lyrella admitted to herself, she also wanted to be done with the Black Tower. "Each of you pick 2, Lyrella said to her companions. "A few of us will take only 1. Phaelane and Theodrin, you are among those. Be quick about it, all of you. I want away from this place as soon as possible."
Pavara caught up to Andral as he slipped into one of the huts. "Light," she said. "I'd forgotten how cold some of us can be." "Oh, I don't know," Andral replied. "I've heard that some of you aren't quite so bad." "Be careful of them, Andral," she said, looking back out. "Many will see you as only a threat or a tool to be used." "We won you over," Andral said, walking into a room where Canler, Jonath, and Amarin waited with cups of warm tea. All 3 were beginning to recover from the fighting, Jonath most quickly. Amarin bore the worst scars, most of them emotional. He, like Loghain, had been subjected to the turning process. Pavara noticed him staring blankly sometimes, face etched by fear, as if remembering something horrible. "You 3 shouldn't be here," Pavara said, hands on hips, facing Amarin and the other 2. "I know Loghain promised you advancement, but you still wear only the sword on your collars. If any of those women saw you, they could take you as warders." "They won't see us," Jonath said with a laugh. "Andral would have us through a gateway before we had time to curse." "So what do we do now?" Canler asked. "Whatever Loghain wishes of us," Andral said. Loghain had changed since the ordeal. Andral whispered to her that he was darker now. He spoke less. He did still seem determined to get to the last battle, but for now he gathered the men in and pored over things they'd found in Taim's rooms. Pavara worried that the turning had broken him inside. "He thinks there might be something in those battle maps he found in Taim's chambers," Amarin said. "We'll go where Loghain decides we can be of most use," Andral replied. A straightforward answer, but one that didn't actually say much. "And what of the Lord Dragon?" Pavara asked carefully. She felt Andral's uncertainty.
The Ashaman Naif had come to them, bearing news and instructions, and with them some implications. The Dragon Reborn had known all was not well at the Black Tower.
"He left us alone on purpose," Andral said. "He would have come if he could have," Jonath said. "I promise you." "He left us to escape on our own," Imaran said, "or to fall on our own. He has become a harsh man, perhaps callous. It doesn't matter," Andral said. "The Black Tower has learned to survive without him. Light. It always survived without him. He barely had anything to do with us. It was Loghain who gave us hope. It is Loghain who will have my allegiance."
The others nodded. Pavara felt something important happening here. They couldn't have leaned upon him forever anyway, she thought. The Dragon Reborn will die at the last battle. By intention or not, he had given them the chance to become their own men.
"I will take his last order to heart, however," Andral said. "I will not be merely a weapon. The taint is cleansed. We fight not to die, but to live. We have a reason to live. Spread the word among the other men, and let us take oaths to uphold Loghain as our leader, and then to the last battle. Not as minions of the Dragon Reborn, not as pawns of the Amyrlin seat, but as the Black Tower. Our own men." "Our own men," the other three whispered, nodding.
Chapter 22. The Willed. Egwene was shocked awake as Gawain clamped his hand over her mouth. She tensed, memories returning like the light of a sunrise. They were still hiding beneath the broken cart. The air still smelled of burned wood. The land nearby was dark as coal. Night had fallen. She looked to Gawain and nodded. Had she really drifted off? She wouldn't have thought it possible under the circumstances.
"I'm going to try to slip away," Gawain whispered, "and make a distraction."
"I'll go with you."
"I can go more quietly."
"Obviously you've never tried to sneak up on someone from the Two Rivers, Gawain Trakand," she said. "I'd bet you 100 Tarvalin marks that I'm the quieter of the two."
"Yes," Gawain whispered. "But if you draw within a dozen steps of one of their channelers, you'll be spotted, no matter how quiet. They've been patrolling through camp, particularly at the perimeters."
She frowned. How did he know that? "You went out scouting."
"A little," he whispered. "I wasn't seen. They're scavenging through the tents, taking captive anyone they find. We won't be able to hide here much longer."
He should not have gone out without asking her.
Gawain stiffened, and Egwene cut off, listening. Feet, shuffling. The two of them pulled back, watching as 10 or 12 captives were led into an open space near where the command tent had stood. Sharans placed torches on poles around the ragged prisoners. A few of these were soldiers, beaten to the point where they could barely walk. There were cooks and laborers as well. They had been lashed, their trousers frayed. All of their shirts had been removed. On their backs, someone had tattooed a symbol that Egwene did not recognize. At least, she thought they were tattoos. The symbols might have been burned into them. As the captives were gathered, someone yelled nearby. In a few minutes, a dark-skinned Sharan guard walked up, dragging a young messenger boy he'd apparently found hiding in camp. He ripped off the boy's shirt and shoved him crying to the ground. The Sharans oddly wore clothing that had a large diamond shape cut out of the back. Egwene could see that the guard bore a mark on his own back, a tattoo she could barely make out against his dark skin. His clothing was very formal, with a large, stiff robe that came almost to his knees. It didn't have sleeves, but underneath he wore a shirt with a diamond cutout that had long sleeves. Another Sharan came out of the darkness, and this man was almost completely naked.
He wore ripped trousers but no shirt. Instead of a tattoo on his back, he had tattoos all across his shoulders. They crept up his neck like twisted vines before reaching up to cup his jaw and cheeks. They looked like 100 twisted hands, long fingers with claws holding his head from below. This man went over to the kneeling messenger boy. The other guards shuffled. They weren't comfortable with this fellow, whoever he was. He held out a hand, sneering. The boy's back burned suddenly with a tattoo mark like that of the other captives. Smoke rose, and the boy cried out in pain. Gawain exhaled softly in shock. That man with the tattoos running up onto his face, that man could channel. Several of the guards muttered. She could almost understand the words, but they had a thick accent. The channeler snapped like a feral dog. The guards stepped back, and the channeler prowled off, disappearing into the shadows. Light, Egwene thought. Rustling in the darkness resolved into 2 women in the wide silk dresses. One had lighter skin, and as Egwene searched, she found that some of the soldiers did too. Not all Sharans were dark as the fellows she'd seen so far. The women's faces were very beautiful, delicate. Egwene shrank back. From what she had seen earlier, these 2 would probably be channelers. If they stepped too close to Egwene, they might sense her. The 2 women inspected the captives. By the light of their lanterns, Egwene made out tattoos on their faces as well, though theirs were not as disturbing as those upon the men. These were like leaves, tattooed from the back of the neck forward, going under the ears and spreading like blossoms on the cheeks. The 2 women whispered to one another, and again Egwene felt as if she could almost understand them. If she could weave a thread to listen... Idiot, she thought. Channeling would get her killed here. Others gathered around the captives. Egwene held her breath. 100, 200 more people approached. They did not talk much. They seemed a quiet, solemn people, these Sharans. Most of those who came had open backs to their garments, revealing their tattoos. Were those symbols of status? She had assumed that the more important one was, the more intricate the tattoos. However, officers, she had to assume that was what they were, with their feathered helmets and fine silken coats and golden armor made as if of coins that had been sewn together through the holes at their centers. They had only small openings, revealing tiny tattoos at the base of shoulders. They've removed pieces of armor to display the tattoos, she thought. Surely they did not do battle with the skin exposed. This was something done during more formal times. The last people who joined the crowd, ushered to the front, were the strangest of all. 2 men and a woman atop small donkeys, all 3 wearing beautiful silk skirts, their animals draped with gold and silver chains. Plumes of vibrant colors fanned out from intricate headdresses upon these 3. They were nude from the waist up, including the woman, save for the jewelry and necklaces that covered much of their chests. Their backs were exposed, their heads shaven just on the back to show their necks. There were no tattoos. So, lords of some sort? Except all 3 had hollow, haunted expressions. They slumped forward, eyes down, faces wan. Their arms seemed thin, almost skeletal, so frail. What had been done to these people? It made no sense to her. The Sharans were undoubtedly a people as baffling as the Aiel, probably more so. But why come now? Egwene thought. Why? After centuries upon centuries of isolation, have they finally decided to invade? There were no coincidences, not of this magnitude. These had come to ambush Egwene's people, and had worked with the Trollocs. She let herself seize upon that. Whatever she learned here would be of vital importance. She could not help her army right now. Light said that some of its members at least had managed to flee, so she should learn what she could. Gawain prodded her softly. She looked to him and felt his worry for her. "Now?" he mouthed, gesturing behind them. Perhaps with everyone's attention drawn by whatever was happening, the two of them could sneak away. They started to back up, shuffling quietly. One of the Sharan channelers called out. Egwene froze. She'd been spotted. No, no. Egwene breathed deeply, trying to calm her heart, which seemed to be trying to beat its way out through her chest. The woman was speaking to the others. Egwene thought she'd heard the words, "It is done," through the thick accent. The group of people knelt down. The bejeweled trio bowed their heads further. And then, near the captives, the air bent. Egwene couldn't describe it any other way. It warped and seemed to rip apart, twisting like it did above the road on a hot day. Something formed from this disruption. A tall man in glistening armor. He wore no helmet and had dark hair and light skin. His nose was slightly hooked, and he was very handsome, particularly in that armor. It looked to be constructed all of coins, silvery and overlapping. The coins were polished to such a shine, they reflected the faces around him like a mirror. "You have done well," the man announced to those bowing before him. "You may stand." His voice bore hints of the Sharan accent, but it was not nearly as thick. The man placed his hand on the pommel of the sword at his waist as the others rose. From the darkness behind, a group of the channelers crawled forward. They bobbed for this newcomer in a kind of bow. He removed one of his gauntlets, reached out with an offhanded gesture, and scratched the head of one of the men, as a lord might favor a hound. "So these are the new Inakal," the man said speculatively. "Do any of you know who I am?" The captives cringed before him. Though the Sharans had risen, the captives were smart enough to remain on the ground. None of them spoke. "I suspected not," the man said, "though one can never tell if one's fame has spread unexpectedly. Tell me, if you know who I am. Speak it, and I will let you free." No replies. "Well, you will listen and remember," the man said. "I am Bao, the Willed. I am your savior. I have crawled through the depths of sorrow and have risen up to accept my glory. I have come seeking what was taken from me. Remember that." The captives cowered further, obviously uncertain what to do. Gawain tugged on Egwene's sleeve, motioning backward, but she did not move. There was something about that man. He looked up suddenly. He focused on the women channelers, then gazed about, peering into the darkness. "Do any of you Inakal know the dragon?" he asked, though he sounded distracted. "Speak up. Tell me." "I did see him," said one of the captive soldiers. "Several times." "Did you speak with him?" Bao asked, strolling away from the captives. "No, great lord," the soldier said. "The Aes Sedai, they did speak with him. Not I." "Yes, I worried you would be of no use," Bao said. "Servants, we are being watched. You have not searched this camp as well as you claimed. I sense a woman nearby who can channel." Egwene felt a spike of alarm. Gawain pulled on her arm, meaning to go, but if they ran, they'd be captured for certain. Light! The crowd turned at a sudden noise near one of the fallen tents. Bao raised a hand, and Egwene heard a furious yell in the darkness.
Moments later, Lyanna floated through the crowd of Sharans, tied in air, her eyes wide. Bao brought her up close to him, holding her wrapped in weaves that Egwene could not see. Her heart continued to pound. Lyanna was alive. How had she remained hidden? Light! What could Egwene do?
"Ah," Bao said. "One of these Aes Sedai. You have spoken with the dragon."
Lyanna didn't respond. To her credit, she kept her face blank.
"Impressive,"
Bao said, reaching up fingers and touching her chin. He held up another hand, and the collected captives suddenly started to writhe and scream. They burst into flames, yelling in agony. Egwene had to forcibly stop herself from reaching for the true source as she watched. She was crying by the time it ended, though she did not remember starting. The Sharans shuffled.
"Do not be displeased," Bao said to them. "I know you went to great trouble to take some alive for me, but they would have made poor Inakal. They are not raised to it, and during this war we do not have time to train them. Killing them now is a mercy compared to what they would have had to endure. Besides, this Aes Sedai will serve our purpose."
Lyanna's mask had cracked, and despite the distance, Egwene could see her hatred. Bao still had her chin cupped in his hand.
"You are a beautiful thing," he said. "Unfortunately, beauty is meaningless. You are to deliver a message for me, Aes Sedai, to lose Theron, the one who calls himself the Dragon Reborn. Tell him that I have come to slay him, and in so doing, I will claim this world. I will take what originally should have been mine. Tell him that. Tell him you have seen me and describe me to him. He will know me. Just as the people here awaited him with prophecy, just as they showered him with glory, the people of my land awaited me. I have fulfilled their prophecies. He is false, and I am true. Tell him I will finally have satisfaction. He is to come to me so that we may face one another. If he does not, I will slaughter and destroy. I will seize his people. I will enslave his children. I will take his women for my own. One by one, I will break, destroy, or dominate everything he has loved. The only way for him to avoid this is for him to come and face me. Tell him this, little Aes Sedai. Tell him that an old friend awaits. I am Bao, the Willed, he who is owned only by the land, the Dragon Slayer. He knew me once by a name I have scorned, the name Barid Bel.
Barid Bel? Egwene thought, memories from her lessons in the White Tower returning to her. Barid Bel Madar. Demon Dread.
The storm in the Wolf Dream was a changeable thing. Perrin spent hours prowling the borderlands, visiting packs of wolves as he ran down dry riverbeds and across broken hills. Gaul had learned quickly. He wouldn't stand for a moment against Slayer, of course, but at least he had learned to keep his clothing from changing, though his veil did still snap up to cover his face when he was startled. The two of them bounded through Kandor, leaving blurs in the air as they moved from hilltop to hilltop. The storm was sometimes strong, sometimes weak. At the moment, Kandor was hauntingly still. The grassy highland landscape was strewn with all kinds of debris. Tents, roofing tiles, the sail of a large ship, even a blacksmith's anvil, deposited point first into a muddy hillside. The dangerously powerful storm could arise anywhere in the Wolf Dream and rip apart cities or forests. He'd found Tyran hats blown all the way to Shinar. Perrin came to rest on a hilltop, Gaul streaking into place beside him. How long had they been searching for Slayer? A few hours, it seemed, on one hand. On the other, how much ground had they crossed? They had returned to their food stores now 3 times to eat. Did that mean a day had passed?
Gaul,
Perrin said.
how long have we been at this?
I cannot say, Perrin Ibarra, Gaul replied. He checked for the sun, though there was none.
A long while.
Will we need to stop and sleep? That was a good question. Perrin's stomach suddenly growled, and he made them a meal of dried meat and a hunk of bread. He gave some to Gaul. Would summoned bread sustain them in the wolf dream? Or would it merely vanish once they consumed it? The latter. The food vanished even as Perrin ate it. They would need to rely upon their supplies, perhaps getting more from Rand's Ashaman during the daily opening of their portal. For now, he shifted back to their packs and dug out some dried meat, then rejoined Gaul in the north. As they settled down on the hillside to eat again, he found himself dwelling on the dream spike. He carried it with him, turned to its slumbering position as Lanfear had taught him. It made no dome now, but he could make one when he wished. Lanfear had all but given it to him. What did that mean? Why did she taunt him? He ripped at a hunk of dried meat. Was Fahil safe? If the Shadow discovered what she was doing, well, he wished he could at least check on her. He took a long drink from his water skin, then searched outward for the wolves. There were hundreds of them up here in the borderlands, perhaps thousands. He gave those nearby a greeting, sending his scent mixed with his image. The dozen replies that came were not words, but his mind understood them as such. Young Bull, this from a wolf named White Eyes. The last hunt is here. Will you lead us? Many asked this lately, and Perrin couldn't figure out how to interpret it.
Why do you need me to lead you?
It will be your call, White Eyes replied. By your howl.
I don't understand what you mean,
Perrin sent.
Can you not hunt on your own?
Not this prey, young bull. Perrin shook his head, a response like others he'd received.
White Eyes, he sent. Have you seen Slayer, the killer of wolves? Has he stalked you here?
Perrin sent it out broadly, and some of the other wolves replied. They knew of Slayer. His image and scent had been passed among many wolves, much as had Perrin's own. None had seen him recently, but time was an odd thing to wolves. Perrin wasn't certain how recent their recently really was. Perrin took a bite of dried meat and caught himself growling softly. He stifled that. He had come to a peace with the wolf inside of him, but that didn't mean he intended to let it start tracking mud into the house. Young Bull, another wolf sent. Turnbow, an aged female pack leader. Moonhunter walks the dreams again. She seeks you.
Thank you, he sent back. I know this. I will avoid her.
Avoid the moon? Turnbow sent back.
A difficult thing, young bull.
Difficult. She had the right of that.
I saw Heartseeker just now,
sent Steps, a black-furred youth.
She wears a new scent, but it is her.
Other wolves sent agreement. Heartseeker was in the wolf dream. Some had seen her to the east, but others said that she had been seen to the south. But what of Slayer? Where was the man, if not hunting wolves? Perrin caught himself growling again. Heartseeker. That must be one of the Forsaken, though he didn't recognize the images they sent of her. She was ancient, and so were the memories of wolves, but often the things they remembered were fragments of fragments that their ancestors had seen. Any news? Gaul said.
Another one of the Forsaken is here, Perrin said with a grunt. Doing something to the east. Does it involve us? The Forsaken always involve us, Perrin said, standing. He reached down, touched Gall on the shoulder, and shifted them in the direction steps had indicated. The position wasn't exact, but once Perrin arrived, he found some wolves who had seen Heartseeker on their way to the borderlands the day before. They sent Perrin eager greetings, asking if he was going to lead them. He rebuffed their questions, pinpointing where Heartseeker had been spotted. It was Merrilor. Perrin shifted there. A strange mist hung over the landscape here. Tall trees, the ones Rand had grown, reflected here, and their lofty tops poked out of the mist above. Tents dotted the landscape like the tops of mushrooms. Aiel tents were plentiful, and between them cook fires glowed in the mist. This camp had been here long enough to manifest in the wolf dream, though tent flaps changed places and bedrolls vanished, flickering in the insubstantial way of this place. Perrin led Gall between the neat rows of tents and horseless horse pickets. They both froze as they heard a sound. Someone muttering. Perrin used the trick he'd seen Lanfear use, creating a pocket of something around himself that was invisible, but which stopped sound. It was strange, but he did it by creating a barrier with no air in it. Why would that make the sound stop? He and Gall crept forward to the canvas of a tent. That of the man Rodel Ituralda, one of the great captains, judging by the banner. Inside, a woman in trousers picked through documents on a table. They kept vanishing in her fingers. Perrin didn't recognize her, though she was painfully homely. That certainly wasn't what he'd have expected from one of the Forsaken. Not that large forehead, bulbous nose, uneven eyes, or thinning hair. He didn't recognize her curses, though he grasped the meaning from her tone. Gall looked at him, and Perrin reached for his hammer, but hesitated. Attacking Slayer was one thing, but one of the Forsaken? He was confident of his ability to resist weaves here in the Wolf Dream, but still... The woman cursed again as the paper she was reading vanished. Then she looked up. Perrin's reaction was immediate. He created a paper-thin wall between her and him, her side painted with an exact replica of the landscape behind him, his side transparent. She looked right at him, but didn't see him, and turned away. Beside him, Gall let out a very soft breath of relief. How did I do that? Perrin thought. It wasn't something he had practiced. It had merely seemed right. Heartseeker, this had to be she, waved her fingers, and the tent split in half above her, the canvas flaps hanging down. She rose through the air, moving toward the black tempest above. Perrin whispered to Gall, "Wait here, and watch for danger." Gall nodded. Perrin cautiously followed Heartseeker, lifting himself into the air with a thought. He tried to form another wall between himself and her, but it was too difficult to keep the right image displayed while moving. Instead, he kept his distance and put a blank brownish-green wall between him and the Forsaken, hoping that if she happened to glance down, she'd pass over the small oddity. She began to move more quickly, and Perrin forced himself to keep up. He glanced down and was rewarded with the stomach-churning sight of Merrilor's landscape dwindling below. Then it grew dark and vanished into blackness. They didn't pass through the clouds. As the ground faded away, so did the clouds, and they entered someplace black. Pinpricks of light appeared all around Perrin. The woman above stopped and hung in the air for a few moments before streaking away to the right. Perrin followed again, coloring himself, his skin, his clothing, everything, black to hide. The woman approached one of the pinpricks of light until it expanded and dominated the sky in front of her. Heartseeker reached her hands forward and pressed them against the light. She was muttering to herself. Feeling he needed to hear what she was saying, Perrin dared move closer, though he suspected that the pounding of his heart was so loud it would give him away. "Take it from me," she said. "You think I care?
Give me a face of broken stone. What do I care? That's not me. I will have your place, Moradin. It will be mine. This face will just make them underestimate me. Burn you.
Perrin frowned. He couldn't make much sense of what she was saying.
Go ahead and throw your armies at them, you fools, she continued to herself. I'll have the greater victory. An insect can have 1,000 legs, but only one head. Destroy the head, and the day is yours. All you're doing is cutting off the legs, stupid fool. Stupid, arrogant, insufferable fool. I'll have what is due me.
She hesitated, then pivoted. Perrin, spooked, immediately sent himself to the ground. It worked, thankfully. He had none if it would up in that place of lights. Gaul jumped, and Perrin took a deep breath. A ball of blazing fire crashed into the ground beside him. Perrin cursed and rolled, cooling himself with a gust of wind, imagining his hammer up into his hand. Heartseeker dropped to the ground in a wave of energy, power rippling around her.
Who are you? She demanded. Where are you?
She focused suddenly on Perrin, seeing him completely for the first time, the blackness having faded from his clothing.
You! She screeched. You are to blame for this!
She raised her hands. Her eyes almost seemed to glow with hatred. Perrin could smell the emotion in spite of the blowing wind. She released a white-hot bar of light, but Perrin bent it around himself. The woman started. They always did that. Didn't they realize that nothing was real here except what you thought to be real? Perrin vanished, appearing behind her, raising his hammer. Then he hesitated. A woman? She spun about, screaming and ripping the earth beneath him. He jumped up into the sky, and the air around him tried to seize him. But he did what he'd done before, creating a wall of nothingness. There was no air to grab him. Holding his breath, he vanished and appeared back on the ground, summoning banks of earth in front of him to block the balls of fire that hurtled his way.
I want you dead, the woman screamed. You should be dead. My plans were perfect.
Perrin vanished, leaving behind a statue of himself. He appeared beside the tent, where Gaul watched carefully, spear raised. Perrin put up a wall between them and the woman, coloring it to hide them, and made a barrier to block the sound.
She can't hear us now, Perrin said.
You are strong here, Gaul said thoughtfully.
Very strong. Do the wise ones know of this? I'm still a pup compared to them, Perrin said.
Perhaps, Gaul said. I have not seen them, and they do not speak of this place to men. He shook his head. Much honor, Perrin Aybara. You have much honor.
I should have just struck her down,
Perrin said, as Heartseeker destroyed the statue of him, then stepped up to it, looking confused. She turned about, searching frantically.
Yes, Gaul agreed. A warrior who will not strike a maiden is a warrior who refuses her honor. Of course, the greater honor for you
would be to take her captive. Could he do it? Perrin took a breath, then sent himself behind her, imagining vines reaching around her to hold her in place. The woman howled curses at him, slicing the vines with unseen blades. She reached her hand toward Perrin, and he shifted to the side. His feet crunched on bits of frost on the ground that he hadn't noticed, and she immediately spun on him and released another weave of balefire. Clever, Perrin thought, barely managing to bend the light away. It struck the hillside behind, drilling a hole straight through it. Heartseeker continued the weave, snarling, hideous face distorted. The weave bent back toward Perrin, and he gritted his teeth, keeping it at bay. She was strong. She pushed hard, but finally she released it, panting.
How can you possibly...
Perrin filled her mouth with fork root. It was difficult to do. Changing anything directly about a person was always harder. However, this was much easier than trying to transform her into an animal or the like. She raised a hand to her mouth, eyes adopting a look of panic. She began to spit and hack, then desperately opened a gateway beside her. Perrin growled, imagining ropes reaching for her, but she destroyed them with a weave of fire. She must have gotten the fork root out. She hurled herself through the gateway, and he shifted himself to be right in front of it, preparing to leap through. He froze when he saw her entering the middle of an enormous army of Trollocs and Fades at night. Many faced the gateway, eager. Perrin stepped back as Heartseeker raised a hand to her mouth, looking aghast and coughing out more fork root. The gateway closed.
"You should have killed her,"
Lanfear said. Perrin turned to find the woman standing nearby, her arms folded. Her hair had changed from silver to dark brown. In fact, her face had changed too, becoming slightly more like it had been before when he'd first seen her nearly 2 years ago. Perrin said nothing, returning his hammer to its straps.
"This is a weakness, Perrin,"
Lanfear said.
"I found it charming in Lews Therin at one point, but that doesn't make it any less a weakness. You need to overcome it."
"I will," he snapped. "What was she doing, up there with the balls of light?"
"Invading dreams,"
Lanfear said.
"She was here in the flesh. That affords one certain advantages, particularly when playing with dreams. That hussy. She thinks she knows this place, but it has always been mine. It would have been best if you'd killed her."
"That was Grendel, wasn't it?" Perrin asked. "Or was it Mogadin?"
"Grendel,"
Lanfear said.
"Though again, we are not to use that name for her. She's been renamed Hessalam."
"Hessalam," Perrin said, trying the word out in his mouth. "I don't know it."
"It means without forgiveness."
"And what is your new name? The one we're supposed to call you now?" That actually pulled a blush out of her.
"Never mind,"
she said.
"You are skilled here in Tel'aran'rhiod. Much better than Lews Therin ever was. I always thought I would rule at his side, that only a man who could channel would be worthy of me. But the power you display here, I think I may accept it as a substitute."
Perrin grunted. Ghaul had moved across the small clearing between the camp tents, spear raised, Shufa covering his face. Perrin waved him off. Not only was Lanfear likely to be much better with the wolf dream than Ghaul, but she hadn't done anything specifically threatening yet. "If you've been watching me," Perrin said, "you'll know that I'm married. Quite happily."
"So I have seen."
"Then stop looking at me like a flank of beef hung up for display in the market," Perrin growled. "What was Grendel doing here? What does she want?"
"I'm not certain,"
Lanfear said lightly.
"She always has 3 or 4 plots going at the same time. Don't underestimate her, Perrin. She's not as skilled here as some others, but she is dangerous. She's a fighter, unlike Mogadin, who will run from you whenever she can."
"I'll keep that in mind," Perrin said, walking up to the place where she'd vanished by gateway. He prodded at the earth where the gateway had cut the ground.
"You could do that, you know,"
Lanfear said. He spun on her. "What?"
"Go back and forth into the waking world," she said, "without requiring the help of one like Lews Therin."
Perrin didn't like the way she sneered when she said his name. She tried to cover it up, but he smelled hatred on her whenever she mentioned him. "I can't channel," Perrin said. "I suppose I could imagine being able to."
"It wouldn't work," she said. "There are limits to what one can accomplish here, regardless of how strong the mind. The ability to channel is not a thing of the body, but a thing of the soul. There are still ways for one such as you to move back and forth between worlds in the flesh. The one you call Slayer does it."
"He's not a wolf, brother."
"No,
she said. "But he is something similar. I'm honestly not certain another has had his skills before. The Dark One did something to this Slayer when capturing his soul, or his souls. I suspect Semirhage might have been able to tell us more. It's a pity she's dead." Lanfear didn't smell of pity at all. She glanced at the sky, but was calm, not worried. "You don't seem as worried about being spotted as you once were," Perrin noted. "My former master is occupied. This last week watching you, I've rarely felt his eyes on me." "Weak?" Perrin asked, shocked. "But—" "Time passes oddly here," she said, "and the barriers of time itself are fraying. The closer you are to the boar, the more time will distort. For those who approach Shale Ghul in the real world, it will be just as bad. For every day that passes to them, 3 or 4 might pass to those more distant." A week? Light. How much had happened on the outside? Who lived and who had died while Perrin hunted? He should wait at the traveling ground for his portal to open. But judging by the darkness he'd seen through Grendal's gateway, it was night. Perrin's escape portal could be hours away. "You could make a gateway for me," Perrin said. "A pathway out, then back in. Will you?" Lanfear considered it, strolling past one of the flickering tents and letting her fingers trail on the canvas as it vanished. "No," she finally said. "But you must learn to do this thing for yourself if we are to be together." "We're not going to be together," he said flatly. "You need this power of and for yourself," she said, ignoring what he had said. "You are weak so long as you are trapped only in one of the worlds. Being able to come here when you want will give you great power." "I don't care about power, Lanfear," he said, watching her as she continued to stroll. She was pretty. Not as pretty as Fail, of course. Beautiful nonetheless. "Don't you?" She faced him. "Have you never thought of what you could do with more strength, more power, more authority?" "That won't tempt me to." "Save lives," she said. "Prevent children from starving, stop the weak from being bullied, end wickedness, reward honor, power to encourage men to be straightforward and honest with one another?" He shook his head. "You could do so much good, Perrin Aybara," she said, walking up to him, then touching the side of his face, running her fingers down his beard. "Tell me how to do what Slayer does," Perrin said, pushing her hand away. "How does he move between worlds?" "I cannot explain it to you," she said, turning away, "as it is a skill I have never had to learn. I use other methods. Perhaps you can beat it out of him. I would be quick, assuming you wish to stop Grendal." "Stop her," Perrin said. "Didn't you realize?" Lanfear turned back to him. "The dream she was invading was not one of the people from this camp. Space and distance matter not to dreams. That dream you saw her invading, it belongs to Davram Bashir, father of your wife." With that, Lanfear vanished. Chapter 23. At the Edge of Time. Gawain tugged urgently on Egwene's shoulder. Why wouldn't she move? Whoever that man was in the armor made of silver discs, he could sense female channelers. He'd picked Lyanna out of the darkness. He could do the same for Egwene. Light, he probably would, as soon as he took a moment to notice. I'm going to haul her up onto my shoulder if she doesn't move, he thought. Light, help me, I'll do it, no matter how much noise it makes. We're going to be caught anyway if we... The one who called himself Bao moved off, towing Liana, still wrapped in air, with him. The others followed in a mass, leaving the awful charred remnants of the other captives behind. "Egwene?" Gawain whispered. She looked at him, a cold strength in her eyes, and nodded. Light. How could she be so calm when he had to clench his teeth for fear they would start rattling together? They wriggled out from under the cart backward, moving on their stomachs until they emerged. Egwene glanced in the direction of the Sharans. Her cold sense of control radiated into his mind from the bond. Hearing that man's name had done that to her, given her a sudden spike of shock followed by grim determination. What was that name? Barid something? Gawain thought he'd heard it before. He wanted Egwene out of this death trap. He put the water cloak around her shoulders. "The best way out is directly east," he whispered. "Around the mess tent, what's left of it. Then on to the camp perimeter. They have a guard post set up next to what was our traveling ground. We'll go around that to the north side." She nodded. "I'll scout ahead, you follow," Gawain said. "If I see anything, I'll toss a stone back toward you. Listen for it hitting, all right? Count to 20, then follow me at a slow pace. But you can't go first, lest we run across some of those channelers. I need to take the lead." "At least wear the cloak," she hissed. "I'll be fine," he whispered, then slipped away before she could argue further. He did feel her spike of annoyance and suspected he'd get an earful once they were out of this. Well, if they lived long enough for that to happen, he'd accept the reprimand happily. Once he was a short distance from her, he slipped on one of the rings of the blood knives. He had activated it with his blood, as Lylwyn had said was needed. She'd also said it might kill him. "You're a fool, Gawain Trakand," he thought as a tingling sensation ran across his body. Though he'd used the tir'angreal only once before, he knew that his figure had been blurred and darkened. If people glanced in his direction, their eyes would slide away from him. It worked particularly well in shadows. For once, he was pleased that those clouds blocked out any moonlight or starlight. He moved on, stepping carefully. Earlier in the night, when he'd first tested the ring as Egwene slept, he'd been able to pass within a few steps of sentries holding lanterns. One had looked right at Gawain, but hadn't seen him. In this much darkness, he might as well have been invisible. The tir'angreal allowed him to move more quickly as well. The change was slight, but noticeable. He itched to try out the ability in a duel. How many of these Sharans could he take out on his own while wearing one of these rings? A dozen? 2? That would last right up until one of those channelers cooked you, Gawain told himself. He collected a few pebbles off the ground to toss back toward Egwene if he spotted one of the female channelers. He looped around the mess tent, following the path he'd scouted earlier. It was important to keep reminding himself to be careful. Earlier, the tir'angreal's power had made him too bold. It was a heady thing, knowing how easily he could move. He told himself he wouldn't use the rings, but that had been during battle, when he'd been tempted to try to make a name for himself. This was different. This was protecting Egwene. He could allow an exception for this.
The moment she hit the count of 20, Egwene moved into the darkness. She wasn't as good at sneaking as Nynaeve and Perrin were, but she was from the Two Rivers. Every child in Emond's Field learned how to move in the woods without startling game. She turned her attention to the path before her. Testing with her toes, she'd removed her shoes, to avoid dried leaves or weeds. Moving this way was second nature to her. That left her mind free, unfortunately. One of the Forsaken led the Sharans. She could only guess from his words that their entire nation followed him. This was as bad as the Seanchan. Worse, the Seanchan captured and used Aes Sedai, but they didn't slaughter the common people with such recklessness. Egwene had to survive to escape. She needed to bring this information to the White Tower. The Aes Sedai would have to face demon dread. Light sensed that enough of their number had escaped the battle earlier to do so. Why had Demandred sent for Rand? Everyone knew where to find the Dragon Reborn. Egwene reached the mess tent, then crept around it. Guards chatted in the near distance. That Sharran accent was oddly monotone, as if the people had no emotions at all. It was as if the music was gone from their speech. Music that Egwene hadn't realized was normally there. The ones speaking were men, so she probably didn't need to worry that they would sense her ability to channel. Still, Demandred had done it with Lyanna. Perhaps he had a ter'angreal for the purpose. Such things existed. She gave the men a wide berth anyway and continued on into the darkness of what had once been her camp. She moved past fallen tents, the scent of smoldering fires still lingering in the air, and crossed a path that she had taken most evenings while collecting troop reports. It was disturbing how quickly one could go from being in a position of power to slinking through camp like a rat. Being suddenly unable to channel changed so many things. My authority is not drawn from my power to channel, she told herself. My strength is in control, understanding, and care. I will escape this camp, and I will continue the fight. She repeated those words, fighting off a creeping sense of powerlessness, the feeling of despair at so many dead, the tingling between her shoulder blades as if someone were watching her in the darkness. Light. Poor Lyanna. Something hit the bare earth near her. It was followed by 2 more pebbles dropping to the ground. Gawyn apparently didn't trust in just one. She moved quickly to the remnants of a nearby tent, half burned, the other half of the canvas hanging from the poles. She crouched down. At that moment she realized a half-burned body was lying on the ground mere inches from her. He was Shienaran, she saw, in a flash of lightning from the rumbling clouds above, though he wore the symbol of the White Tower on his shirt. He lay with one eye up toward the sky, silent, the other side of his head burned down to the skull. A light appeared from the direction she'd been heading. She waited, tense, as 2 Sharran guards approached, bearing a lantern. They didn't speak. As they turned to walk southward along their route, she could see that their armor had symbols etched across the back that mimicked the tattoos she'd seen on men earlier. These marks were quite extravagant, and so, by her best guess, the men were actually of low rank. The system disturbed her. You could always add to a person's tattoo, but she knew of no way to remove one. Having the tattoos grow more intricate the lower one was in society implied something. People could fall from grace, but they could not rise once fallen or born to a lowly position. She sensed the channeler behind her mere moments before a shield slammed between Egwene and the source. Egwene reacted immediately. She didn't give terror time to gain purchase. She grabbed her belt knife and spun toward the woman she could sense approaching from behind. Egwene lunged, but a weave of air snatched her arm and held it tightly. Another one filled her mouth, gagging her. Egwene thrashed, but other weaves grabbed her and hauled her into the air. The knife dropped from her twitching fingers. A globe of light appeared nearby, a soft blue aura, much dimmer than that of a lantern. It had been created by a woman with dark skin and very refined features, delicate, a small nose, a slender frame. She stood up from her crouch, and Egwene found her to be quite tall, nearly as tall as a man. "You are a dangerous little rabbit," the woman said, her thick, toneless accent making her difficult to understand. She emphasized words in the wrong places and pronounced many sounds in a just-off way. She had the tattoos on her face like delicate branches reaching from the back of her neck forward onto her cheeks. She also wore one of those dresses, shaped like a cow's bell, black, with strands of white tied a handspan below the neck. The woman touched her arm where Egwene's knife had nearly taken her.
"Yes," the woman said. "Very dangerous. Few of the Ayad would reach for a dagger so quickly, rather than for the source. You have been trained well."
Egwene struggled in her bonds. It was no use. They were tight. Her heart began racing, but she was better than that. Panic would not save her. She forced herself to be calm. No, she thought. No, panic won't save me, but it may alert Gawyn. She could sense that he was worried out there somewhere in the darkness. With effort, she allowed her terror to rise. She let go of all of her careful Aes Sedai training. It was not nearly as easy as she had expected.
"You move quietly, little rabbit," the Sharran woman said, inspecting Egwene. "I would never have been able to follow you if I hadn't already known you were moving in this direction."
She walked around Egwene, looking curious.
"You watched the Wyld's little show all the way through, did you? Brave or stupid?"
Egwene shut her eyes and focused on her terror, her sheer panic. She had to bring Gawyn to her. She reached within and opened the tight little nugget of emotion she'd packed there, her fear at being captured again by the Seanchan. She could feel it, the Adam on her neck, the name, Tuli, a name for a pet. Egwene had been younger then, but no more powerless than she was now. It would happen again. She would be nothing. She would have her very self stripped away. She would rather be dead. Oh, light! Why couldn't she have died? She'd sworn she'd never be captured like this again. She began to breathe quickly, now unable to control her terror.
Now,
the Sharran said. She seemed amused, though her tone was so flat, Egwene couldn't completely tell.
"It won't be that bad now, will it? I have to decide which will gain me more, turning you over to him or keeping you for myself."
Strong channeling came suddenly from the far side of the camp, where Demandred had gone. The Sharran glanced that way, but didn't seem alarmed. Egwene could feel Gawyn approaching. He was very worried. Her message had served its purpose, but he wasn't coming quickly enough, and he was farther away than she'd expected. What was wrong? Now that she'd let her worry out of its hidden place, it overwhelmed her, beating against her, a series of blows.
"Your man," the Sharran said. "You have one of them. What are they called again? Odd that you should rely on the protection of a man, but you never reach your potential in this land, I am told. He will be taken. I've sent for him."
As Egwene had feared, light, she'd led Gawyn to this. She'd led the army to disaster. Egwene squeezed her eyes shut. She'd led the White Tower to its destruction. Her parents would be slaughtered. The 2 rivers would burn. She should have been stronger. She should have been smarter. No. She had not been broken by the Seanchan. She would not be broken by this. Egwene opened her eyes and met the gaze of the Sharran in the soft blue light. Egwene wrestled her emotions to stillness and felt the Aes Sedai calm envelop her.
"You are an odd one,"
the Sharran whispered, still held by Egwene's eyes. So transfixed was she that the woman didn't notice when the shadow moved up behind her. A shadow that could not have been Gawyn, for he was still distant. Something smashed into the woman's head from behind. She crumpled, slumping to the ground. The globe winked out instantly, and Egwene was free. She dropped to a crouch, fingers finding her knife. A figure moved up to her. Egwene raised her knife and prepared herself to embrace the source. She would draw attention if she had to. She would not be taken again.
But who was this?
Hush, the figure said.
Egwene recognized the voice.
Lyle-Wyn?
Others noticed this woman channeling, Lyle-Wyn said. They will come to see what she was doing. We must move.
You saved me, Egwene whispered. You rescued me.
I take my oaths seriously, Lyle-Wyn said.
Then, so softly that Egwene could barely hear it, she added,
Maybe too seriously. Such horrible omens this night.
They moved quickly through the camp for a few moments until Egwene sensed Gawyn approaching. She couldn't make him out in the darkness. Finally, she whispered softly,
Gawyn?
Suddenly, he was there, right next to her.
Egwene, who did you find?
Lyle-Wyn stiffened, then hissed softly through her teeth. Something seemed to have upset her greatly. Perhaps she was angry at having someone sneak up on her. If that was the case, Egwene shared the emotion. She'd been taking pride in her abilities, and then she'd been blindsided not only by a channeler, but now by Gawyn. Why should a boy raised in the city be able to move so well without her spotting him?
I didn't find anyone,
Egwene whispered. Lyle-Wyn found me, and she pulled me out of a fire. Lyle-Wyn? Gawyn said, peering through the darkness. Egwene could feel his surprise and his suspicion.
We must keep moving,
Lyle-Wyn said. I will not argue with that, Gawyn replied. We're almost out. We'll want to go a little to the north, though. I left some bodies just to the right.
Bodies?
Lyle-Wyn asked.
6 or so Sharans jumped me,
Gawyn said. 6? Egwene thought. He made it sound as if it were nothing. This was not the place for discussion. She joined the other two, heading out of the camp, Lyle-Wyn leading them in a specific direction. Each noise or shout from the camp made Egwene wince, worried that one of the bodies had been found. In fact, she nearly jumped all the way to the storm clouds above when someone spoke from the darkness.
Do that be you? It is us, Bael, Lyle-Wyn said softly.
My aged grandmother, Bael Domon exclaimed softly, joining them. You found her? Woman, you do amaze me again. He hesitated. I do wish you'd have let me come with you.
My husband,
Lyle-Wyn whispered.
You are as brave and stout a man as any woman could wish on her crew, but you move with all of the stillness of a bear charging through a river.
He grunted, but joined them as they left the edge of the camp, quietly and carefully. About 10 minutes away, Egwene finally trusted herself to embrace the source. Glorying in it, she made a gateway for them and skimmed to the White Tower. Aviendha ran with the rest of the Aiel through gateways. They surged like floodwaters into the valley of Thakandar, 2 waves rushing down from opposite sides of the valley. Aviendha did not carry a spear. That was not her place. Instead, she was a spear. She was joined by 2 men in black coats, 5 wise ones, the woman Olivia, and 10 of Rand's sworn Aes Sedai with warders. None of them save Olivia had responded well to having Aviendha placed above them. The Ashaman did not like having to answer to any woman. The wise ones didn't like being ordered by Rand at all, and the Aes Sedai still thought of Aiel channelers as inferior. They all obeyed the order anyway. Rand had whispered to her in a quiet moment to watch them all for dark friends. Fear did not make him speak those words, but his sense of realism. Shadows could creep up anywhere. There were Trollocs here in the valley and some Myrddraal, but they had not anticipated this attack. The Aiel took advantage of their disarray and commenced a slaughter. Aviendha led her group of channelers toward the forge. that massive gray-roofed building. The Shadow Forgers turned from their inexorable movement, showing just a hint of confusion. Aviendha wove fire at one, removing its head from its shoulders. The body turned to stone, then started to crumble. That seemed a signal to the other channelers, and Shadow Forgers through the valley began to explode. They were said to be terrible warriors when provoked, with skin that turned aside swords. That might just be rumor, as few Aiel had ever actually danced the spears with a Shadow Forger. Aviendha didn't particularly want to discover the truth. She let her team end the first group of Shadow Forgers and tried not to think too hard about the death and destruction these things had caused during their unnatural lives. The Shadow Spawn tried to mount a defense, some of the Myrddraal screaming and whipping at their Trollocs to charge and break the Aiel attack that came at them across a broad front. It would have been easier to stop a river with a handful of twigs. The Aiel didn't slow, and those Shadow Spawn who tried to resist were slain in their tracks, often falling to multiple spears or arrows. Most of the Trollocs broke and ran, fleeing before the thunder of Aiel yells. Aviendha and her channelers reached the forges and the nearby pens of dirty, lifeless-eyed captives who had been awaiting death. "Quickly," Aviendha said to the warders who accompanied her. The men broke open pens as Aviendha and the others attacked the last of the Shadow Forgers. As they died, falling to stone and dust, they dropped half-finished Thakandar blades to the rocks. Aviendha looked upward to the right. A long serpentine path led up toward the cavern maw in the side of the mountain that loomed above. The hole there was dark. It seemed a trap that tempted light to enter, then never released it. Aviendha wove fire and spirit, then released the weave into the air. A moment later, a gateway opened at the head of the path up to Sheol Ghul. 4 figures stepped through. A woman in blue, small of stature but not of will. An aging man, white-haired and shrouded in a multi-hued cloak. A woman in yellow, her dark hair cut short, adorned with an assortment of gemstones set in gold. And a tall man, hair the color of living coals. He wore his coat of red and gold, but under it a simple Two Rivers shirt. What he had become and what he had been, wrapped together in one. He carried 2 swords, like a Shienaran. One looked as if it were glass. He wore it upon his back. The other was the sword of the tree killer, King Laman, tied at his waist. He carried that because of her. Fool man. Aviendha raised her hand to him, and he raised his in return. That would be their only farewell if he failed in his task or she died during hers. With a last look, she turned away from him and toward her duty. 2 of her Aes Sedai had linked and created a gateway so that the warders could usher the captives to safety. Many needed to be prodded into motion. They stumbled forward, eyes nearly as dead as those of the Shadow Forgers. "Check inside the forge, too," Aviendha said, motioning to a few of the warders. They charged in, Aes Sedai following. Weaves of the One Power shook the building as they found more Shadow Forgers, and the 2 Ashaman quickly went in as well. Aviendha scanned the valley. The battle had become uglier. There were more Shadow Spawn at the corridor leading out of the valley. These had been given more time to prepare and form up. Aitaralda led his forces in behind the Aiel, securing the sections of the valley already taken. Patience, Aviendha thought to herself. Her job would not be to join that battle ahead, but to guard Rand's back as he ascended and entered the Pit of Doom. She worried about one thing. Couldn't the Forsaken just travel directly into the cavern itself? Rand didn't seem worried about that, but he was also very distracted by what he had to do. Perhaps she should join him and... She frowned, looking up. What was that shadow? High above, the sun shone in a turbulent sky. Some storm clouds, in patches, some deep black, others brilliant white. It wasn't a cloud that had suddenly obscured the sun, however, but something solid and black, sliding into place. Aviendha felt a chill and found herself trembling as the light slipped away. Darkness, true darkness, fell. Soldiers across the field looked up in awe and even fear. The light went out. The end of the world had come. Channeling came suddenly from the other end of the wide valley. Aviendha spun, shaking off her awe. The ground nearby was littered with torn garments, dropped weapons, and corpses. All of the fighting was at the mouth of the valley, distant from her, where the Aiel were trying to push the shadow spawn back into the pass. Though Aviendha couldn't see much through the darkness, she could tell soldiers were staring at the sky. Even the Trollocs looked awestruck. But then the solid blackness began to move in the sky, revealing first the edge of the sun, and then the sun itself. Light. The end was not upon them. The battle at the mouth of the valley resumed, but it was obviously difficult. Making the Trollocs retreat through such narrow confines was like trying to shove a horse through a small crack in a wall. Impossible, unless you started doing some carving. There, Aviendha said, pointing toward the side of the valley behind the Aiel lines. I sense channeling by a woman. Light, but she's powerful, Nasuna breathed. Circle, Aviendha yelled. Now! The others linked, feeding Aviendha control of the circle. Power filled her. Unimaginable power. It was as if she drew in a breath, but just kept being able to take in more air, filling, expanding, crackling with energy. She was a thunderstorm, a vast sea of the one power. She thrust her hands forward, letting loose a raw weave only half formed. This was almost too much power for her to shape. Air and fire spurted from her hands, a column of it as wide as a man with arms outstretched. The fire flared as a thick, hot, near liquid. Not balefire. She was smarter than that. But dangerous nonetheless. The air contained the fire in a concentrated mass of destruction. The column streaked across the battlefield, melting the stone beneath and starting corpses aflame. A huge swath of fog vanished with a hiss, and the ground shook as the column plowed into the side of the valley wall where the enemy channeler, Aviendha could only assume it was one of the Forsaken from her strength, had been attacking the back ranks of Aiel. Aviendha released the weave, her skin slick with sweat. A smoldering black column of smoke rose from the valley wall. Molten rock trickled down the slope. She grew still, waiting, alert. The one power inside of her actually started to strain, as if trying to escape her. Was that because some of the energy she used came from men? Never before had the one power seemed to want to destroy her. She had only a brief warning. A frantic moment of channeling from the other side of the valley, followed by an enormous rush of wind. Aviendha sliced that wind down the center with an invisible weave the size of a great forest tree. She followed it with another blast of fire, this time more controlled. No, she didn't dare use balefire. Rand had warned her. That could widen the bore, break the framework of reality in a place where that membrane was already thin. Her enemy didn't have the same restriction. The woman's next attack came as a white-hot bar, narrowly missing Aviendha, drilling through the air a finger's width from her head, before hitting the wall of the forge behind. The balefire sliced a wide swath of stone and brick from the wall, and the building collapsed with a crash. Good riddance, Aviendha thought, throwing herself to the ground. Spread out, she ordered the others. Don't give her good targets. She channeled, stirring up air to create a tempest of dust and debris in front of them. Then she used a weave to mask the fact that she was holding to the one power and hide her from her enemy. She scuttled in a low crouch behind some nearby cover, a heap of slag and broken bits of iron, waiting to be smelted. Balefire struck again, hitting the stony ground where she'd been before. It punctured stone as easily as a spear went through a melon. Avienda's companions had all taken cover, and they continued to feed her their strength. Such power! It was distracting. She judged the source of the attacks. "Be ready to follow," she said to the others, then made a gateway to the point where the weave had begun. "Come through after me, but take cover immediately." She leaped through, skirts swishing, the one power held like thunder somehow contained. She landed on a slope overlooking the battlefield. Below, maidens and men fought Trollocs. It looked as if the Aiel were holding back a vast black flood. Avienda didn't spare time for more than a quick glance. She dug into the ground with a primal weave of earth and ripped up a horse-sized chunk of rock, popping it into the air. The beam that came for her a second later struck the chunk of rock. Balefire was a dangerous spear to wield. Sometimes it cut, but if it hit a distant object, a person, for example, it caused the entire thing to flash and vanish. The balefire burned Avienda's chunk from existence in a flash, dropping motes of glowing dust that soon vanished. Behind her, the men and women in her circle dashed through her gateway and took cover. Avienda barely had time to notice that nearby, cracks had appeared in the rock. Cracks that seemed to look down into darkness. As the bar of light faded in Avienda's vision, she released a burning column of fire. This time she met flesh, burning away a coppery-skinned, slender woman in a red dress. Two other women nearby cursed, scrambling away. Avienda launched a second attack at the others. One of the two, the strongest, made a weave with such skill and speed that Avienda barely caught sight of it. The weave went up in front of her column of fire, and the result was an explosion of blistering steam. Avienda's fire was extinguished, and she gasped, temporarily blinded. Battle instincts took over. Obscured by the cloud of steam, she dropped to her knees, then rolled to the side while grabbing a handful of rocks and tossing them away from her to create a distraction. It worked. As she blinked tears from her eyes, a white-hot bar struck toward the sound of the rocks. Those dark cracks spread further. Avienda blew the steam away with a weave of air while still blinking tears. She could see well enough to distinguish two black shapes crouching nearby on the rocks. One turned toward her, gasped, seeing the attack weaves that Avienda was making, then vanished. There was no gateway. The person just seemed to fold up on herself, and Avienda sensed no channeling. She did feel something else, a faint something, a tremble to the air that wasn't entirely physical. "No," the second woman said, just a blur to Avienda's tear-streaked eyes. "Don't!" Avienda's vision cleared just enough to make out the woman's features, a long face and dark hair, as her weave struck the woman. The woman's limbs ripped from her body. A smoldering arm spun in the air, creating a swirl of black smoke before hitting nearby. Avienda coughed, then released the circle. "Healing," she said, struggling to her feet. Vera Harkin reached her first, and a healing weave set Avienda trembling. She panted, and her reddened skin, her singed eyes were repaired. She nodded in thanks to Vera, whom she could now see clearly. Ahead of her, Serene, an Aes Sedai with a teardrop face and numerous dark braids, stepped up to the corpses Avienda had made, her warder Vitalian close by her side. She shook her head. "Duara and Phalian, Dreadlords now." "There's a difference between Dreadlords and Black Ajah?" Amis asked. "Of course," Serene said with a calm tone. Nearby, the others still held the one power, expecting another attack. Avienda didn't think there would be one. She had heard that gasp of surprise, sensed the panic in the way the final woman, the strongest of the three, had fled. Perhaps she hadn't anticipated facing such powerful resistance so quickly. Serene kicked at an arm that had been Phalian's. Better to have taken them alive for questioning. I'm certain we could have learned the identity of that third woman. Did anyone recognize her? Members of the group shook their heads. She was not anyone on the list of Black Aja who escaped, Serene said, taking the arm of her warder. She has a distinctive face, so bulbous and lacking any qualities of charm. I'm certain I would remember her. She was powerful, Aviendha said. Very powerful. Aviendha would have guessed her as one of the Forsaken, but that certainly hadn't been Moghedien, and it didn't match the description of Grendal. We'll split into 3 circles, Aviendha said. Vera will lead one of them, Amis and I the others. Yes, we can make circles larger than 13 now, but it seems a waste. I don't need that much power to kill. One of our groups will attack the Trollocs below. The other 2 will avoid channeling and hide nearby watching. That way we can goad the enemy channeler into assuming we're still in one large circle, and the other 2 can strike at her from the sides when she comes to attack. Amis smiled. She recognized this as a basic maiden raiding tactic. She didn't seem particularly put out to be following Aviendha's orders, now that annoyance at Rand's presumption had faded. In fact, if anything, she and the other 4 wise ones looked proud. As Aviendha's team obeyed, she sensed more channeling on the battlefield. Cadsuane and those who followed her liked to consider themselves outside Rand's orders. They fought while another group of Aes Sedai and Ashaman held open gateways to usher through the Damani and Tyran armies. Too many people channeling all about. It was going to grow difficult to pinpoint an attack by one of the Forsaken. We need to set up traveling grounds, Aviendha said, and keep strict control over who is going to channel and where. That way we'll be able to tell in an instant when we sense channeling if something is wrong. She raised her hand to her head. This is going to be very difficult to organize. Nearby, Amis's smile widened. You are in command now, Aviendha, that smile seemed to say. And leadership's headaches are yours to endure.
Rand al'Thor, the dragon reborn, turned away from Aviendha and left her and Aitoralda to their battle. He had a different one to join. At last, the time had come. He approached the base of the mountain of Shale Ghul. Above, a black hole burrowed into the mountain face, the only way to reach the Pit of Doom. Moiraine joined him, pulling close a rippling shawl, its blue fringe catching in the wind. Remember, this is not the Boar. This is not the Dark One's prison. This is merely the place where his touch is strongest upon the world. He has control here. He touches the entire world now, to one extent or another, Rand said. And so his touch here will be stronger. Rand nodded, setting his hand upon the dagger he wore at his belt. No channeling until we strike at the Dark One directly. If possible, I would avoid a fight like the one we had at the cleansing. What comes will require all of my strength. Nynaeve nodded. She wore her Angreal and tir'Angreal jewelry over a gown of yellow, one far more beautiful than she would ever have allowed herself during their days in the Two Rivers. She looked strange to him without her braid, her hair now barely to her shoulders. She seemed somehow older. That shouldn't be. The braid was a symbol of age and maturity in the Two Rivers. Why should Nynaeve look older without it? Tom stepped up beside Rand, squinting up at the hole in the rock.
I suspect I'm not going in with you.
Moiraine looked at him, pursing her lips.
Someone will need to guard the entry into the cave, my wife,
Tom said.
That ledge up there, right beside the opening, has an excellent view of the battlefield. I can watch the battle below, maybe compose a good ballad or two."
Rand smiled at the spark of humor in Tom's eyes. They stood at the edge of time itself, and still Tom Merrilin found a smile. Above them, dark clouds spun, the peak of Shale Ghul their axis. Darkness assaulted the sun until it was nearly gone, entirely covered in total oblivion. Rand's forces stopped, staring in terror at the sky, and even the Trollocs paused, growling and hooting. But as the sun slowly emerged from its captivity, the fierce battle resumed in the valley below. It announced his intentions, but the dagger would shield him from the Dark One's eyes. The light willing, the Shadow's leaders would focus on the battle and assume Rand would wait for its outcome before striking. "Now?" Nynaeve asked, looking up at the narrow stony pathway to the cavern. Rand nodded and led the way forward. A wind rose, whipping at the four as they climbed the pathway. He had chosen his clothing deliberately. His red coat, embroidered with long-thorned briars on the sleeves and golden herons on the collar, was a twin to one of those Moraine had arranged for him to receive in Feldara. The white shirt, laced across the front, was of Two Rivers make. Callandor was on his back, the sword of layman at his hip. It had been a long time since he'd chosen to wear that, but it felt appropriate. The winds buffeted him, threatening to throw him from the heights. He pushed forward anyway, climbing the steep hill, gritting his teeth against the pain in his side. Time seemed to have less meaning here, and he felt as if he'd been walking for days when he reached the flat area before the cavern. He turned, resting one hand against the rock of the open maw, and looked out over the valley. His forces in the valley seemed so fragile, so insignificant. Would they be able to hold it long enough? "Rand," Nynaeve said, taking his arm, "perhaps you should rest." He looked down, following her eyes to his side. His wound, the old wound, had broken open again. He felt blood inside his boot. It had run down his side, down his leg, and when he moved his foot, he left a bloody footprint behind. Blood on the rocks. Nynaeve raised a hand to her mouth. "It has to happen, Nynaeve," Rand said. "You cannot stop it. The prophecy does not say anything about me living through this. I have always found that odd, haven't you? Why would it speak of the blood, but not what comes after?" He shook his head, then unsheathed Callandor from his back. "Moraine, Nynaeve, will you lend me your strength and join me in a circle?" "Do you wish one of us to lead?" Moraine said hesitantly. "So you can use that safely?" "I'm not planning to be safe," Rand said. "A circle, please." The two women exchanged a look. So long as he led the circle, another could strike and seize control of him. Neither liked the request, obviously. He wasn't certain if he should be pleased that the two of them had started to get along. Perhaps instead he should worry about them teaming up against him. That seemed like a thought from simpler days, easier days. He smiled wryly, but knew that the smile did not reach his eyes. Moraine and Nynaeve fed him their strength, and he accepted it. Tom kissed Moraine, and then the three of them turned to regard the opening before them. It led back down toward the base of the mountain, and the fiery pit that was the closest thing this world knew to the Dark One's dwelling. Shadows from a returned sun dimmed the cavern mouth around him. Wind tugged at him, his foot warm with his own blood. I will not walk out of this pit alive, he thought. He no longer cared. Survival was not his goal. It had not been for some time. He did want to do this right. He had to do this right. Was it the right time? Had he planned well enough?
It is time. Let the task be undertaken.
The voice spoke with the inevitability of an earthquake, the words vibrating through him. More than sound in the air, far more. The words spoke as if from one soul to another. Moraine gasped, eyes opening wide. Rand was not surprised. He had heard this voice once before, and he realized that he had been expecting it. Hoping for it, at least. "Thank you," Rand said, then stepped forward into the Dark One's realm, leaving footprints of blood behind.
Chapter 24. To ignore the omens. Fortuona, Empress of the Seanchan Empire, studied her husband as he gave orders to their forces. They were arrayed outside the palace in Ebu Dar, and she herself sat upon an elaborate mobile throne, outfitted with poles at the bottom so she could be carried by a dozen soldiers. The throne lent her grandeur, but also gave an illusion of immobility. An assassin would assume that she could not move quickly while wearing her formal silks, her gown draping down in front and tumbling toward the ground. They would be surprised, then, that she could break free of the outer garments at the flick of a wrist.
"He has changed, Greatest One," Beslan said to her, "and yet he hasn't. I don't know what to make of him any longer." "He is what the wheel has sent us," Fortuona replied. "Have you considered what you will do?" Beslan kept eyes forward. He was impetuous, often governed by his emotions, but no more so than the other Altarans. They were a passionate people, and were making a fine addition to the Empire now that they were properly tamed. "I will do as has been suggested,"
Beslan said, face flushed.
"Wise,"
Fortuona said.
"May the throne stand forever," Beslan said, "and may your breath continue as long, Greatest One."
He bowed, withdrawing to do as he should. Fortuona could march to war, but these were Beslan's lands to govern. He so wanted to be part of the battle, but now he understood that he was needed here. Selusha watched him go, nodding in approval. "That one is becoming a strong asset as he learns proper restraint," she signed. Fortuona said nothing. Selusha's motions carried an implication, one that Fortuona would have missed, save for their long association. Beslan was learning. Other men, however... Matt started cursing up a storm nearby, gathered with the Seanchan commanders. She could not hear exactly what had set him off. What had she done in yoking herself to him? "I have followed the omens," she thought. She caught him glancing toward her before he returned to his raving. He would have to be taught restraint, but teaching him... it would be difficult. Far more difficult than teaching Beslan had been. At least Selusha did not speak her condemnations out loud. The woman was now Fortuona's truth speaker, though Fortuona could sense that Selusha was finding the position grating. She would prefer to remain only Fortuona's voice. Perhaps the omens would show Fortuona someone else fitting as a truth speaker.
"Are we really going to do as he says?"
Selusha signed.
"The world is chaos,"
Fortuona signed back. Not a straight answer. She did not want to give straight answers at the moment. Selusha would puzzle out the meaning. The Seanchan commonly said, "May she live forever," in regard to the Empress. To some it was a platitude or a mere ritual of allegiance. Fortuona had always seen much more to it. That phrase encapsulated the strength of the Empire. An Empress had to be crafty, strong, and skilled if she was to survive. Only the fittest deserved to sit on the crystal throne. If one of her siblings or a member of the high blood, like Galgan, managed to kill her, then her death served the Empire, for she had obviously been too weak to lead it. May she live forever. May she be strong enough to live forever. May she be strong enough to lead us to victory. She would bring order to this world. That was her goal. Matrim stalked past on the army's gathering grounds, passing 10 paces before Fortuona's throne. He wore an Imperial High General's uniform, although not well. He kept snagging the pauldron cloths on things. A High General's regalia was meant to give the bearer authority to enhance his grace, as cloth rippled in response to his careful movements. On Matrim it was like wrapping a racehorse in silk and expecting him to run. He had a kind of grace, but it was not the grace of court. Lesser commanders trailed after him. Matrim baffled the blood. That was good, as it kept them off balance. But he also represented disorder with his random ways and constant stabs at authority. Fortuona represented order, and she had married chaos himself. What had she been thinking?
"But what of the sea folk, Highness?"
General Yulin said, stopping beside Matrim in front of Fortuona.
"Stop worrying about the bloody sea folk,"
Matrim snapped.
"If you say the word sea folk one more time, I'll hang you by your toenails from one of those rockin' you fly about on and send you off to Shara."
Yulin seemed perplexed.
"Highness,
He trailed off as Matt yelled,
"Savara, we're leading with pikes, not cavalry, you goat-loving idiot. I don't care if the cavalry thinks it can do a better job. Cavalry always thinks that. What are you, a bloody tyrant, high lady? Well, I'll name you an honorary one if you keep this up."
Matrim stormed off towards Savara, who sat her horse with arms folded, displeasure on her dark face. Yulin, left behind, looked completely bewildered.
"How does one hang a person by their toenails?"
Yulin asked, softly enough that Fortuona barely heard.
"I do not think that is possible. The nails would break off."
He walked away, shaking his head. To the side, Selucia signed, "Beware, Galgan approaches." Fortuona steeled herself as Captain General Galgan rode up. He wore black armor rather than a uniform like Matt's, and he wore it well. Commanding, almost towering, he was her greatest rival and her strongest resource. Any man in his position would be a rival, of course. That was the way of things. The proper way of things. Matrim would never be a rival. She still did not know how to think of that. A piece of her, small but not without strength, thought she should have him put away for that very reason. Was not the Prince of the Ravens a check upon the Empress? To keep her strong by providing a constant threat? Sharabat shaikanai batain piasht. A woman was most resourceful with a knife at her throat. A proverb uttered by Varuota, her great-great-great-grandmother. She would hate to put Matrim away. She couldn't until she had a child by him anyway. It would be ignoring the omens to do otherwise. Such a strange man he was. Each time she thought she could anticipate him, she was proved wrong.
"Greatest one," Galgan said, "we are nearly ready."
"The Prince of the Ravens is dissatisfied with the delays," she said. "He fears we are joining the battle too late."
"If the Prince of the Ravens has any real understanding of armies and battlefields,"
Galgan said, his tone indicating that he didn't believe such a thing was possible,
"he will realize that moving a force of this size requires no small effort."
Up until Matrim's arrival, Galgan had been the highest-ranking member of the Blood in these lands other than Fortuona herself. He would dislike being superseded suddenly. As of yet, Galgan had command of their armies, and Fortuona intended to let him continue to lead. Earlier today, Galgan had asked Matt how he would gather their forces, and Matt had taken it as a suggestion to do just that. The Prince of the Ravens strode about giving orders, but he did not command. Not fully. Galgun could stop him with a word. He did not. Obviously, he wished to see how Matt handled command. Galgun watched Matt. Eyes narrowed. He did not fully know how the Prince of Ravens fit into the command structure. Fortuona had yet to make a decision on that. Nearby, a burst of wind carried away some dust. It revealed the small skull of a rodent peeking from the earth. Another omen. Her life had been cluttered with them lately. This was an omen of danger, of course. It was as if she strolled through deep grasses, passing between stalking Lopar and among holes dug to catch the unwary. The dragon reborn had knelt before the crystal throne, and the omen of peach blossoms, the most powerful omen she knew, had accompanied him. Troops marched past, officers shouting orders in time to the steps. The Rakan calls seemed timed to the beats of the falling feet. This was what she would be leaving for an unknown war in lands she barely knew. Her lands here would be virtually undefended, a foreigner of newly minted loyalty in command. Great change. Her decisions could end her rule and indeed the empire itself. Matrim did not understand that. "Summon my consort," Fortuona signed, tapping the armrest of her throne. Selusha voiced the order to a messenger. After a short time, Matt rode up on his horse. He had refused the gift of a new one, with good reason. He had a better eye for horseflesh than the imperial stablemaster herself. Still, Pips. What a silly name. Fortuona stood up. Immediately, those nearby bowed. Galgun dismounted and went down on his knees. Everyone else prostrated themselves to the ground. The Empress standing to proclaim meant an act of the crystal throne. "Blood and ashes," Matrim said. "More bowing? Have you folks nothing better to do? I could think of a few dozen things if you can't." To the side, she saw Galgun smile. He thought he knew what she was going to do. He was wrong. "I name you Notai, for you are a bringer of destruction to the Empire's enemies. Let your new name only be spoken from now into eternity. Notai. I proclaim that Notai, Prince of the Ravens, is to be given the rank of rod holder in our armies. Let it be published as my will." Rod holder. It meant that should Galgun fall, Matt would have command. Galgun was no longer smiling. He would have to keep watch over his shoulder lest Matt overcome him and take control. Fortuona sat down. "Notai?" Notai said. She glared at him. "Keep your tongue for once," she thought at him. "Please." "I kind of like it," Notai said, turning his horse and trotting away. Galgun regained his saddle. "He will need to learn to kneel," the general muttered, then kicked his horse forward. It was an ever-so-small offense, deliberate and calculating. Galgun had not addressed the words to Fortuona directly, instead acting as if they were just a comment to himself. He sidestepped, calling her greatest one. It was enough to make Selusha growl softly and wiggle her fingers in a question. "No," Fortuona signed. "We need him." Once again, Notai did not seem to realize what she had done and the risk inherent in it. Galgun would have to consult with him on their battle plans. The rod holder could not be left out of meetings, as he had to be ready to take control at any moment. Galgun would have to listen to his advice and incorporate it. She bet upon her prince in this, hoping that he could manifest again the unexpected genius in battle that had so impressed Furik Careed.
"This is bold," Selucia said. "But what if he fails?"
"We will not fail," Fortuona replied, "for this is the last battle." The pattern had placed Notai before her, had shoved her into his arms. The Dragon Reborn had seen and spoken truth about her. For all the illusion of order, her rule was like a heavy rock, balanced on its smallest point. She was stretched thin, reigning over lands unaccustomed to discipline. She needed to take great risks to bring order to chaos. She hoped that Selucia would see it that way and not publicly denounce her. Fortuona really would need to find a new voice, or appoint someone else as truth speaker. Having one person fill both roles was drawing criticism in court. Notai suddenly came riding back, holding to his hat. "Tuon!"
"Why